welcome everybody to the final day of the 2025 NFL draft for the Carolina Panthers. Welcome back to the C3 Panthers podcast. This is day 3 of our live coverage. And boys, we're going to be live until the thing is over. You already know the C3 Legion has you covered. We're going live about 30 minutes early before the start of round 4 at 12 o'clock to discuss everything that has transpired over the first 2 nights of the draft and to catch up with the honorary members of the C3 Legion. Y'all know we've been treating this like a free-for-all, so if you would like to join, my man, hit that link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat and pinned to the top of the Facebook chat if you would like to be a part of the incredible Panthers discussion we're having here today, and as we live react to the latest draft picks for the Carolina Panthers. Hit that like and subscribe. You know C3 is having a great time. First up, the boys are back in town. It's Panther Pickle. Pickle, what's up, dude?
Here we go, day 3. Y'all know only C3 Panther podcast with C3 Legion can bring you all 3 days from start to end of draft coverage.
That's it. For the
Only
fans, by the
C3.
fans, that's what we say over here. You know we wouldn't be able to do this without the homie. D-Money. What's up, brother?
Yo, what's going on, my C3 family? Got the homie Cody Lack, got Mr. Shut the Hell Up, Panther Pickle, got my brother from another mother, Cole, Evan in the building. Yo, look, day 3, look, after day 1, day 2, it felt like a little TV miniseries. We had a little ups and downs, little cliffhangers and so forth. Had people wanting to jump off the side of a building, but then somehow being able to suspend themselves and catch some hope and elevate back up onto that building because now they feel and they see the vision of our Sir Dan Morgan. The man is out there, he is cooking. He is Chef Boyardee right now. I give that stamp of approval of what we've done so far. I can't wait to see what we're going to continue to do, and we're going to do like we always do, baby. And that's key.
Pow. You already know. Hey, man. Dude, we're going to have a great show today. I can already tell. Let me get my man Cole back in the building. Cole, how you feeling? I know you're probably the most optimistic you ever have been. Tell me about it, bro.
It's crazy, Cody. I'm literally getting everything I ever wanted in a draft. I really feel like the first time in a long ass time, if ever, with the Panthers. And I never throw out A's when you talk about a draft grade. But if we finish this thing off right, we can potentially have an A plus in my damn mind. Honestly, my friend, it's good to be with y'all this morning. Let's get it.
Absolutely. And thank you to Nirvash for the $5. Says, what are your opinions on what's going on with Shedeur Sanders? I thought he was locked in the quarterback, too. That's been the biggest story of this draft so far. Shedeur Sanders falling all the way to round 4. I think we're all going to take our bets on what teams draft him. I've even heard rumors that he might even go back to Colorado. I don't know if he even can do that. Hey, man, it'll be an interesting storyline to follow. We appreciate you, Nirvash. Let me welcome in my man, Evan Sports Talk, back on the show. What's up, Evan? How you doing, buddy?
Yo, what's up, guys? We're back for day 3. Going to be interesting to see who we add from here on out. Still looking for safety more than likely. I know some people are trying to hype up Cam Scatabo coming here. We'll have to see if that happens, but it's going to be a good day. Finally see what our draft class is looking like. And what we need also is get ourselves a kicker.
Yeah.
We have a 6th round pick, bro.
Bro, don't even get me
that's
started.
what I'm saying. Get a
Don't
kicker
even
in the
get me
6th round.
started
Yeah, you're right.
on Harrison Mevis, who's balling out for the Birmingham Stallions. Damn, it makes me sad, bro. But you're right. We do need another kicker. Next up, we got my man. Haven't seen him in a while, but it's always great to talk to him. We got 89 J Stubbs back on the C3 Panthers podcast. J Stubbs, what's up, brother?
Hey, Cody, come back to me in like 10 minutes. I'm rolling one up. You know what I'm saying?
You, brother. I feel you, dog. And that's the perfect intro right there. Right? All you gotta do is say C3 Legion
I
I'm
appreciate
rolling
the honesty.
up, you know what I'm saying? Next up, we got my man, Kyle, looking like he's finally back at home, ready to chill with the C3 Legion. Kyle, what's up, boy? How you feeling, man?
Oh man, feeling great. I don't have to work for like another 4 hours, dude. We're just gonna chill and have a great fucking draft. I
Hell
think
yeah.
I think my initial reactions on day one was I was a little upset. I was upset that we didn't go in the direction that I thought the team was gonna go, and I thought that getting a bunch of big-bodied, not fast receivers was probably not the smartest thing to do. But like I've said, I've had a couple days to sit on it. I've had time to look at the roster and look at the plan, and I see it. I see the vision. I see drafting Xavier Legette at the end of the draft last year. We still have him on a 5th-year option, but I don't think we drafted him to be the number one. I mean, I think we just drafted Tataroa to be the number one, being that he was the first wide receiver off the board. I mean, I don't know how he would stack against the receivers of last year, but at the same time, I think we got a number one that we took this year, and Nick Scorton and Princely, they're beasts. So I'm happy so far. So let's get it. Let's hope today's better.
Let's get it, man. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell for every single time the C3 Panthers podcast goes live. Cole, we talked about how excited you were, and dude, I'm not used to other media publications or other people in the know giving any credit to the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
But bro, everybody seems to love what we have done so far.
I think so.
As evidence, here is a short clip from the guys at PFF talking about the draft thus far for the Carolina Panthers.
Princely Yellen.
Nick Scorton and Princely Yellen for the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, the Panthers are loading up. See, this is what I'm getting at. Take that. Load up. This is you. Honestly, you want the Panthers' ideal draft, because I even saw some Panthers fans on Twitter late last night. Things like, "Well, we have the worst defense in football. Why are we taking a receiver?" Just take him. You also had the worst grade in football last year. You need a number one receiver, and the depth of this class is on defense, especially the D line. To get scored in the faulty in the second round, trade up here for the third round. You talk about a pass rush. Now, a team had the lowest pass rush grade in the NFL last year. They're racking up talent, and they're racking up a lot of it. They got multiple guys in free agency. I know they didn't get Milton Williams, but they got some a couple of edge players to work with these last two picks. I really like where Carolina and Dave Canales, Dan Morgan, I like where they're going with this now.
That's why you can never look at the draft pick in a vacuum, because the depth of a class is always so critical. And Carolina saw that, and they said, hey, this receiver class, after the top few guys, really drops off. This edge class really does not. We can grab guys like Nick Scorton and Princely Monmiel on day 2 and get our true X receiver in Tataroa McMillan in round 1. This is an A-plus draft from Carolina. Princely Monmiel has A-plus pass rush grades in 4 straight years at Florida, then at Ole Miss too. This is an incredible draft by Carolina.
Shout out PFF, Eric.
This is an Eric Eager draft right here.
This is an Eric Eager pick. Gotta be an Eric Eager pick. You love it, obviously.
Yeah.
PFF.
So, boys, they love what we're doing, and they're making the case that the smartest thing that we could have done was to go offense first to get the high-end receiver like Tet. The talent at wide receiver drops off, but the depth is on the defense. And I think that was proven true. And I think that when you look at how Dan Morgan handled free agency, when you look at how he's handled this draft, I think that he isn't going to jump headlong into the deep end. He decided to be patient when it mattered, but also to get aggressive when it mattered and to go up and get your guys. Both of them were the results of a trade up. So, boys, how are we feeling about this, man?
Cody, real quick, kind of off topic just briefly. Y'all remember Diesel Skills is feeling a little under the weather this morning, and our man Jake the Snake is traveling today Let's keep them in your thoughts today.
Legion
Absolutely.
Brothers. Y'all
Shout
have a
out
good day.
Deej.
Rest up.
Shout out Jake, safe travels, brother.
Yes,
And
sir.
Prayers
Deej,
up.
get better, bro.
Right.
Hey, Cody.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
no, go ahead, Pickle. You gotta say something.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
I forgot the topic Cody brought up.
what it sounds like though, Cody, is can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah,
You're
that's
clean,
clear,
bro.
bro.
Go ahead.
What it sounds like is this is from the outside looking in. It sounds like everybody that he wanted, he had circled.
Yeah.
He damn near got, you know.
Yeah.
And in his press conference, he acted like he couldn't believe that the two DNs were still there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now I don't
I
know
mean,
if they were the best in their class, but
well, how about
two
this,
of them,
right?
so we can't complain really.
Right.
So
I
how
learned.
about this? I think there's many of us who would not have been mad if that first pick was Princely. Like that's one of the names that we have been hearing about for a while. So I think we're really excited about that. I think Scourton for some people was the curveball, but there were a lot of people who did think that he did have back end of the first round potential.
Is one a left and one
He
a
was
right?
actually rated as a top half of the first rounder about 2 months ago.
Right.
Scorton's
That's what I'm
potential
saying.
is through the
We
roof.
got two first rounders.
Right.
There was a lot of
Was it
people that
the-
had a top 20
I mean, I
grade on him.
saw
Right.
someone tweet it. I saw someone tweet it. We got two first-team All-SEC edge rushers in the second and third round. I mean, that's just
Let's go.
Right.
that explains it right there, bro. We big boom. Shout out Dan Morgan and the whole staff.
First
Do they
team
play-
edge rushers.
Do they play on both sides of the ball? Like, do they play right and left,
Yeah.
or both on the left?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
And the best thing I like about these two is Scorton. And by the way, Scorton said in his conversation with the Panthers media that they asked him, and he said it ain't been the last few years. He actually learned how to eat better for the athlete he is. Before he was just walking around eating when he eating like me.
So
No,
apparently,
he
eats
said
like
he
me.
ate a huge meal at
And
nighttime.
when he went to this,
which is
I
awful.
guess it was Texas A&M, the
Yeah.
second school he went to. They taught him. They had a nutritionist there, and they taught him how to eat better. They taught him how to eat for the athlete he needs to be. That's where his weight.
He said
dropped
before
a little
that.
bit. Do what?
He said before that he ate pasta.
Yeah,
which
he
is crazy.
ate like
He's heavy
me.
carbs,
He ate
heavy
whenever he
carb guy.
wanted to. He ate ice cream. If he wanted a donut, he ate it. He just ate
Hey,
anything.
I love this
Now,
video. Smack the
I
shit out of
love
all
it.
the halves.
The one thing
two
about
things
these
about
two
him.
guys, one thing about these two guys is, and I want to say this: some people it may matter, some it not. Both these guys have experience in the 4-3 and the 3-4. Scorton has played inside and out. Because he used to with 285, and then he went down to I think it's 260 something now. So
he's 257 now, which is still a mammoth of a human being.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of weight.
That for our future, these guys may not start this year, but they could very easily start next year.
How about this? I think
crazy,
they're going to
Pickle?
be. I think they're going to be a real part of the rotation, even if they're not like starter, quote unquote. And then also now we're talking about Jadeveon Clowney and how much money we might be able to
cap casualty,
be able to potentially save as a result of cutting him. By the way, we got Tri-State Talk Sports on the C3 Panthers podcast. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
What up, man? Hey, man, I'm hyped for Scorton, man. Kid's only 20, we don't need to rush him. Let him, you know what I mean? We don't need him to come out and be a day one star. If he is, hey, God willingly, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
But, development is going to be great. I'm happy with the Scorton pick. I'm happy with the Princely pick as well. I'm happy with both of them.
I want to play this video real quick. This is
I love this video.
This is Nick Scorton, the moment he was drafted by the Panthers. And bro, how you not love the energy?
I love it. I love the energy.
Wait for it.
Ready for it? Wait for it. Here it comes. The JBL. Bam! Get him out. Look at the JBL clothesline from hell.
Yes,
sir.
that's what we're talking about.
Put them other tabs from all 31 other NFL teams where they belong in the fucking floor.
Yeah, line them up
real nice.
Put him in the trash
In
can.
the
or line him up
garbage. Put him in the garbage.
That's it. Real quick, since you brought it up, y'all, I don't want to cut Clowney. Not
I
till
don't
you have
either.
to.
I'm not. I
Yeah,
don't
Me
either,
either.
Pickle. I agree. I don't want to cut him either.
Right, there's a scheme behind my going to this.
Hmm.
After hearing what Joe said, I knew that was right. Y'all, if we wait till we have to, you can save $9.7 million if you trade Clowney. Now, I'm not saying that's what I want to do. Don't misunderstand that. But why do it now? Now,
Also,
if a team calls and says we'll give you a 4th round pick for Clowney, I mean, I'd do that. But if why do it now? Why not wait until after training camp?
Yeah, and also what
After
you spending
preseason,
that money
when you
for?
know your rookies can handle this pressure.
Yeah,
can
also
handle this
like
play.
7.8 million. What are you spending that on? So
Right.
it's, free agency is over. You know, it's
Right.
not like I mean, maybe there's some good
Right.
players
And
left to be had, but it's like I don't know what purpose that serves right now.
Right.
And I think
Potentially,
yeah,
Cody, you're getting that money for cut day. You're
Well,
saving that. You're saving some cap money so that when rosters cut down at the end of the summer, you know, and you still see that you still have a hole, you still have a need before the season starts. We still have money to work with, or some type of leverage or valuable that we can move around to be ready for the season week 1 potentially.
you're
Y'all
right.
really want to cut him though?
Let me ask you this real quick. If you're another NFL franchise, it's getting ready to be cut day. Say it's week 1 or 2, right? And you've kept him on your roster. It's week 1 or 2, whatever. Well, you look down now. The Panthers, Clowney's like the backup guy, right? Because you got your the guy you got from the Rams, or the not the Rams, the guy.
the
Well,
Raiders,
anyway,
Trevor Moore.
Pat Jones.
Yeah, you've got Pat Jones on one side starting. You got the other guy on the other side. You've got your rookies are doing great. Somebody calls you up and says, "I need Clowney, bro. I need depth. I've got a rookie that's starting. I need depth." You don't know what they may be willing to give you a 3rd round pick.
Right.
So
Right.
you don't know this. So there's Clowney's not a distraction, right? If he's been a distraction, I'm not aware of this. He's not a distraction.
No.
So don't if it ain't a problem, don't create one. Because the last thing you want to do is trade him or cut him to save $7 million. Then all of a sudden you realize, for whatever reason, one of these cats ain't ready.
And
And you have to
right
find
now,
somebody to be back.
$1 million. Just keep Clowney there, because we'll get that $7 million. It'll be some new money, and we've been tricked that money off on something. We need
You're
depth,
right.
man.
You're
We
right,
need
man.
depth. We got to
Would
keep
y'all
depth.
extend him?
And
Like
unless
on what for
Clowney,
money?
and
I
I understand money, but we had the money already to get Blackman. If that comes down to it, right? We still got a little bit to fill some junk. Unless somebody just massively gets injured, that's gonna shake our core, that we've got to make a move like that to free up some money. I think Jadeveon Clowney should keep that Panther uniform on. That's just my opinion.
Yeah,
I think
by the way, I think our pass rush has an opportunity to be pretty vicious. Like Tershawn Wharton, Bobby Brown, Clowney, Warnham. Now you got Skelton. Now you have Princely. And Derek Brown. Come on,
They can
man.
play
Somebody
linebacker.
I
that guy
forgot
should set the
about.
edge too in the
Cody,
run game,
Cody,
bro. Scorton's a monster
call
in
them
the
what
run
they
game.
really are.
Somebody I forgot about that we signed is Boogie Basham
I was
at
about to say the same
linebacker.
shit, Kyle. Let's go.
I
He's an edge
forgot he
rusher
was
too.
on our roster that we made that signing. That's a damn good linebacker signing.
Yeah,
So I
Who did you
mean,
say? I didn't hear you, Kyle. Who'd you
that's
say?
That's the
Boogie
dude from Wake
Basham.
Forest. That's why it's
First
a
of all,
familiar
how can you
name. He's
not
from
like
Wake.
somebody that plays football named Boogie? Like, first off, they supposed to be able to play football when their name is Boogie.
True that, bro.
Cody, let me say something
Yeah,
uncomfortable to the
go ahead.
panel, because you know I'm the guy that I'm not
Always
scared to
being
say that shit.
uncomfortable.
I'm good on Clowney. Clowney could rock the fuck out right now if he needs to. I'm telling you, son. I'm ready to get some youth on that defensive line and some people that are going to put up some serious numbers. I think they'll hold up. And I was literally going to say what Kyle just said because I knew about Boogie Basham from Wake Forest coming over here, too. That's another debt piece. You got all the money you spent in free
Hold on.
agency
You
on these
said Wake
guys.
Forest?
Yeah, he's
Wake
from Wake
Forest?
Forest. That's why that name's familiar to you, probably.
You better
Because he
keep
played at
clowning.
Wake Forest.
Keep clowning.
No, don't worry about that. Boogie Basham's a baller.
He's
You
a
know,
baller.
I take every.
He's
I
a
take
baller.
you
You
said
never
a
know.
demon.
You never know. We
I
might
ain't
not be
known a
done.
demon deacon to do shit in the NFL
We
in
might
my
not be done
lifetime.
getting linebackers in tribe. I'm taking the $7
Let's be
million.
fair to Boogie. Boogie tried to play for the Bills.
He did.
Then
It
he
hadn't
went to
worked
the
out for him yet.
Giants, and he played
That's
linebacker
Boogie.
and
I know
end.
that Boogie.
So let's be fair to Boogie here. Let's not overhype him to be
We're talking about a
disappointed.
backup player, though. I ain't
And we
asking
can't
him to
do
go
the
as a
wipe the
starter
nose
again.
thing no more. It's not cool. It's not.
Let's say he could be
I'm
good
just,
depth and leave it alone.
No, he could be a backup,
yeah,
bro. We ain't
What
asking
are
him to
y'all
go out there
taking
and
I'm
play
just
50
pumping.
fucking plays.
I'm just pumping him up because I saw who was it? We decided we wanted to practice squad hunt Chandler Wooten again.
Yep.
For whatever reason, we had John Rad again. We had Incoom. We had all these other guys.
He's
At
better than
least
all
I
them.
know Boogie Basham is better than those guys.
Thank
So
you. That's
that's
true,
what I'm
Kyle.
saying.
Yeah,
He's
That
not
bar is
starter,
so
but he's
low.
better than those.
That bar is on the ground. That bar is
I
so
know.
low.
I know, but you know what? It's still an upgrade though from that shit. It's the truth.
I do
It
give
really
them
is.
credit for the upgrade, bro. But that's just like saying, yo, look, I had a Swiss cake roll that was 2 weeks old, and here's a Swiss cake roll that's fresh today. Like, that's just really all you're saying to me, bro. They're the exact same player, except one just happened to be on some good situation. Boogie gonna
I'm
have to
just
show
saying if you
himself.
could, I'm just saying if you could use that $7 million off Clowney to bring something in there, then do it.
But what will we bring in? Like, will we like I said, something drastic
That
has
was
to
my
happen to
point.
really
That was my
consider.
point too,
Well,
D. Like,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying as a reserve. Like I'm not saying Clowney personally needs to go, but I understand. I like the concept of having that $7 to $8 million cushion going into week one because
So,
if you remember last year, well, what was his name, Javon Kinlaw or Dre Greenlaw or something like that, run out on the field and fucked his hamstring up, and he was out for like 8 weeks, and they had to find a starting D end. And they didn't have no money, so they had to they had to elevate somebody from their roster rather than having the money to be able to go out and sign somebody.
I like that logic, Kyle. That's
well,
good
see,
shit.
I get that. I get that because basically what you're saying is they're not even looking at the player; they're just looking at it in a vacuum. But my thing is, yes, we want this youth movement or whatever, but for it to really go the way we want it to go, we've got to keep some adults in the room, man.
I
We got to
agree.
keep some adults in the room.
And also, man, I like the rotation that we
Yeah,
can
the depth.
rotate guys in and out
I
and
want that.
and not have to and take our foot off the gas. Like I love that. Hey, so Jake's in the
It's
chat.
90% of the time.
Shout out to Jake in the chat, our boy. Happy
true.
Towers, Jake. Love you, bro. It says Cody might get his wish on a Clemson player
That's
this
true.
time around. RJ Mickens wouldn't be a bad option either. I would love to have RJ here in the Carolinas, but
We do this every year.
I've been through this shit before, bro. I am not getting my hopes up for something that I know is not going to happen, damn it. I refuse.
The truth, I thought we was going to get it last year.
Damn it.
I thought we was
Cody.
going to get it last year. I
I
really, for
know,
some
man.
reason, I thought last year was the year you was going to get your Tiger. I really
know,
did.
man. And, bro, if we drafted Andrew McCuba, I was ready to call him a Clemson player, bro. Because he was.
Yeah, I'm glad I talked to you.
Jake already told you. You and Jake had that
I
debate
know,
last
but
night.
damn that he transferred to Texas, man. Hey, but I did want to pivot to this. And, bro, just in time, how about the return of the brand ambassador, Diesel Skills? Brother D's, how you feeling on day 3, man?
I'm on the struggle bus. I'm driving the struggle bus today. I'm worn out. We got 8 hours of coverage into this thing, maybe more with that space. The space is added to it. We might have 11 hours of coverage in this thing.
Yeah, C3 killing it, bro. Appreciate
But hey,
that, boys.
let them cook. Let Dan and Dave cook, brother. I'm
Let 'em
super excited. I cannot freaking wait.
Put that up. Let that man cook.
Chef
Let him cook.
Boyardee.
Let
Yeah.
Also,
that
Chef
man
Chef
Boyardee.
cook.
Boyardee.
Hey,
They in the
Cody.
kitchen, cooking in the
I gotta
kitchen.
get a chef hat.
Yeah, what's up, Jay?
What are you looking for today? You looking for safety or
Oh, this
offensive
is
line
about to
depth
be
or
my next question to y'all. So, okay, now this is a very deep running back class.
Yes,
However,
sir.
there's still a lot of people who, even in spite of the injuries, thinks that one Jonathan Brooks can be very good in the future, and that his presence makes it where it's really redundant to draft a running back. How many of you agree with that sentiment? Would you take a running back sometime today and
Yeah.
and when and where?
Yes.
I personally would take a running back late. Like late. At that 208 or whatever that we got, or UDFA. I don't feel the need to draft one per se, but I do not want to go back to Charlotte without having one on the way, if that makes sense. But my main target today is safety.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people probably agree with that. How many of you
I'm
would say?
not, and I want to be very specific about that. I do not want a box safety today. I want a
Free safety.
true center fielder
Yeah, okay.
today.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. I think most of us would agree, man, that safety, bro, even if we don't get a starter, we need some more depth at
Oh,
least, right?
Yes,
Cody,
sir.
let me throw your name out there. Just because he was on a lot of mock drafts,
Mhm.
he's probably the best available, in my opinion, at this position. It's a position that I went off Thursday evening about and said we best not draft no more. What happens if you take Jalen Royals, a wide receiver from Utah?
I'm cool with
So
that.
I'm just saying that
Now,
I got
this is my thing. This is
Hey,
my
Get
thing
your
with
Adam
Jalen
Thielen
Royals.
replacement now.
right.
Jalen Royals sounds good because everybody keeps saying that we have the same style of receiver. Big receiver. We don't have like that speedy fellow or whatever.
Right.
So yeah, to have that mix with the shifty speed guy,
Yeah.
it does sound intriguing. But I don't want to talk about no receiver before we at least know what we're going on with safety.
I,
Now,
I
if,
I
That's
like that.
true.
I do.
That's
I do.
later. Yes,
I do.
sir. I'm
but
talking
And,
about
now if
and
later.
all the good safeties are gone,
yeah.
or some reason, oh man, please, I'll take it all day.
And D
Yeah.
Money.
But
I'm gonna
there's
say it
also
out
Kyle
loud. Can we do
Kennard.
Isaiah Bond later?
Yeah. There's also
Oh.
Kyle Kennard still out there.
And
So
by the way,
See, that's
remember,
my thing. I'm just thinking Kennard's not going to be there when it's time for us to want to pick him.
I
but
got you.
also that way we can't go three defensive
Triple
ends in a
dip
row.
at edge.
Well,
Get your
but I
fan
mean, at
pickle.
the same time, you don't know this. I mean,
No,
you
I know.
don't know
I'm
their
just
plans.
saying,
You know what I'm saying?
like right now, to
Yeah.
me, the defensive backfield is, I think, where we're going to target the most. We need
Right.
Hey, Cody,
I, I,
can you ask
I,
me a
I don't
question?
really disagree.
What's the biggest safety still on the board right now? Like as far as like where they got them ranked, like the highest ranked safeties. What's like two or three of them right now?
I'll
I
tell
was
you
trying
what.
to find
I,
somewhere that
well,
has
you
like
could
the
now,
best of the best.
Cody. If you go to
the
ESPN,
guy from Clemson, I think.
Yeah, RJ
let me
Mickens.
send you a link.
Yeah, just
Uh,
send it to me and I'll pull it up. I know
yeah,
RJ Mickens is still
I'll put it in the
available.
private chat.
All right. I know RJ Mickens is still available.
I got a
I
question.
know about Ransom. I know about Ransom in Ohio State, but I'm thinking there's got to be two or three more quality safeties over
A
there.
lot of people, Mike McKay likes
Malachi Moore.
Billy Bowman, but here's my issue with Billy Bowman. He's 5'10" and 192. We tried that once. I'm not interested in bringing another short safety.
That's
Malachi Moore.
Yeah, yeah. If you click that little arrow, you can collapse that profile up, Cody.
Yeah. So Jay Subs wanted to ask a question. Go ahead, Jay.
So the gentleman who had the allegations, did he get drafted anyway?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mike Green went to the
Mike
Baltimore.
Green. Yeah.
Or are you talking about Isaiah Bond?
Isaiah Bond.
We can talk about that because I'm down with that shit.
Yeah,
We sure
I
can.
wouldn't. I think he'll be clear to that after the draft. I really don't have any
So
issue.
by the way, if we're talking about what safeties are available, and again, we're picking the 85 So I don't even know if that's going to be doable for us. But RJ
Will y'all
Mickens,
trade up?
No,
We got
we're not.
assets.
No, we're not picking at 85.
What we picked 8.
where are we?
What? No. What if on the site you're on right now? If you go back up top and you go to rounds,
Rounds?
right?
Oh yeah, this is
Then
pretty cool.
you scroll down. We're picking like 12th on this list.
Oh yeah. Okay, we're at 114. All right, so that means that there's still one.
And then we're picking at 120 as well.
There's 13 different picks that we have to hope that the safety doesn't go in.
Right.
It's going to depend on where the board falls, but I know that the safeties.
Would y'all move up? We got assets.
We've already done a bunch of shit. I wouldn't rule it out, even though we probably shouldn't.
If it's a guy we like,
So we traded away to 85.
We did a bunch of trading yesterday.
Yeah, it's.
I'm lost.
I can't tell you all that. I can't tell you that.
I'm looking at Tennessee. I'm looking at Tennessee. Pick 103 on the clock. Is that legit?
Yes.
I
would take if he's there. I would take a Ransom from Ohio State.
Now, you said that Jalen Reed can rush he can be a rusher, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that he would be the best free safety to start for the Panthers, but he is a good safety. But he's a little more like Moerig. Like he's a good run stopper. I think he finished with like 2 to 4 sacks last season. So yeah, he can actually get to the quarterback. And maybe that's our big nickel.
Yeah, true. ESPN says he gets downhill when he reads and runs and beats the blockers to the point of attack. He has good stopping power and makes plays in pursuit, breaks on the ball. So right now, if I'm picking a safety, to me, it's between RJ Mickens and Jalen Reed. I think that both of these dudes are really good. I don't know that they're that true, free safety though. I know that RJ really kind of isn't, but
Cody, do you know if Malachi Moore got picked?
No, he's available. I like Moore.
That's who I'd go pick. Specifically because he is that center fielder.
Yeah, I like Malachi, but he's still a little short. I would like my safeties to be at least 6 foot, but maybe I don't always get what I want. So maybe I just.
Is there any other positions y'all want me to look at to see the best available?
Look about offensive line.
Yeah,
look at running back too.
Yeah, let's check out running back first, just because it's a deep class. So Scatterbo is the highest rated running back left on ESPN's list. So if y'all want to get them Bojangles endorsements, it's kind of happen fast,
I dare you. A double, triple dog.
I know. Now also, Cole's guy, and I think Dees was
in range, Cody.
Wondering about him too. Bayshaw Tootin is still available. That was the burner that blew up the combine with the 40 time.
Whoop whoop.
I think that needs to be valued.
He could do returns for us. Have somebody back there with Blackshear. Or cut Blackshear.
I was getting ready to say. I'm glad you said it, sir.
Whichever one. I'll put him back there in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I would if he could do returns, I would make him compete with Blackshear. But
sure, let one do punt return, let one do kick return. Who cares?
Right. Well, you also got to remember the kicking rule that we had last year is full time now, so you have to have 2 returns backer.
Yep.
What if we took
I got another Virginia Tech prospect for you. That's a burner.
Wait, Jay Stubbs, what'd you say?
I said it'd be funny if we took Shador as a backup.
Hey man, are y'all interested in a backup for Bryce Young? Shit.
I'm interested in a backup for Bryce Young if he falls to pick 208, but it's not Shador Sanders.
He's taking a kicker at 208.
Do y'all think he gets drafted today?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll get.
I'm going to throw this out there. Look for the Raiders or the Jets to be interested in him. I know before anybody screams, the Jets got Fields. Fields' contract, his real contract, is only 2 years long. Yeah. It's only 2 years.
Let's look at center. Seth McLaughlin's available.
What about tackle?
That's not a bad option. I've mocked him quite a few times, Cody.
Yeah,
I like that Jeffrey Bassa from
Bro,
that linebacker from Oregon.
That's not bad either. I've done that quite a few times, Kyle.
Drew Kendall, Jake Majors, and Jonah Monaheim are available if you did want to get some more depth at center. Tackle, Cameron Williams is still on the board from Texas. Logan Brown, Johnny Cornelius, Chase Lunt, Jalen Travis, Jack Nicholson. Damn, Jack Nicholson's in this draft.
This town needs an animal.
Yeah, quit playing golf.
Let me see, man. What else I want to look at?
I think it'd be hard for a lot of those guards and tackles and centers to even make the roster. I mean, I really do. I think they would get cut in training camp.
Hey, how y'all feel about Zach Kaiser at linebacker, man?
I've drafted him quite a few times. Would love to see it.
Hey, what do y'all feel about these tight ends, though? Gunnar Helms.
I don't see any tight end that I like. Gunnar, you know what? Gunner's. Let me explain. Gunner's an okay guy. I just don't see him effectively in the running game.
Right.
Am I wrong?
No, I feel like if we get another tight end, it needs to be like another Ian Thomas kind of build. But but not like a catching, like strictly blocking. Like give me somebody 285, and you're not going to catch the ball.
Well, what we need is a real fullback. They don't make them anymore.
You ain't lying.
No, they do, but they just turn them into tight end.
Let him catch a toss 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage after he pulls as a tight end.
Hey, but I'm throwback. I don't even need my fullback to catch anything. Hand him the ball and just let him move forward.
Right.
That's all I need. We get into 3 yards or less to the end zone. My fullback better touch it once.
I see Isaiah Bonds. I would draft Isaiah Bonds.
Yes, I would.
With the first pick of the 4th round. And
Let's fucking go, Pickle. I love that.
Wow, I would never thought Pickle would say some stuff like that.
Remember, Isaiah Bond has played for Bryce Young.
That's what it is. It's called a
Hey, Pickle, that ceiling he could get to would be fucking worth it too, sir.
Yeah,
I think that's a great.
And he has a history with Bryce. He's played with him before.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, man. So,
yeah.
By the way, the Houston Texans also drafted 2 receivers. So it's like
I like Tommy Jordan. I like Tommy Trimble a lot.
We can do it for us.
Tommy Jordan. Hey,
don't you disrespect Tommy Trimble.
Hey, he'll try to jump over you if there ain't anything else. He will try to jump over you.
Yeah, he got that shit figured out.
Yeah, he like a jump.
Does he?
Jumping his jump. I mean, you can't find another tight end likes to jump more than Tommy does.
He's like 1 for 4 now. He's got to figure it out. He's good.
Yeah, I'm like, his ratio isn't really great in the hurdling. I mean,
think the last time he did it, it finally worked, and we ain't seen it since.
Didn't he get hurt off trying to hurdle somebody?
Yeah.
Lord mercy, he should have went to the
See, in another lifetime, D, you tell me the truth. In another lifetime, that'd be a fullback, right?
Yeah, he would.
In another lifetime, he would.
Easily. Like not even a lifetime, just a decade and a half.
Right.
Maybe a generation, 25 years.
Yeah, something like that. Like I remember when a fullback. Hey, Pickle, do you remember William Floyd, who was like a fullback for the 49ers, like the year Steve Young and Dion and them won the Super Bowl? He was like number 40.
Yeah, the Titans just took Chimray Deke from Florida State.
Chimray Dike.
Who?
Chimray Dike.
D-I-K-E. I think
I never heard of the dude.
Transferred from Florida, from Wisconsin.
Hey, when I called him his last name, I called him.
That's why I could never announce the draft because I ain't gonna get my song ain't even gonna allow me.
I thought I heard him call Dyke on the game before. Is it not Dyke for real?
Yeah, it's
I'm not about to touch that with a 10 football.
D-I-K-E.
I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah. When she announced the pick, she said it was DK.
I thought Pickle Summer was bad. You know, I mean,
Huh?
Yeah, you could be a dyke.
I am lost.
Yeah, they might. You know, no, that's Pickle's name really is Pickle.
Picklesheimer. That's my real name.
Pickle Simon.
Picklesheimer. Yes. It's
Are
a
you
German name.
German?
Yeah, it's German, and they shortened it when they come over here.
So
Oh,
you
so it
are
was
a German from West
Picklesheimer's
Virginia that
And what year did you move,
migrated
sir?
to Tennessee.
Yeah,
No,
My
yeah, all
God,
right, D
man.
Money.
it's one
I'm
of
gonna
the
get too
Went to
complicated.
hiding.
Listen, you know what? Let's get
it's
this
one
right.
of the
My
it's one
mother's
of the
maiden
Tennessee
name is Lee. Her heritage is she was her however many great grandfathers was the brother of Robert E. Lee. This is a fact.
Robert E. Lee.
And it was the brother of my
The general.
great however many greats grandfather. Right.
And
And
she over there laughing.
yeah, I was born in Ohio, raised in West Virginia, had my son in North Carolina, become a Panther fan in North Carolina. Now I live in Tennessee.
Your new name is
And
Gumbo.
y'all wonder why Panther Pickle crazy.
Hey,
You're
so
not crazy. You just got a whole lot of shit in you.
Pickle,
You're a
your
salad.
original last name was that Pickleheimer's for such and such and such.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But you
39
related
letters
to
in your
Robert
last name.
E. Lee?
Yeah.
He said, yeah.
Get
And the
the fuck
heritage.
though.
Dude, it's. But if people go do that genealogy, I didn't do it. My uncle used to be in the Air Force, and he come over and he says, and I was a kid then, and he says, "You want to know how they spell Picklesheimer in German?" I said, "Dude, I ain't even learned how to spell that in American. What am I going to Germany to learn for?"
Oh my Jesus.
So,
Yeah, Pickle.
That's
You
a good
got all
name.
the great out.
By the way, these are the corners still available. Zah Frazier. I really
Why
like
is Jack Sawyer still on the board?
I don't know. We were talking about corner. Yeah, Frazier. I think Dorian Strong kind of rings a bell too.
Yeah, he's fast.
Kobe Bryant. We take him all the time in the mock drafts, and he's still available. He's way
Fuck,
down
man,
there
with
too.
Tootin.
I wouldn't mind Kobe, to be quite honest with you. I really
Yeah,
wouldn't.
Oh,
we got options.
dude. The
Well,
Your boy
Jaguars just
Tootin just
drafted
went to
baseball.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, the Jaguars drafted baseball.
Is he good?
Yeah, that's
He's
the
Yeah.
all right. He's
running
pretty
back.
fast.
He's a bird.
A 4.3.
there goes Tootin, man.
They
All right,
trying to
He's
get
fast
Lawrence
enough.
everything. They trying to get
Team
Lawrence everything now.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
about to see if
Scatterbo
Lawrence
let's
can
go.
do this thing. That's what they're doing. They trying to see if Lawrence is really the man. That's what they're trying to do. They gave him Travis Hunter and Tootin.
Yeah,
There's no
this
excuse.
kid's going to get some major playing time this year.
He
Y'all need to
is.
learn his name. I'm not lying to you.
Tootin,
Oh yeah,
he's
he's
not
gonna
gonna
play.
play. He's
Oh,
not
He's
he's
gonna
going to
got
play
play
this
burner.
over
year.
Tank
He's
Bigsby
got
or
some burner.
Trevor Etienne or Travis Etienne.
You don't think
Is
he's gonna play,
ETN
Evan?
still on the roster?
He's gonna play returner. That's what he's gonna play.
No,
Right.
they're gonna have a little two-headed little monster with that. They about to get
Well, they
creative with
already
that
have a
offense. I
two-headed
got a feeling.
monster.
Yeah,
They
they
already
have
have a
another
two-headed
running back
monster at
too.
running back. We have Tank Bigsby and Travis Etienne. Excuse me. Both
Boy, they
those.
about to
That's
have a
already a two-headed.
three-headed monster. More head, the
Uh,
better.
Hey, do you
hey,
think they're
Evan,
gonna
since
move
you're
on?
here, let
And
me
I
ask
meant it
you
how I
something.
said it.
If who's the odd man out?
Whichever one
Nobody.
gets
You
I
just
hurt
could see
rotate
first.
it.
them
I could
jokers. You
see
go
it
back to
being Travis
You're gonna
1995 where
need
you
all
just
of them,
hand the ball
Pickle.
off to anybody that'll take it.
I could see it being Travis Etienne mostly because he's on his last year. He's on his 5th-year option right now, and
Okay.
I love him because he's from Clemson, and he's a great player still.
Right.
Just had a
Right.
rough year last year. The team overall did, but
Mhm.
the fact
Isn't
that
he
he's in his
injury
last
prone?
year, they might be looking to move on from him, whether it's a trade or cutting him.
Right.
But I
Right.
would
Right.
see it probably being a trade. He's too good.
Let me
To
tell you what, I would love Travis Etienne here.
Right.
As
But
our
Hey,
wasn't he injured quite a bit at Jacksonville during his stretch?
no, just his rookie year, he had an unlucky Liz Frank injury, so he missed his
in
rookie
training
season.
camp. You know,
And then after that, he had a great year 2, and then year 3 was pretty good as well. I forget if that was the year he had 1,000 yards. I know he had 1,000 yards one of the more recent years, but then last year he was I don't. He might have been injured a little bit, but he had a little bit of an off year last year. I know.
The Giants are on the clock now.
Yeah.
I bet that the Jaguars get 2 or 3 primetime games this year after adding Hunter.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
yeah.
so.
They're gonna get
Absolutely.
Leave him
4 of them.
alone.
I look forward to it
Preseason,
too.
Sunday
Yeah, I
night
look forward to it.
football, Thursday night football,
Good
Monday
game.
night football, prime.
All in 1
He
week.
about to have the
Yeah,
Christmas
yeah, all
games.
in 1 week.
All in
To
1
me,
week.
that division is interesting.
Hey, bring the
Uh,
challenge. Bring the challenge. We'll do that all in 1 week.
And then they're gonna burn him out because he's gonna be the kick returner, the
And,
punt returner, the wide
and,
receiver, the
and,
corner.
You
and
talking
D
about
Money, you know
Travis
what's going to
Hunter?
happen next? The
What's
Cleveland
that?
Browns are going to have the first pick in the 2026 draft.
You damn right. Yeah.
Brown,
Yeah.
you got. Hey, we're not going to be like what we did. I can tell you that.
Okay,
We're not going to be like. They're not. The Jags ain't going to be like what the Carolina Panthers were.
all right, man. I hope not.
Right. Right.
I still
But they get
dream. I
out.
literally still dream of a Super Bowl with the Panthers versus the Jags. I just do.
Dude, if that happened,
I
that would be
dream of
almost
any
a.
Super
It would
Bowl
suck,
against
but
anybody that we
okay,
win.
Scottaboo the Giants.
Yeah.
Just taking
No,
Scotty.
no,
Damn.
no. I knew I hated
Oh,
them Northerners.
No.
Here comes the running
man.
back
No, we
run.
don't have to worry about us taking it.
No running back now. That shit dead.
All right,
No, they're still
Panther
We'll
playing.
get
I'm
fans,
our
just kidding.
safety.
I'm
brace
just kidding. I'm
yourself.
just kidding.
Brace yourself. It'll be all right. Okay.
They're gonna go get that boy from
Break
Auburn.
the streak. The streak.
Devin Neal's still out there too, I think.
I
They're
need
gonna
to
get,
know the
but you
depth
remember the
chart.
Hunter visited. You remember like Hunter
Yeah, I need
visited
to
a
know the
couple
Yeah,
of
Hunter
depth
times.
did
Didn't
visit.
chart.
The Auburn running back.
he? We
I
want
think you see
Andre
best available
Borregales.
RBs.
Whoever put there, which kicker they
Sure.
drafted?
Round
Andres
6. Round 6.
Borregales.
Don't worry.
Hey, hey,
D-Money. We'll
he
get him
might
then.
can push the start, y'all. Devin Singletary and Tyrone
Scotty
Tracy are
definitely
their
can.
starters.
Yeah, he definitely
Now
can.
Tracy
That's
had a heck of a year last year.
yeah, he
Right,
did. He was
Did
pretty good.
right.
He can push for running back too, though, behind Devin Singletary. I mean, Cam
Why? But
Scadaboo's got
see,
the talent.
can y'all answer this for me? Why does there have to be a number one running back? Why can't there just be a rotation of backs? Like it
But some
worked in the
teams do
past, and I
that.
think it can still work now.
You want a
Like,
New
but it's
England
always
Eagles
like
used
you.
to
It's
be a
not like
big
the
proponent of
receiver.
that.
Like you know, with a receiver, you kind of got to designate your one receiver, right? But with a running back, you don't have to. At least I don't feel you have to.
I ain't
Well,
mad at you, D
normally,
Money. You just want to
normally
put
how
two.
teams sometimes kind of do it is they'll have a 1-2 punch. They'll have one guy who's a power back, and then one guy who's more of an elusive, could be a receiving back on third down. At least that's how they used to do it. Nowadays, though, if you have a good enough running back, you only really use that guy, and sometimes bring in other
And
guys
see,
when that
that's
guy
why
needs a
you got,
breather.
and that's why the running back window is 3 to 4 years. You
Yep.
get
Yep.
me 2 to 3 running backs, get the rotation, divvy up them carries, and you know you already got that offensive line in place. You're saving the miles on your running backs, but you're still getting the production if
I'm
you got
fucking
the
Man,
dead
back.
inside.
man,
Big Chad, what's up, bro?
I'm dead inside.
You're
Uh,
dead
man.
He
inside.
lost
Oh,
his
here
bet
he
a
go
I
bit.
knew
again.
this was going to happen, bro. I did.
Yeah,
I knew this was
Scatterbo
going to
berry.
happen.
Man, go
Nope,
get some gumbo.
Scatterbo
You'll be okay.
berries.
It'll be all
you
right.
right, bro. You right. Go get some gumbo.
It'll be all right, man. It'll be all
hey,
right.
so what now, boys? Now there's no
Danny
Scatterbo.
Stutzman.
Right.
What are we hoping for?
Isaiah Bond.
I still,
Ransom. Get post the ransom.
yeah, Ransom is still there. Yeah, the Ohio State safety I like. Now we're the Patriots up next. Who's the Patriots going to take?
Who
Another
cares? Stutzman,
offensive, probably Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, probably a
Probably.
wide receiver.
If
He's
they did,
everything
I'm
I
gonna
want
start
gone in the
screaming.
first
I'm
5
gonna start
picks.
screaming quarterbacks just because I
Because
know
I'm
he's going to be
telling you, they're
responded.
loading. New England this whole draft really has been doing nothing but giving Drake May every weapon they could
Right,
possibly find. You
right,
done gave him Big Will Campbell in tears talking about he will die to protect that man. Why can't we ever find the offensive linemen that want to die for the quarterback? And then they went out there and got them another receiver and so forth.
right.
These
What
guys are gunning up. Look at the
now?
Texans. 2 receivers for C.J. Stroud. I'm
Now,
telling
Travion
you.
Henderson
now,
for
now,
the
D Money. We drafted a running.
Patriots
We
too.
drafted a left tackle once who guaranteed that Cam Newton would not have to worry about getting attacked.
Well, he was a
Guaranteed
damn
it.
lie.
The
Is
day
that
we
Greg
drafted
Little?
him, and Greg Little sucked from then on out.
Yeah.
Woodson
Hey
for
man,
They
the
we got
really did give him the right last
we
name
got
at birth.
we got
Craig Woodson, safety, California.
Crane back on the show live. What's up, bro?
Well, but safety's off the board.
Yep, Woodson's gone.
Knox man, you there? You're muted, brother.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
about
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm here.
What's up, bro?
Yeah.
What's up, bro? How you living, man?
What's up? Hey, hold on. Hold on right quick.
Hold on, man.
while
So,
he's holding on, would y'all be cool with drafting Stutzman and maybe converting him to safety? Could you see it as a possibility?
Oh,
He's 6'4", 235, right?
I would draft Stutzman, and whatever he could do, he could do. Honest, I would
I mean,
just play him an inside linebacker.
I don't know if I would
in their
convert
thought
him, but I'm
process.
cool with taking him. But I don't know about converting him to safety.
Yeah,
he's fast.
I would take him and kind of go from there. So,
And to
I
that
definitely
point, I would take Bossa from Oregon and convert him to safety because that's the position he played before he played linebacker.
The pick is in.
What you mean in high school?
Yeah. So like he played safety in all through high school, and then like his first year of college, and then he I think he transferred. No. He stayed in Oregon, and he switched from strong safety to linebacker.
Who?
And
What's his name? Kyle?
Bassa.
Jeffrey Bossa from Oregon.
Cody, see if he's on this list.
Wait, who?
Yeah, he's available.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Bossa.
Yeah.
From Oregon.
Sometimes
Yeah, he was
safety. Right there in front of you.
His ass up. Quite a few.
Hey,
Who did
boys,
the Patriots take?
hold on, real quick. We got our boy Jake the Snake back on the show. Jake, what up, dude?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. I got a car full. I'm in Statesville right now, leaving the McDonald's. But hey, I'm about to have a good time though.
That's my old stomping grounds, brother.
Get them nuggets.
Jake got a fish sandwich. Don't let him fool you.
Nah, I got a Big Mac. You already know.
Got a McRib.
And Statesville is like 60 miles from my hometown.
Damn, how many picks did the Jaguars have, bro?
They just took Jack Kaiser, bro. They're killing it. Good shit.
Some of them a gun. I really was hoping he was a dog
Jack
horse.
Kaiser went to Jacksonville from Notre Dame, linebacker.
That's a good pick for them.
That is a good pick.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. He was supposed to have been a Panther. Wrong cat.
Evan says he likes it anyway, D.
I would expect he would.
Let me see what this looks like.
Cody Lindenberg's down there too. He's good as well. He couldn't play safety for us. I don't think we should draft it next. We need to focus on the secondary. But I like Lindenberg. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Is Kobe? Oh man,
Eric Carter's there too.
Evan Kaiser kind of plays like Puzzles than he used to back at Penn State.
Hey, Zy Alexander from LSU, a corner, is still on the board.
Yeah, I was looking at him. Hold on.
Yeah, Zy Alexander.
So I like. Hold on, look. There are two names I like. I like Zaw Frazier. Zaw Frazier's 6'3", 186. He's tall, fast. Like this guy represents physical upside. I would really like to draft him and see what we can do with a guy of that speed. Ran a 4.36. Come on, man. That's the corner that I'm wanting right there. Zaw Frazier from UTSA.
Yeah, we talked about him a few times. Yeah, he's got the measurable. He's an athletic freak for sure.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Don't forget Rob McDaniel at safety, man, later on.
Yeah.
The Raiders pick is in.
The Raiders are on the clock. They're picking in.
I think Rappaport was saying something about how there is a GM that is willing to take Shador today. What team do y'all think would take Shador?
Cowboys.
All of them now. It's the fourth round. All of them are taken.
The Jets or Raiders. That's my prediction.
Jets or Raiders.
Cowboys would be hilarious.
I think, to tell you the truth, I think now that he's in the fourth round, he's fair game to the majority of the team.
Right. He goes in as a prospective backup.
Right. So, yeah, like, but now he could go, man, he could be anywhere. He could be Jaden Daniels backup by the time it's all said and done.
He could be Caleb Williams backup. The Bears are
He could be Bryce Young's backup because next year is Bryce's fifth-year option year.
Jim Money, how would you feel if the Panthers drafted
Man, look, just for the chaos that would ensue within
You ain't
Panther
lying,
City,
bro.
just for that,
He
I
sells
would
some
be here.
jerseys, that's for sure.
I would be there for that. Like, just I would be that Elmo with the fire burning around him, and like I would be oblivious to the fire. I would just be with the popcorn.
To see Panthers,
Oh, you Raiders, I hate you.
to go from
Who'd they take, Pickle?
being on two different teams. Are you on
Dante Thornton?
Damn.
Bad pick.
I got him in the 7th round in a couple of my mocks. That's a good pick, though.
I'm behind.
Jesus Christ, he's fucking
Yeah,
huge.
I'm watching it on my computer.
Yeah,
Running
Thornton's
slower
big and
today,
fast.
too.
Oh, trade
6'4",
Buffalo's
running like
on
that.
the clock at
Sheesh.
pick 109.
Wait, they took another running back?
No, they took
Wide receiver. Oh, okay, yeah.
Dante.
6 picks to go. We're on the clock. 6 picks.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go, Diesel Skills. Who you think it's going to be?
Man, this taking forever.
I mean, I won't read right here. I've been a
Brady Swinson.
See, he looks Randy
no,
Moss
not 3
like.
damn edges in a row. That don't even make no sense. We need to get somebody in secondary.
I'm calling it Kobe Bryant.
Let's just go crazy and get Jack Sawyer and let him fight it out.
We're picking at 149.
They traded the pick to Buffalo.
But then we're on the clock again.
I do want, I was just going to say that, Cody. I want to point out that we're going to pick in 6 picks, and then 7 picks are going to go, and we're going to pick again.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Nobody listened.
Chicago.
They traded the pick to the Bills.
I heard that,
Bills
Pickle.
won.
The Bills are awesome, bro.
Let me find the Bills.
Is my laptop too loud?
Y'all keep it up. Y'all keep it up. I'm gonna have to bring out the ice cream already.
Oh shit!
I want to get that ice cream.
No, before work already.
Ice cream and coffee. Ice cream. I'm still drinking coffee. Ice cream and coffee. See how it works.
Yeah.
You ain't lying.
No. See, that's an OG starter kit. You gotta have the coffee and the ice cream. The only thing you missing is what I got.
I feel like we need some Danish in here or something, for God's sakes.
I don't think we trade up y'all at
Ain't
all.
a Danish a day in my damn life, bro. Ain't in the country boy starter kit.
Danish. What do we
Y'all
have
like that draft hat?
from
That draft
New
hat's
York?
smooth, bro.
We're talking about donuts. I want some
go
cream
pick
donuts, boys.
Give me a damn donut. Get lay the light on.
We saw some Otis Spunkmeyer Danishes. They are the shit, bro.
Yo, down here, we got this
Hey, Chris,
bakery
you wanna
called
go-
Sandra's
you wanna go get
Bakery.
some donuts?
Man, them donuts, man, look, I'm going to tell you now, they are addictive. I do believe if the police was to test those donuts, that somebody would get arrested, yo. I'm telling you, this lady has been putting these donuts out for 30 years, man, and I've never had a bad donut. And the donut holes, my God, get you a thing of coffee and some donut holes, you living the life, bro. You living the life.
Now,
They
deep
must
money,
put
I
some
did that
special
once, and you know
stuff
what I
in
had to
there,
do? I literally had to fight 3 dogs over them donut holes.
What the hell?
I had to fight all 3 of my dogs. Had this bag of donuts, donut holes with my coffee. Had to fight 3 dogs. That's a
Man,
fact.
I would have ate it in the car.
I've done that. I have done that. I have done that.
Just so they
Y'all
wouldn't annoy your ass.
see a guy with a big family parked an hour early at work in his car alone. Leave him alone, boys. Leave that
leave
man
him the
alone.
hell alone. That used to
That's
be
the
me, bro.
only place. That's the only place he'd have some peace and quiet.
My driveway, bro. My driveway.
Hey,
Literally,
Pickle-
them little
and
jokers be
Pickle-
running around. Daddy. I locked the door.
Yeah.
And Pickle shares his peace time
Oh,
with
wow,
us
Deion
sometimes
Walker
to
went
have
to
the
Buffalo,
pickle the
There you
pickle
go,
order
Deion
in the
Walker.
morning.
You're
Deion
right.
Walker going to the
Deion
Buffalo
Walker
Bills.
went to Buffalo.
The
Jesus.
rich gets richer, bro. The rich gets richer.
They traded up for him.
6'7",
worried about it.
330 pounds. Just an absolute behemoth.
Oh, that's a big boy. That's a big boy.
That
Big
is a
boy.
he.
Shane McDermott, calm your ass down, bro.
He trying to get that ring, bro. He trying to get that ring. He done got that MVP.
Mahomes,
He got that MVP on the thing.
yeah, he ain't looking to beat Patrick Mahomes. He looking to bury Patrick Mahomes.
That's what you
He's
gotta
so
do,
with
man.
the Eagles here.
You ain't lying, Pickle. You ain't lying.
He saw what the Eagles did.
It's like, all right, he gonna get in his face
They
and
went
beat
all
him the fuck
defense,
up.
huh?
They
They went all
The
copycat.
only
defense.
way you're gonna beat Mahomes too. Exactly how
Three out
Hold
of
on.
four
Carolina.
Somebody
picks for the
said get
Bills on the
some
defensive
salted
line.
donuts.
Yeah, they took JT Sanders earlier.
They got him.
It
That's
was
a
a
nice
salted
draft for
donut.
them. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Hey,
ain't playing.
anybody heard of a
Donut.
salted donut?
That's nasty.
Salted donut?
It even
Somebody
sounds
said
nasty.
go to the salted donut. It was just on the screen. It said something about a salted donut.
Kyle, they don't know about them duck donuts though. That shit will challenge
Oh no, I know
Carolina.
about
I
Duck
ain't gonna. I
Donuts.
ain't
They
gonna
used to
start
have
a
one in
war with
Spring
nobody
Lake.
though,
Them Duck
Kyle.
No,
Donuts hit.
I go to Dunkin' Donuts because
No.
I ain't say,
No, Duck,
we ain't say
Duck,
Duncan. We ain't say Duncan.
D-U-C-K,
Duck.
I don't know
DUCK.
Black,
nothing about no
Yeah,
damn
yeah, yeah.
Black,
So
Aflac.
Tortillas said salted donut is the
Aflac. I
first
don't need
place.
no damn Aflac
I
donut.
knew
That's the
Kyle was
damn
gonna
spot.
feel me. Hey, we got one here, Kyle, in Greenville. I'm about to fuck with it today.
Man, I got one. I got one right down the road.
I know you do. You have one of the first ones.
Yeah, Duck's a shit.
Hey, Pickle,
Yep.
you're
For
not
real.
the only Pickle, you're not the only German. Mossy Man says his last name is also German.
Cody, we
Mosta.
might need a poll for favorite
Is he
donut
Pickle
spots today,
Simon
bro.
too?
Yo, if you get a chance, go to the depth chart of the Bills defensive line.
Yeah, loaded.
That ain't normal.
He said that ain't normal.
Do they have a lot of defensive linemen, Pickle?
Well, good, man.
Well, they got Greg Rosen.
They got all that. Still can't beat Mahomes. Though.
On one side. They got Daquan. Well, they just said they got Daquan Jones as a starter with Ed Oliver and Joey Bosa. Behind
Jesus
Joey Bosa,
Christ.
they had AJ Epenezer. Behind Ed Oliver, they got Larry Obijobi.
I like Larry
Daquan
Evans. He went
Jones.
to Charlotte.
Before you even talk about any of the rookies,
Behind Daquan Jones, they got JT Sanders, and behind Greg, they got Michael from the Rams up. I can't pronounce his last name. So, but and even then they took Landon Jackson also already.
They stacking up that D line. They're trying to do what
Somebody
the
getting
Eagles
cut.
did
What
to
it
the
sound like?
Chiefs.
Yeah.
Damn.
Jackson won't get cut.
Well, Daquan Jones is probably on the last year.
Mm.
Daquan Jones, I'm
Well,
pretty
that
sure on
man's
his last.
33 years old.
That man's our age out that bitch running around. Ain't no fucking way.
Hey, boys, can y'all hear me good? Is my microphone still working?
You're
Yeah,
clean
you good.
today, Cody.
I hear you good, bro.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got me some coffee now. Shit.
There you go.
Jackson and Walker both 6'7". I mean, you talk about big guys on the field.
Yeah.
Can you imagine them both out there together?
Jackson Trey, let's get it.
The Chiefs better get them
You know
all
what I
line.
do? You know what I do, D's? I'd put Jackson. I'd put him at running back and hand him the ball. Say go forward.
Yeah, Landon. Yeah, that'd be nasty.
And,
That'd be
on the
crazy.
goal line, I'd give him the ball and say go forward.
Like the fridge.
Fat boys need love too.
That's a fact.
I'm so
You
curious to hear
might
about
be
the
only
draft.
get away with that one play game because he'll be might
Oh,
have to
it's
sit on the
definitely
bench
one
after that.
play per drive.
Hey, how many picks are we away?
Yeah, but hey,
We're
but
soon,
if they were to outlaw the tush push, though, if they was to outlaw the tush
Well,
push,
it's 4 or
you
5
can't
picks.
tell me on the goal line or on the
Why don't you
2-yard
give that
line or
big
something,
bitch a
and you
fullback?
see them hand Landon Jackson, 6'8", 285 pounds, to hand him the fucking ball. Like, there ain't nobody
I'll
gonna want
knock
to
him in the
tackle
dirt.
him.
And by the way, we're 4 picks away, Jake. 4 picks away.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Jets are on the clock. Their picks in,
Hey,
and then
I
we
got two
Philadelphia
guys I'm
after.
looking at right now.
Yeah,
I'm
go ahead,
looking
Mark.
at that running back out of Oklahoma. That running back out of Oklahoma State, that Gordon dude, and I'm looking at that cornerback out of Louisville, Quincy Riley. Those are 2 guys I'm looking at right now.
So we met with Ollie Gordon as one of our top 30 visits.
As
Gordon,
well as my bad, D's.
I was gonna say, isn't Gordon almost 230 pounds? That's all I want to say.
Yeah.
Be the power back, D's.
Brian
All
McCarthy,
of our
NFL
safeties are still
PR guy.
there.
Brian
Jets got Smith
McCarthy,
from Georgia.
the NFL PR guy, has put out a notice to all the fans at the draft in Green Bay. to leave their drones at home. Restriction area in the drones, and it's been a known drone area by the FAA. The violation of this, the violation of this, will be a federal offense.
Yeah.
Is this guy any good?
That must be a CK rule.
Well, I don't know what the fuck's going on with Twitter. Twitter won't let me go live. You can't watch this stream on Twitter. I don't know what to do.
Elon wants his money, bro.
Fucking Elon. What the fuck?
Close your app and reopen it.
I did. I've done all that stuff. But StreamYard is telling me that
they announced the Eagles pick already too.
Yeah, I think we're back. Yeah, it's back on Tony's.
Arian Smith to the Jets.
All right, yeah, we're live on both of them. We're back.
Andre
Robinson to Nebraska.
And then Ty Robinson to Nebraska, a defensive tackle.
That's a big,
Oh,
that's a
dang,
big behemoth as well.
They just took Ty Robinson, the Eagles. Dang.
Yeah.
Wow.
You would maybe take him.
And this is why once you build your draft, this is example for Panther fans. Once we get the starters established, you never just give up. You always draft a guy that a lot of people say, hey, he could start. And if you catch him in these rounds, whether you feel a need, that's what you take.
This was the guy that Twan was telling us about that he liked a lot. Yeah, I remember that.
New Orleans takes next.
Dude, the fucking rich get richer, huh?
Again.
Bro, that's where I want to be, though, where all of our drafts, we're picking 32, and we're just amped because we get the sleeper that falls all the way that shouldn't be there for us, and we take them anyway. That's the dream, baby.
Right.
Come on.
It definitely is, Cody. I'm with you on that.
Right.
Yeah, man.
The slobs from New Orleans is on the clock.
Let's see what kind of dumb shit they're gonna do today, Pickle.
Bro, did y'all see that Twitter Spaces that was going around of Saints fans fucking crashing out after
what does he do for me?
He said, "What? I've been a fan for 30 years, bro. That dude just shit to me again."
Are they having a bad draft or something?
Or they drafted Tyler Shuck, and they fucking didn't want that guy.
Wow.
They're gonna regret not taking Shador. I'm gonna just go ahead and throw that out there.
Well, they could take Shador here.
They could.
If I was them, that's what I'd do.
Take 2 quarterbacks? No way.
Yeah,
why not?
nobody there today.
Yeah, they do. The Redskins did it. A few years, the Redskins have done it, and a lot of people have done that. The Redskins did it.
They went all defense too.
And they took Kirk Cousins. The Patriots did it last year when they took May in the first, and they took
Milton. I forgot about
Milton in the sixth.
Right, boys,
And then they traded Milton to the Cowboys
2 more
for
picks.
a fourth pick.
And then the Panthers are about to be on the board after San Fran. The pick is in for New Orleans.
I wonder who we pick, man. I'm curious what they're gonna do.
R.J. Mickens from Clemson.
Oh, you son of a dog! The Saints took Danny Stutzman.
They got a stud right there.
That sucks to come that close to Stutzman and not get him, but we need to go secondary. That's fine. I think Frazier reads the pick here.
Well, all of the safety prospects are still on the board, pretty much.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they took more linebacker in this round than I thought they would.
Still taking Jack Sawyer.
Now, let me tell you this. I also would like Jalen Reed from Penn State. He's 6'2", I like him pretty. I like him. Lathan Ransom, I still like him. Those are my 2 top safeties. My personal opinion, mind you.
I don't know. Right now, I think I would take safety with our second pick right after.
I might would double dip on safety. I ain't gonna lie.
Damn. Right on Paris. That's dope.
Who's the best available right now, Cody? Do you know?
You get the right
Yeah,
people.
so, what position? We have to kind of look for.
Frazier, Sampson, Sawyer, Horton.
Oh, here we go. I got it overall.
Reed.
I wish we could send all the Saints fans to France. Let's do that.
Can y'all see this? So these are all the best players available, regardless of position.
Stephen Cajun's great comment.
Yeah.
Did anybody having Shador fall in this? Like, is this like legit?
I mean, I didn't see him going to the fourth, but I didn't think he was a first round pick.
Do y'all not want to go tight end?
Who's there?
At this point, we can go anywhere, bro. BPA.
Yeah, I'm damn near open anything until you get to
Hunter
safety.
Helm is there.
What's up with linebacker too?
I
Cody?
don't.
I need to see
Yeah,
that.
y'all laugh at me if you want to. I don't see any. Well, no, I like Mason Taylor. I thought he was already off the board. Yeah, he is off the board. What am I looking at? Oh, I got you. I'm in the wrong screen. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, I don't see a lot of the linebackers or tight ends. Now, I could be entirely wrong. I just don't see any of the linebackers I like. I'm sorry. I don't even like Cody's cousin, who's still on the board.
How dare you, Pickle?
Well, it is what it is.
What's up with Barrett Carter? Is he already gone?
I knew I couldn't
No,
trust
he's still on the board. 49ers.
German last names, you know.
They do have an Alabama. They do have an Alabama tight end. Did he used to play with Bryce? He sure did.
Panthers are on the clock, guys.
Yeah, they sure are.
Who'd San Francisco pick?
All right, no spoilers. Cody's got to do it.
Yeah, so no spoilers. Let me read it out.
This is the Jonathan Mingo trade. This is who we're taking from trading Jonathan Mingo.
Thank you for telling me that.
Never
Dee.
trust
I did
the
not know
German.
that.
Remember that.
Oh wow, yeah, great comment. This is what'd you say, Deez? That this is the trade pick for Mingo?
Yes, this is what we got for Jonathan Mingo, Dallas's 4th round pick, selection 114.
We get ready to level up these.
All right, boys. So I turned off the chat so I can't see it. We're just gonna wait
CJ
until
West
we see.
to the 49ers.
Who's to the 49ers?
But hey,
CJ
Evan,
West.
don't call out the Panthers pick though.
Just saying who the Niners are picking.
Yeah, I got you. CJ West, defensive tackle.
The pick is in for the Panthers. We knew exactly who we wanted. We took no time with it at all, guys.
Damn.
Yeah, these picks are going to be going quick here eventually.
Hey, I wonder if we're gonna be picking from Germany.
Kyle, don't spoil it if you know it.
I don't know it. I'm just getting pumped,
You
man.
excited. I thought that's what it was. I was just being safe.
Let's go.
Oh shit! Hold on to your
Pickle's so
pennies.
far ahead of us.
Hold
Oh,
on to
no,
your pennies. That's all I'm going to tell you.
No, we didn't do that, Pickle.
Evan, I hope you're sitting down, man.
I wear draws,
Down?
Pickle.
Pickle.
Hold on to your drawers.
Pickle.
Or hold on to your significant other's drawers, whichever you prefer.
Yo, Cody, is it what I think it is, bro?
Yeah, oh my God! If it's that, it might be the way he's acting. Jesus,
Bro, is
It's nobody I would have
We
thought of.
just drafted Shannon Sharp.
oh no, bro. Not Uncle Shay Shay.
No Shay Shay. No Shay Shay.
No Shay Shay, bro.
Oh,
Twitter pickle commercial.
No, of course it
Yeah, like I said, y'all, I can tell you if you want me to.
no, I'm not. I'm really about to cut my volume down on my own. I am. We'll find out on my own.
I am in other. We
We traded the pick for Deshaun or Massage Watson.
let me
Wait, hold on.
let me just say,
You can't, Pickle. You can't.
Yeah, you can't say nothing, Pickle. Shut up. Shut up, Pickle. Hey, we got my man. We got my man Truce back on the show. Truce, what's up, bro? Yo, Truce, you there, bro? Truce, you muted, man.
When y'all did this in the first round, I legit thought we had took Kelvin Banks Jr. I thought we took the tackle. With the way y'all were freaking out on the
I
on the
thought it was
first night.
Mikkel. I thought we took like Mark Stewart or
Okay.
Mikkel when Pickle was like.
Yeah, y'all remember you can't say nothing, but
Oh wow. Okay.
yeah, D-Money, you know who I'm talking about.
Where are we
Oh.
seeing this?
Oh.
Where's everybody seeing it?
Hey.
I tell you what, there's a site on Twitter. It's at NFL Trade or at NFL Trade _rumors. They're putting it out before the post I'm looking at's 2 minutes old already. They've been right all year. They've been right all summer, all draft time.
I'm not gonna look. I'm gonna find out when they called the pick.
Yeah. I don't want anybody to go to that if you don't want
I'm
to.
not looking at the comment section. I'm not looking at nothing. I'm gonna check my coffee. That's what I'm gonna do.
I just went to that account and I don't mind it. I'm not gonna say who it is, but I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
mind
not.
it.
I don't. I'm not gonna act like I haven't looked at him a lot.
They showed it
to
on
me,
the
he's
screen.
quite a.
They're showing it on the screen for NFL Network. I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah,
I'm not watching NFL Network.
Whoa!
The brother of
Carolina
our boy.
Panthers select Trevor Etienne from Georgia. Whoa! Ran a 4.42 40-yard dash.
Hey, I just saw it. I ain't gonna call it out unless y'all have. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Cody just called it.
Let's go.
Yo, now, hey, Evan, does he do returns?
Let's go.
Can yeah.
I just feel they're going to draft somebody. I think they're going to draft somebody to take over for Blackshear.
I'm proud of Dan Morgan for doing that shit in case Jonathan Brooks doesn't come back, bro. I don't think he is.
I kind of wish
This that
though
Jameer
Trevor
Gibbs
went
right
to
here.
Clemson like his brother.
Right.
Man,
a Georgia boy, y'all. A Georgia boy.
I thought we were about to take a Clemson guy. I thought that's who it was at first.
So
Pickle was
am
like,
I
surprised.
Am I behind? Did the Panthers already pick already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I just seen it. They picked their running back.
Trevor Etienne from Georgia.
Man, I was going to tell you they took a long snapper, but Kyle.
He got any highlights?
Does anybody got a problem? Like I just got back on the mic. Does anybody have a problem with what happened? Yes or no?
I don't have a
I'm reading his
problem,
stats
but
right
I
now.
didn't. Trevor Etienne was never on my board.
Yeah, that's to me. I don't have a problem with him at all. I never had him on my board.
Remember,
I know that next Panther pick better be a safety or a corner.
I remember my boy Dezil Skills bringing it up. Is that not true, Deez?
He ran a 4.42.
Definitely said some shit about that before.
So my man can run. He can really, really run. He ran a 4.42. Him and his brother, dude. Travis Etienne is a Clemson.
So we really got 3 running backs that are gonna be contributors, Cody. That's what I'm hearing. That's wild.
I'm just at a loss for words. Like I said, I did not see it coming. I really didn't.
But boys, we have another pick coming up here in a couple minutes.
And that's what I'm saying. You put yourself in position to do that, Cody. That's the best part of it. Like I'm cool with that. If we didn't do what we were supposed to, we did that.
I'm hoping we get some Jameer Gibb level kind of like vibes with it. Like he just jumps out on them. Like just maybe he just has a big year or something. I just didn't have. They really are gonna see for sure if Bryce is the man. This is what that's really telling me. They're really
Simon
going
of the
on
Cardinals.
Hey, Cody, look at the private chat.
Chat saying run some highlights.
That may not bode well for Brooks with that bad injury he had. That may not bode well at all.
That what it makes me think is they don't think that Brooks will be able to take a snap any this year. That's what that tells me. And then when it gets to that point, it's like when it gets to that point, you kind of got to look to the future. I just don't think I thought if they was going to get a running back and it won't scatterbo, I didn't think it was going to be this early. But I see the vision. But Why? Like we said in the
No,
spaces
I have,
about
uh,
2 weeks ago, we do not know like what Dan is really thinking.
Right. Shout out to
I got
John Ellis
Trevor.
for providing
I've
this
got
content.
Trevor. Yeah, I have Trevor Etienne up on screen. This is Trevor Etienne, man. This is our new player.
Dolphins traded to Houston.
Yeah, him catching the football in the
He got a
backfield. That's what I want to
2026
see.
third.
That's good
Holy
stuff.
cow.
Earlier in this clip, he had some good footage of running in between tackles.
I
Damn,
like
look
his.
at
I like his
look at
field
that.
vision.
The
That
breakaway.
field vision looks good.
He's explosive, bro.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. He's like his brother, man. Evan, I like this, bro. I've always
Did he
thought
play a
like
lot last year?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Now you really see what Dave Canellis brings to this organization, because I feel like if we had a different head coach, we don't make a pick like this. Dave is getting that offense right, man.
And he
Like,
receives the ball out of the backfield too.
Yes, sir. He can be a third down
Right.
back.
Right.
well, look, Dowdell got some competition to go behind Chuba.
Cody, what was his stats last year? Do you know?
I have to look.
I
Yeah,
think
dude,
with
that's
Georgia,
power.
it'll be misleading because they got multiple backs. So I don't know if the numbers are going to really tell the true story on ETN.
What if our future is
post
ETN and Brooks?
That,
What
if
if
that's the
three?
future,
What if
you looking
3 years
ahead.
down? You know what I mean? What if 3 years down the road, those are our backs? Is that a good? Is that a good look?
Yeah,
If Brooks is healthy, yeah.
his stats for rushing. I'm gonna go 3 years. 22. He was for Florida, 118 carries, 719 yards, 6.1 average, 6 touchdowns. In 23 for Florida, he had 131 carries, 753 yards, 5.7 average with 8 touchdowns. For the first year in Georgia in 24, he had 122 carries, 609 yards, 5.0 average, and 9 touchdowns. Receiving, his first year, he only had 9 catches. And no use talk about. In second year in Florida at 23, he had 21 catches, 172 yards, 1 touchdown. And for Georgia, he had 32 catches for 194 yards and 0 touchdowns.
Dude, I love it, man. Dude, he reminds me obviously of his brother. Dude, and I like that comment too by Double JR.
Yeah.
He says it looks like Jahmyr Gibbs to me.
Yeah,
I like that,
the
bro.
broken tackles. Did you see all the broken tackles he had?
I know. Dude's a beast, man.
Yeah, in Florida, he did do returns.
Now that's more intriguing to me. I wouldn't mind ETN this year doing a lot of our returning while he gets acclimated.
Absolutely.
He looks pretty fast.
Getting 4 picks.
Bro, we gotta go safety or corner. We really do got.
What's our next pick after that, Cody? Do you know?
They're going BPA, bro. What it looked like.
Yeah, that really is what it looked like, but I just want one more secondary member to be truthful.
5 more picks and the Panthers are on the clock.
Yeah. After that one, though, what's our next one?
I don't know. You have to pick or something.
A lot of y'all screaming. He's in the chat. He's just a receiving running back. Y'all, the old-fashioned power running backs are kind of non-existent. Most teams don't use them anyway. This is kind of the average running back now. From the clips I'm watching and of Dow proved last year he's not just a receiving running back.
Yeah. I
don't. Dowdle had 1,000 yards, if I'm correct, right?
Nickel, I think all of these dudes have a very versatile skill set.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're rebuilding the offense in a good way. And I think we fans need to forget the history of the Panthers in a lot of ways, because that's history and the future is the future.
Hey, and the thing is, we help. And the big thing you got to think about it also is when you look at it in totality, the pieces we brought in on defense, right? Just in free agency. and then you plug in the Scorton, and you plug in Princely, right? We've already helped make the defense better.
Cody
So,
Mark.
yeah, we're not done yet. We still got more picks. Why not try to get Bryce some more weapons? Let's really try to go for this thing.
Yes, I agree.
And I feel that the board has done us a favor throughout these 3 days, to be quite honest. Just the way the board is filled, it's been a way to put us in a position. Because like the guy said earlier, it might have been in the spaces. But Scorton at certain points last year had a first round grade. And Princely had high grades. And just the way the board fell, we was in a good position to grab them. So
Rams
I'm
traded
really
up.
happy how things have played out so far.
Yeah, I am too, D. I think they
Woody
attacked this
Mark,
draft.
he just went. Yeah,
Who
that's a
just
good
went?
one. That's a
They
good
went about this.
weapon.
They went about this draft the right way,
Woody
going
Mark
with.
to the Texans. I'm
Draft
sorry,
Bryce
dude.
Hunter, running back from Auburn, to the Rams.
I put it like this: the Rams is one of those teams. Just take running back, put him back there, and he's gonna be successful with them McVay schemes and stuff. All you gotta do is just plug in a running back. I tell you.
But with the way that we have built this offensive line, I love that pick.
That
We
is a
have the
nice pick.
burner. Now we have the burner. Now we have the strong guys to barrel through. We have the offensive line depth. We got a number one wide receiver. Oh, we're fucking cooking, dog. Come on, man.
Now we can just convince Shot Tuttle to give his money back and maybe walk away.
And by the way, everybody beat it.
If we get another D tackle, I think so.
Dude, there's still a bunch of really good safeties that are left on the board.
We need it.
This is not a wasted pick, man. This is a great pick.
Atlanta's pick is in. I'm sorry, Cody.
Baby, shut the hell up, bro. You don't know football. Yeah,
I want to
said.
start some shit. Draft Jets, so I'm going to cut Clowney.
You know, I'm surprised G Baby doesn't want to help out Bryce.
Yeah, well,
An F.
I've been trying to talk to him. I've been trying to talk with him to it.
The issue with this pick is G Baby's scared this dude's going to take Brooks' job.
He just did.
No, Pickle, he likes this pick. He likes this pick. He said
I got you. I misread that. My apologies.
It's the only pick he liked, though. That's the thing. It's the only pick he liked.
Bowman's gone. Bowman's drafted.
Yeah, he said it was an F, but now
we got a D.
Right. Right.
Billy Bowman Jr. to the Falcons.
I don't like Atlanta got him.
I'm gonna wait until we take a game and then I'll put up the poll.
Was it Atlanta or the Saints that grabbed Watts?
I think it would have been the Saints.
I think it was the Falcons.
Billy Bowman.
Okay.
Billy Bowman Jr. to the Falcons.
Yo, guys, can y'all imagine just with the way this draft was set up, what the NFC South is going to be in like 3 to 4 years, man?
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be a dogfight, man. With
really
a book in Tampa Bay and all that. The South is about to rise again.
They got Walker too, didn't they?
There's about to be some crazy QB shit in the South, bro.
Bro, Atlanta has a crazy backfield now, boys.
So they went and drafted 2 edge rushers in the first round, and now they have 2 safeties here in the later rounds.
Yeah.
Okay. Building the defense.
Let's remember this pick, this running back pick was basically a dump Mingo provided us. We basically traded Jonathan Mingo for Trevor Etienne.
Oh my God! Really? That's perfect.
Hey, Etienne gonna have more receiving touchdowns than Mingo had at Carolina.
Hey, cheers to the Dallas Cowboys for that one, boys. I love it. I appreciate the hell out of you for that.
Does
Dallas.
Jonathan Mingo have any receiving touchdowns at all?
I think we got about the same amount of NFL
I got as
touchdowns
many
as
as
me.
Jonathan Mingo.
Okay, so Trevor Etienne has already the same amount of touchdown as Jonathan Mingo has, and Jonathan Mingo's been in the league for a couple years, right?
And he's just been just as
It look
productive in
like
the
year
NFL.
4, year 3 or 4.
Barrett Carter.
To the Bengals? If so, that's not bad. It is. Damn.
Bro, we just
To be
refused
truthful,
some players.
I have
had
no
hope for that,
idea who
Cody.
you
I
about to
wanted
pick.
Barrett Carter for a while, bro. I'm sorry.
I know
Maybe
you.
he can go to Tampa Bay.
I'm really lost on what I pick is going to be, to be real with you.
What
And we
about that
got
Clemson safety?
Locksman is back in here. Yeah, dude, RJ Mickens would be dope.
Don't
But
give up on it. That's lovely right here.
No, the pick after our pick, we pick at 122. We're currently at pick 120. The 123rd pick is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Do you think the Steelers take Shador?
Yes.
Who knows at this point, bro?
Them or Dallas are prime candidates. I'm not coming off of that until he gets
Dallas
drafted.
would be hilarious, bro. I would love that circus.
I'm not ruling it out, bro.
I think the
would
only
love it.
one. I think the only people that can realistically grab him are coaches with pull to be able to do it without worrying about getting fired, or a owner who's the GM.
Or it's going to have to be a team that already has a quarterback.
At
How
this
many times
point,
is
Brady needs to go ahead and flex his muscle and go get the kid.
Right.
Brady likes
Yeah.
the kid. Brady need to go on and save the kid, to be real with you.
Hey,
Right.
look, D, what better person to build him up being a late round quarterback?
Yeah, and
You
the
see?
Raiders
That's why
pick
I said it.
135
That's the
again.
7th round.
I hope that kind of happens just for his
boys,
story.
guys, I'm loving it so far. I think we're doing a great job.
Cody, I'm usually mad as a bitch right now at this point. I don't know how to act right now.
I think that we
And
can
now, mind you, I know how
dominate the first.
social media is and the Panther space and everything like that. But I have really been caught off guard with how many people have been negative on the picks we've made these last 3 days. Like, I understand everybody's not going to be happy, but I was really caught off guard. I feel like this has really been one of the more better, complete, efficient drafts by us in a very long time. And I know people complain just to complain, but this has been good to a point that really, even if you were a complainer, you would just stay quiet because they really filled some voids and brought in
Yeah,
some talent that you can actually have hope for the future of the Carolina Panthers.
We
yeah,
got
man.
better.
Hey,
As
by the
much as
way,
I think we got better line.
hold on. The Panthers are on the clock, so I'm gonna do the same thing.
Gunnar Helm.
Gunnar Helm to
Nobody,
Tennessee.
nobody call out. Nobody look at anything, even though I know you're going to. But I'm gonna be the one to call it out, and then we'll react to it.
Shout out to G Baby brings up an interesting point. Trevor and Brooks, if Brooks comes back healthy, they could actually be the first. When we signed the deal with Chuba a few years ago or last year, it was an easy 2-year out.
That's
So
what I'm saying. They could be our
it could
future.
be that.
Hey.
Chuba could end up being a trade or a cut casualty, and it's possible. I'm not saying it's going to
Hey,
happen.
Pickle, I think you just let that story write itself, and whoever rises to the top, that's who gets it. That's a
Exactly.
good situation to be in. That's a great situation.
Yeah,
to be
and
in.
remember, the only reason why I can't remember his name, the kid we got from Dallas, the only reason we brought him in is
Was
because
a
Brooks got
bridge.
hurt.
It felt like, yeah, it feels like just a
Brooks got
bridge for
hurt.
Brooks.
Yeah, I don't know that we would have brought in Dowdle if Brooks would have stayed healthy.
Right. And
I doubt
remember, I remember
But this
when
is
we
probably
drafted.
still part of the plan.
Yeah, I remember when we drafted the last running back we drafted in the 4th round. People didn't like him either. Because
So,
people said,
hey, hold on, to Ruan, it says I would have been impressed with our draft until we took a running back and out of safety. Dude, I'm saying let's wait and see what this pick is. Like, if
It
we
could
get
happen
this
right
pick
now.
right
It
here,
should.
Hey,
then.
I'm waiting for a safety too, man. I'm
And by the
waiting
way,
anxiously.
the run on running backs has already started. So if you
David
wanted,
Walker went
if
to
you
the
wanted to get
Buccaneers.
if you wanted to get another good running back, this was the time to do it. You know, so I think it's pretty good, man.
The one
Scatterbo
thing I want
started
to
that
say,
shit.
folks, I know people are screaming for a safety because they want a starting safety. Y'all need to prepare yourself for Demonte Richardson could be the other starting safety.
The pick is in.
That's possible.
I'm
Woo,
okay
here we
with that.
go.
I'm okay with that pickle, but I need somebody behind him. That's
Right.
We
not
went to
some
commercial.
fucking
Oh
Ibero
my God, they're
guy that
going
they
to a
went and
commercial.
signed. I
Hold it
need
down for
I
me
need
again,
Palace
Dan. Let's
behind
go.
him.
Right.
Hold it down for me
Hey,
again, Dan.
we
Let's go.
got 2/5 right, Cody.
Right.
Bro, can y'all believe that they're going to commercial again? Right
Of
as the
course they
fucking
are.
Panthers pick.
Can you believe
Cody,
that David Walker went to the fucking Bucks? Piece of shit.
is
I
the
know.
cornerback from Virginia Tech still on the board? Is his name like Strong or some shit like
And
that? I
so
forgot
as
his name.
soon as
Somebody
I
told me.
read the pick, I'm gonna
Nah,
say,
Strong gone.
I'm going to see the pick before you do it, probably Eddie. Cody.
Here comes. I don't know who this is. Who's announcing the pick?
Oh my God, I love what. Oh, oh, oh.
Who that? Who?
where are you on? Where are you? Where are you?
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Here we go. The
Yeah,
Carolina.
Be
Hold
prepared
up.
for JJ
A
to step
plus,
in
baby.
anytime.
A plus 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 for this drive. Let's go home.
yes, sir. I like this. I really do
Y'all,
Let's go
like it.
home.
With the 122nd pick, the Carolina Panthers select Lathan Ransom,
Let's
Ohio State.
go.
You
Let's
can't tell me we ain't locked
Hey,
in,
go.
baby. You cannot tell me we are not
first
locked
team
in.
Big Ten. First team Big
Let's
Ten safety.
go.
Lathan
never
Ransom.
question the guy with the glowing
Oh,
eyes
yeah.
named Daniel.
Let's go. Let's go.
Is he good?
Dog.
Dog.
And they
That's
said
what we
he's
do.
a good run
We go
defender
and
too. He's gonna be just like
we
our
go
other.
and,
You fuck
and we
around with
get
us.
them dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Look at the
Hell yeah.
Carolina Panthers
This
selection under
this
that
pick
screen right
is
now,
B
boy.
baby approved.
Ruan, did I tell you or did I tell you? Did
Just
I
wait it
tell you
out,
or did
baby.
I tell you, bro?
Just wait it out, bro.
Let's
David
Now we
Tepper,
can go. Now we
David
can go
Tepper,
get
take
Kobe
go.
you a
Bryant.
breath, Bo. We are
We can get
straight.
Kobe Bryant, and Jalen Rose.
David Tepper has a confident front office fucking finally, bro. My God.
Oh, this is light years better than Scott Fitterer, man.
It do, ain't it? And tell me we ain't locked in with exactly what the fuck we're doing. That's the best part of it. We're calling the shit out to you as it happens.
Everybody on the same
A
page.
lot of us mocked Latham quite a bit too.
We did.
Sure did.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I definitely mocked Ransom more than once.
If you know that site, that ESPN site, Cody, if you go to rounds where we picked him, and you click on it, it gives you a nice pre-draft analysis of him.
All right, I'm gonna bring it up. Hold on.
They're
A
talking about he
plus,
got
Dan
great
Martin.
angles versus the run on the
Yeah.
NFL Network.
Good
They say he
run
takes great
stopping, it
angles.
says.
Oh, he can block shit easy too.
Where do we go? Pick with the fun.
Yeah, go to the rounds.
Oh yeah, okay.
I love it.
And go down to
I
the
love
pick
it.
itself.
My
And
heart might
just
explode.
click on the name.
Oh, the Steelers took Jack Sawyer.
Hell of a
Ransom
pick.
reads the quarterback, tracks the ball, and times his well when playing high. He is fast and strong enough to compete with tight ends at coverage. He's quick to trigger and take sound angles, breaking on passes. Ransom is an aggressive run defender who shoots into the backfield and made 9 tackles for loss in 2024. He fills gaps and meets backs in the hole. And when he plays in the box, he's a big hitter, punches the ball out, and forced 3 fumbles in 2024.
Could he
Let's
be big nickel? Could he
go.
be a big nickel?
Ask JJ. Ask JJ when he comes in. JJ will be here shortly unless he's not available, period. But JJ, that's who I'm going to ask when he comes in, D-Money.
Wow, Jack Sawyer with the Steelers, like that is crazy, man. That defense.
Pickle, when's our next pick?
In the 5th round. Cody, go up. No. Go up to where you're at.
Fifth round.
Click on number 5.
All right.
No. Go to back to rounds. Yeah, click on number 5. There you
We're
go.
at 140. 140 is our next pick.
140.
Okay,
Gotcha.
16 pick.
And then 163.
Got 16 to go.
Boys, how
Oh, that's not bad.
Dead.
Boys, how y'all feeling
right now?
I'm feeling pretty good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't too much look at the dude, Lathan dude, but I'm guessing he's pretty good. But hey, I'm still surprised Shador ain't come off the board yet. Like, will he even get drafted?
He about to go to Green Bay.
I don't know. But Lathan Ransom was the starting safety for all the games. All the games that Ohio State went all the way to the championship and won, and he was the starting safety for every one of them. So, I mean, he can't be bad.
Oh no, AJ McCarron won a national championship.
We don't need to bring the bad vibes already.
I know.
It's gonna explode.
It's just every time somebody make that statement, that's the first person I always think about.
I know. I feel you.
Like, I would have been cool with Scatterbo not coming to us if he didn't go to the Giants.
They're trying to relive the magic.
Hey, look at old Roger.
Shout
got on his comfortable slacks.
Shout out to Chimera for the $2 says Saduki is going to be a backup for Bryce. Damn.
Damn. Y'all listen. It says, I'm talking about Ransom, and this is on NFL Draft Buzz. After returning for a 5th year, Ransom saved his best for last in 24, recording 76 tackles, 9 tackles for losses, 3 forced fumble, and helped anchor a championship defense. The versatile safety logged in multiple snaps through his career, 632 in nickel, 711 in the box, and 1,005 as a high safety, demonstrating his skill set as the NFL covets.
Yeah, we're going to get some big nickel out of him.
The only thing I'll say, though, we haven't drafted a guy yet that has, like, big interception numbers. Like, that's actually like a ball hawk. That's, whether it's corner or safety, I think we need that position.
Hey, now, Kyle, to be honest with you, there's not a lot of those corners now in the NCAA that's giving you them outrageous numbers of interceptions these days.
I feel you.
A lot of that is based on if a corner gets a lot of interceptions, the offensive coordinator zone him out, or they just let the quarterback run more.
Right.
But,
you like to see at least a couple, throughout the season, where he's, going for it, That's one of the numbers I like to see, at least like one in each year, and not just zeros across the board.
There's a message from Kirby Smart to Trevor Etienne. It says, I'm so excited for you at Trevor Etienne. You competed every day to get better, and I'm thankful we got you for part of that journey. Appreciate all you did. I can't wait to watch you with the Panthers. He says some go Dogs, but I don't know why anybody would want to say go Dogs.
Hey, so boys, I am proud to present you the first 5 picks of the Carolina Panthers, boys.
Isn't that beautiful?
Let's Go.
You tell me that's not an A+ draft. I don't give a fuck who you are.
There it
that a
is,
graphic
boys.
they showed
There
on
it
ESPN?
is.
Make a man want to drink a beer.
Come on with it. I'll
I
drink one
want
with
to
you.
drink some of that.
Nah, I gotta go work.
With Ransom and
Oh,
Mo
no.
Rig back there at safety for us now, Cole, I would have to think if we can't stop the run at this point, then it might just be the scheme and it might not be the players.
I think I can stop crying about that shit. 'Cause we've
Hey,
never
hey,
had good
hey,
safeties that could
hey,
cover the run. We got it.
hey, Cody, pull up that link in the private chat. It's very cool. I got a kick out of it. Y'all will too.
Uh-huh.
I don't think we're going to give up 6 straight games of 200-yard rushing now. How do y'all feel
No,
about it?
I don't
I
think it's gonna happen
definitely
week
agree.
one. We're not giving that up week one. I don't give a fuck who we're playing.
What's that? Does that make 10? Or no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
7.
Highlight where Nick
7
So
Harris.
additions to the
let me read
defense.
this. Let me read this from Nick Harris. Last year, the 49ers took running back Isaac Gorindo with the 4th-round pick originally belonging to the Cowboys. This year, the Panthers took running back Trevor Etienne with a 4th-round pick originally belonging to the Cowboys. Jonathan Mingo trade. I'll be damned.
That's awesome.
Down. Boys, I'm loving it, man. I think this is a great draft so far, man.
Yeah, so far I think we're doing pretty well.
I have
Question
zero
is,
complaints with nothing that's happening.
All
I
right, so
cannot believe I'm
boys,
saying it.
what do we do now? We still have what 3 more picks to make.
You can
well,
give me a linebacker
round
and check me
6,
off.
we can put in Borregales in round 6 as our last pick. But the next
Cody,
2, I'm not sure of.
let's just go ahead and take a reach and go super wild card. Let's go get the 800-pound defensive lineman from Florida. Right, we
Jalen,
I'm down. I'm
Jalen,
down, bro. I'm
Jalen
down.
Royals, Jalen Lane. Hey, go to the best available on
So
ESPN.
Jalen Royals, Jalen Lane, Joshua Farmer, Dylan Sampson.
I like Dylan Sampson.
Dude, how about Braden Swinson still available, dude?
Yeah, I like.
That's
Click
not
on his
bad.
profile. I read
That's
his
not bad.
profile. It's pretty cool.
I wonder why he's falling so far. Bro,
It,
where's
it says,
Chad when you need him, bro?
yeah, it says Swinson shot his hands and put offensive tackles on skates with his speed and power. He wins with arms, over, and swipe moves. He wins with inside moves and quickness. He looks to knock the ball out when he gets to the quarterback. He can stack blockers and shed them to make plays as a run defender. Swanson overpowers tight ends and even makes plays chasing from the backside. He's 6'2", 255 pounds. I know we've already drafted 2, but damn it, I'd draft him any fucking way.
Cody, can you go to
Oh,
cornerbacks for me, please, sir, when you get a chance?
yeah. Go Quentin Riley. Who's Quentin Riley?
5'11", 194 from Louisville.
I don't like he's too short, but that's all
Oh,
right.
it's Dorian
Oh,
Strong. I like
I
Strong
still
right there,
want
bro.
Za Frazier, bro.
Yes, sign me up. What was this 40 time? Click on
Is
it.
this the position at least we think they're about to do? Do y'all think we're about to do corner right here? I do.
4.360.
Or linebacker. I would love a linebacker. I
At
don't know if there's
6'3",
anybody worse.
186 pounds, 436.
Wait a minute, I messed up.
6'3" is very I like having tall corners like
Oh,
that.
okay,
I'm
that
down.
makes more sense than who I pulled up. I'm on my own, and I pulled up Miles Frazier because I heard y'all say Frazier, and I'm thinking, well, he offensive lineman. What the hell? I was all messed up.
That's fine.
All right, Cody, go to linebacker for me, and then I'm gonna leave you alone, my friend.
No, you're good. I'll look up whatever you want, bro.
Chris Paul wouldn't be a bad pick right here, and like we said earlier, Bossa wouldn't be bad.
Chris Paul, 6'1", 222 pounds.
What's our next pick? What number?
120.
120.
It's top of the 5th round. Second pick in the 5th round, right?
Yep. Second pick of the 5th round.
I want to see Cody. Look at Cody Lindenberg. Cody.
Yep.
I just
I
wanted to say
like him.
Cody extra times.
I like him. He got
6'2", 6'2", 236 pounds. He beats blockers to the point of attack, fills the gaps, and meets running backs in the hole. Tracks the ball well. Takes sound angles and chases with good effort. Above average arm length. Keeps him clean off of blockers, off his frame. He's an asset when it comes to his tackling. He reads the quarterback well, tracks the ball well, and gets his hand up in coverage underneath.
He'd start on special teams.
Yeah. Hey, boys, we have extra space. If anybody would like to jump in, be a part of the conversation, do so now, man.
Kyle Kennard just got drafted to the Chargers.
Oh, that would have been a nice pick for us, honestly.
Oh,
I
do
would
you
have
really?
still done that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to be real, though. Considering our depth on the roster already and drafting two of them, I'm cool on edge.
Yeah.
I'm really cool on edge.
I ain't hurting without him, but it would have been nice.
Let's
And
go
see,
get
that's
us
where-
an interior guy.
Yeah, we do need that. But that's where David Newton was talking all this about we're going to trade Clowney, and Pickle was sharing it, and I was reading over it. But we touched on it last night. I think you keep Clowney as more of a mentor to show these young guys how to be in the NFL, because it's a long season. You have to go through injuries. You have to stay healthy. You have to take care of your body. And I think Clowney is probably more important as a mentor than he is just for that 6,000 cap we would gain by trading him. I don't think the Panthers trade him. Do y'all?
No. I don't.
No, I don't think so, man.
It'd be worth it, potentially, but no.
Hey,
I don't think they do.
Dylan Sampson just got drafted to the Browns.
Ooh,
Dylan Sampson.
Poor old Dylan.
Damn, they got two Dylans now.
Yeah.
Y'all, I got a list here of guys, and I'm going to try to go through them. Not counting those that's already been drafted. So if I can say a name of somebody drafted, let me know. Carter Runyon, a tight end from Tulsa, had a pro day visit. Quentin Robinson, a defensive end from Alabama. Quentin Riley, a corner from Louisville, who is on the best available list.
Dylan Sampson to the Browns.
Did the the UCLA linebacker Joe, did he get drafted?
Yes.
UCLA guy?
Yeah, Oladipo, he went to
Got drafted by the Bears. Or no, it was the Titans.
The Colts took a tackle, Jalen Travis.
Yep.
The rest of them, I think's been drafted. Well, here's a Syracuse end. I'm not certain about him. Some Diggs dude.
Oh, Fadil Diggs.
Yeah.
He was pretty solid.
He's fast.
He is solid.
Bro, this tackle is 6'7" and
He had a
3
pro
foot.
day visit.
Yeah, I saw that.
Homeboy is damn near 6'8".
Yeah, he dunking.
Jalen Travis.
Hey, the Colts are at least trying to protect the quarterback. That's admirable. Maybe Anthony Richardson won't tap out in the middle of a game this year.
Bro, do y'all think Richardson can turn it around?
Yes. If he plays, he's got to play, though. He got to play. He's going to have to ball, Cody. I mean, ball. Because once you tap out of a game like football, people lose faith in you, man.
And bro, Pat McAfee would not let him.
He was in the red zone, so you know how much worse that makes it. Like, to me at least, you in the red zone.
Washington took another receiver, Jalen Lane, out of Virginia Tech.
Damn.
But he's 91 pounds.
Bro, my
that sounds like a dude Jaden Daniels confused.
Dude, I think that Jaden.
Yeah, I would double dip at safety. I'm sorry, I would. I'd take a corner or a safety in this next pick.
I think that Jaden Daniels and CJ Stroud are amongst the two biggest winners of this draft because, dude, they're also getting a bunch of receivers for them, man.
A lot of weapons.
I mean, Bryce Young kind of won because he literally threw balls to the top receiver in the draft and then told his team hey, I want to use the first 8 overall pick on my buddy I was throwing to.
This draft, I'm really excited about this next season of football. There are a lot of these teams that are looking to be pretty fun.
There's gonna be a lot of good football next year. You're Baltimore again. Watch it be another defensive stud.
G baby, what you in the fucking chat room for, bruh? Fucking get your ass in here, son. What are you doing, bro?
Come on, G baby.
G baby always so negative.
But now he's saying that now
At least we'll turn it around a little bit for him. We got D's now.
G baby said that it went from an F to a B minus.
You know what? Now that we drafted the way that we have, I'm not mad at Isaiah Bond, bro.
I'm telling you, hey.
I'm not mad at Isaiah Bond at this point right now, especially in the 5th round, man. That's a steal.
Well,
That's a
the
steal.
thing is with his charges is they were taken away. He's not even getting like
Like
he turned himself
especially
in
if it's
and he
like
was found
buried
not
like
guilty
that.
of anything.
Evan, if
So
it's buried, I'm taking him right now. I'm not giving a damn, bro. I'm serious.
well, yeah,
I'm
no,
really because I
they said that
remember
his
there
charges
was
aren't
some
coming to
space.
anything. So
I can't remember what space I was listening to, and somebody asked if Bond had slid that far down because of this mess, would you draft him? And I
I've always said yeah.
think they said, like, yeah, if he fell to the 5th round, like, they would be cool with it. Well, I know we got need or whatever, but Isaiah Bond could be a game changer with, taking the top off of a defense. So
I'm not mad at it,
I
bro.
don't
I'm
know.
not
I don't
mad.
know if that's even where Dan's head's at, though. But
But do you hold on? Do y'all think that he's even on the board? Because remember, he also has some shit that just came out about him. Now I have no idea, obviously, if that's legit or not, but he does have some shit on him now.
Yeah, that stuff he has. If now I don't know, of course, all the details because all I know is what I read on Twitter and what you can Google. But the accusation was made. But is like, if I remember correctly, is over a year old of the incident, and the person waited. Some of these are money grabs. Clearly, I think the issue with him is purely money grab. Now, I don't remember right now, so I'm not going to go into anything. I'll just say this: I would draft him. He wouldn't have been removed from my board at all. But that's me. I'm not. You know, if they were to draft him and he would have to go through a suspension or something, then all I'd say is, oh well, where Dan Morgan's job could be on the line or whatever. I'm not certain, but I would still draft him if it was up to me. But
they took another daggum linebacker, bro. I tell you, like, the Ravens just like hurting people, man.
Oh, Dylan Drew, what's up, bro? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Been a long weekend. Doing a good job.
What am I doing? And shout out to Kristen Butler and her hot peppers, her Bryce Young inspired Carolina Reaper crossovers. That girl's got the green thumb. Shout out Kristen.
today
She
Buchanan
over here trying to
from
kill people's
California to the
tongues, rip the
Ravens.
taste
My
buds out their mouth.
goodness.
Carolina Reaper, baby.
I got nothing for that.
When I look at Bryce, I see Huey Freeman.
I don't want him compared to nobody named Huey.
Huey from the Boondocks, man.
I don't care. I don't want him compared to nobody named Huey.
Man, Huey was athletic, man. Have you ever seen his spin kick, bro?
I
Yeah.
forgot he was on the board. Damn.
You forgot what?
Malachi Moore. The Jets just traded up and is taking Malachi Moore with the 130 pick.
It's a good pick. Can't be mad at him for that.
Let me see what my man.
She said, "Woo!"
We got about 9 more picks to go.
Hey, while we wait, do y'all want to listen to Princely?
Sure.
Sure, that'd be dope.
You
All
got
right, come on.
time, bro.
Something happens, I'll let you know.
Shout out to D's for dropping the link.
It's from yesterday, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, let's do it.
You can introduce yourself and say let them open the so start with Jeff Hawkins, followed by Mike and Cassidy.
Greetings, Princely. Congratulations.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, and good luck. On your, good. Sorry, and good luck on your journey. Hey,
Thank you.
the Panthers obviously did their homework on you, meeting at the Senior Bowl and having a pre-draft visit. What was the connection and the vibes like during those initial talks, and how do you see your fit?
Hey, whoever has their TV going,
My
or
fault.
just
That's my
mute,
laptop
no,
loud as hell.
just mute your microphone or whatever. It's cool.
You good? I cut it off. Thank you for saying something.
Coming into the Panthers.
I mean the vibes they was cool, seemed interested. It was just the vibe of any other NFL interview. What was the second half of that question?
Just to see what how you see your fit coming into defense that obviously needs help.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just see myself as a guy that can, I just want to have a goal to come in and just make a difference and help the team in any way that I could possible.
All right, thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, Princely, Mike K from the Charlotte Observer. Congratulations.
How you doing? Thank you.
I'm well. We just talked to Dan, and he talked about how good your bend is as an edge rusher. Obviously, that's probably something you take a lot of pride in. What about being able to just turn that corner makes you so good?
Man, I think when having that ability just helps me to win fast. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, I'm not a guy that sits there and does too much with the offensive tackle. If I can beat you now, I'm gonna beat you now and not give the quarterback any time with my bend and speed.
Is there a guy that you kind of see as like a similar guy who can just win around the edge with speed and bend?
I would say like Von Miller. Yeah.
And then, Princely is obviously a rare name to have.
Mm-hmm.
What's the story behind your name?
It has to do with my Nigerian heritage. I was like, before Nigeria was colonized, it was just a bunch of different groups of people, and my grandpa was like a chief or like a king of a village or whatever. So my dad wanted to keep it alive, so he named all his kids Prince something.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your help.
Mm.
Hey, Princely, congratulations.
Thank you.
On that note, what are some of the other versions of Prince or Princely that your family is named?
Well, my big brother's name's Prince. I'm Prince Lee. My little brother Prince Will, and then the last one is Princeton.
Do the nicknames get confusing on that, or
Yeah, my parents still get confused.
Call for one and everybody comes?
Yeah.
I'm sure you were watching the draft tonight. Not long before the Panthers drafted you, they also took Nick Scorton out of Texas A&M. But what do you kind of know about his game, and what do you think the two of you can do together coming in the same class?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too familiar with him, but if they picked him that high, obviously they, see something in him. So I'm just ready to go in and dominate with him.
And then when we talked about the Senior Bowl, you talked about how important it was for you to get to that double-digit sack number in your last year.
Mm-hmm.
What all did you think made the biggest difference in your game? What did you do to make the biggest difference to help that happen?
I'm not gonna lie, I did a lot of things. Like, for example, I did a lot of stuff off the field, like just taking care of my taking care of my body and things of that nature. But man, I feel like one of the biggest things was just having other elite guys around me. You know, like I had Walter Nolan,
Is it bad up there?
Walter Nolan, Jared Ivey, JJ Pegues, Suntarine Perkins. You know, other elite guys that the focus didn't have to be on me all the time, every game. You know, so I was able to get loose a little bit.
And I'm so sorry. Just one more quick one for me. I forgot to ask. Your grandpa that was the chief, do you know what his name was?
I honestly don't, because I never met him. He was when I was a baby. He died when I was a baby.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Congratulations again.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we will go over to David, followed by Joe.
Lord.
Hey, Princely David Newton, ESPN.com. Congratulations on being
Thank
picked.
you. Thank you.
Wanted to ask you, and you mentioned Von Miller, kind of comparing your games a little bit. Kind of expand on that a little bit. What do you see as your similarities? Is that a guy that you kind of modeled yourself after, or why'd you come up with him?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I modeled, because like when I played football, it's kind of like a just instinctual thing. I never really tried to, like, I've watched people games and try to take, you know, little pieces and just of technique. But when I say that name, I think it's just I make a comparison because I see like the way I play. I think it's similar as far as bending around tackles and speed off the edge.
I like
it.
him.
Sound like you got a pretty high motor there.
Yes, sir.
So what's your best move?
I would say a chop rip.
Any example in this past year where you use that we could go back and look at? And
probably just like versus the offensive tackle in versus Georgia, and also versus Arkansas. It's kind of like when I just run around a guy and chop their arm down and get around them.
I appreciate it. Congrats again.
Yes, sir, for sure. Thank you.
I like him so far. I like his personality.
Yeah, I do too. I like the fact that he's Nigerian as well. That's another player on our team that'll have that flag on the back of their helmet.
Yeah, him and
Did you have a party tonight? Where were we?
Yeah, I had a little something. Yes, sir.
You're at the crib in Texas, or where?
Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Okay, good. How many people you have over?
I would say maybe like 30
How
to
does
50.
that
I can't
matter?
really. That's probably the range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing Dave Canales
ain't-
was talking about is
it ain't
being
David
able to
asking
watch
a question.
you and Scorton go
That's
against
an
Will
okay question.
Campbell
I ain't
and
mad at that.
pretty much NFL type competition every week in the SEC.
Mhm.
What do you think that SEC and you were at two different SEC schools? What did that do for you?
Man, it's just I was actually committed to Texas in high school, and I decommitted because I wanted to play in the SEC. They were in the Big 12 at the time. I just feel like the SEC is the best competition in competition conference in college football. You know, I feel like going up against SEC tackles every week prepares us as SEC defenders better than any other defender in any other conference.
Did you take a 30 visit here?
Yes, sir.
What was that like? Who did you meet? Any kind of cool impressions of the building or the even the city?
Yeah, it was nice. Didn't really get to see the city too much. It was just in and out. I met pretty much everyone on the defensive staff and the GM and the head coach, and it was just a great vibe. Like I told the head coach when I was in the meeting with him that I loved their staff. Like when I was there, their staff just seemed like they were really, really like coordinated and just knew what was going on. It almost seemed like I was like you would think it was like a Super Bowl winning staff the past season. The way that's how I felt. Like they felt like a winning program staff, and I just felt really comfortable with it.
Thanks.
I like that.
Yes, sir.
I love
All
that.
right, we have time for a couple more. We will go over to Alex.
What's up, Princely? Alex Zetlow with the Charlotte Observer.
How you doing?
What's up, man? When did you start playing football?
I was 9.
Was football your favorite sport growing up, or did you have multiple endeavors?
I think football was my favorite. I played basketball also, but I think football is probably my favorite.
Do you was it an athletic family? Were all your siblings also athletes as well?
Yeah, all my siblings are athletes. Also, my little brother goes to Ole Miss right now. My big brother is trying to get drafted. Also, might go to the CFL, and then my youngest brother, he's in high school playing football. Also.
Oh my
His
goodness.
brother's in the draft? That's wild.
Were your parents athletic parents as well?
I mean, I'm not sure. I know they didn't play no football.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Final question for me. Just more about your game. Is there one part of your game that you think that there's a misperception of that you want to prove in the NFL?
I think the power aspect of my game, I think I'm a really powerful guy, and people kind of don't really acknowledge that. But I feel like it's because when I was in college, I really was like a little bit spoiled. I don't know if I was like spoiled. Maybe I'm just that good. You know what I'm saying? When we're to the point where I didn't really have to use power against offensive tackles, I was winning with my moves, so there was no reason to convert to power. But there was times where I go power, and it does show up on film a lot. You know, I squat 700 pounds, so I know I have a lot of power, and I
There
just
you
feel
go.
like just showing that a little
Jesus.
Great.
He's very self-aware.
Yes, sir.
I like that shit.
All right, and we will finish off with Scott.
Hi, Princely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think we know how to do this, but just to make sure, can you pronounce your last name?
Uman
Yellen.
And your brother that was maybe go to
That's
to
actually
the
not really
CFL,
hard
what's
once
his
you know how
name
to
again?
say
Not that bad. Yeah.
Kansas City just took Jalen Royals.
Okay. How far
Damn,
are you guys in age?
they sure did.
About a year and like 8 months.
Uman Yellen.
Yeah.
All right. We look forward to having you here. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, we are. I like him.
All right, thank you so much, Princely.
Play that
Congratulations
video in
again.
the chat.
We can't
In the
wait
chat.
to have you here with
Chat
us in
in the
Carolina.
in the private
Thank you, I
chat.
appreciate it.
It's about Prince too.
I can't play that one though because it's an ESPN.
Good call, Cody.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would though because
I will watch that though, Pickle. I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, I'll share it.
The Panthers posted on Twitter, people get your pre-orders for your T-Mac jersey.
Oh, hang on.
They're trying to sell those jerseys.
So it's official. T-Mac Nalo is number 4 in your programs.
Let's go.
Rocking
Man,
that.
I wish they had it in that color.
I
They
guess
only have it in black right
I guess
now,
I
but they
guess
don't have
that
it in
sticks
that
the
color.
fork in Eddie Padero.
Hell yeah.
They Eddie Padero's gone, I guess.
Later, Eddie. It's been real, bro. Real embarrassing.
Got him.
Literally that guarantees that Eddie Pinheiro will not be rejoining the Panthers, which means we actually have a chance at kicking field goals.
Field goals longer than 40 yards. To that effect.
Yeah. And be like, oh, this is a 51-yarder. Let's see if it can go.
Man, is blue our main color now, or?
Okay, according to Pro Football Rumors, the Panthers actually shopped Javion Clowney before the draft.
Pickle, he's out of here. I'm sorry. I ain't trying to be
Veteran
mean,
remains
but I'm telling
on the block. And like I said, if you go back, the Panthers saved like $9.7 million if he's traded. If I'm the Panthers,
I thought it was
I'm not
7.8.
cutting him.
If you cut him, it's 7.8. It's 9 something if you trade him.
Oh, we're
Right.
shopping him.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not. Listen, nobody's going to convince me that somewhere down along the line between now and the trade deadline, somebody may want him. And
Yeah.
That's
real quick, y'all. Real quick. To Rock Jones, who says still no Clemson Tiger, Cody. Well, I would say still no championships for South Carolina, huh? Still not even one of them things, huh? Still not even one of them things, bro. What do you mean? Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers, you know what I'm saying?
They just keep, for whatever reason. What do you think the reason is, Cody?
Bro, I think the fucking the ghost of Jerry Richardson is informing all of our GMs don't draft any Clemson players. That's what I think.
All right.
Bro, there's definitely some kind of funk because remember they did the fan fest down there in the Clemson Stadium as a throwback for the 30-year anniversary, and then it rained and the whole event completely flopped. They didn't get a big crowd out there, nothing. Like it's just
man.
Yeah.
Something going on.
Something is going on. It's different. I don't understand.
But also, I think that was thrown together rather haphazardly. The way they did that, like having they had fan fest there, but they also had like a fan fest, like kind of in the stadium too. So it's like, I don't know, man. I think that we need to rebuild our connections with Death Valley. You
Clay
know,
Robinson.
Well, it was like didn't they like put it like package it together with like Back Together Saturday or whatever or something like that?
Yep, Back Together Saturday. That's what
Cheese
it's called.
sculpture? What the heck?
She's so down.
All right, so we've got 2 edges, a wide receiver, a running back, and a safety. What do we need?
A kicker.
We could use a corner. We could use a linebacker. Some people still believe we need a defensive lineman, although I don't. We could use an offensive tackle. We could use a tight end. We could use
A kicker.
more depth
A
at
kicker.
wide receiver, maybe.
Yes, a
Yeah,
kicker.
but I'm not taking a kicker in the 5th round. I'm not. Dan might, for all I know. Dan might, but
no, we're just saying.
Well, in
general,
reality is we could also use a punter because our punter's like as old as the guy we just let walk. So.
Oh yeah, we
You're not older than a long snapper, though, right?
Buffalo.
Well, but the long snap. To be honest with you, a long snapper is probably the dumbest position in all of football, and I don't care who knows it.
I think the long snapper should be the fullback.
I would tell JJ Jansen that.
Yeah, I realistically think a team should justify having a fullback by making him the long snapper.
I mean, there's no reason to have. All a long snapper does is snap the ball to the kicker or a punter. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. If I'm a head coach and one of my backup offensive linemen can't do that, then I would find a tight end to do it. If I couldn't get one of them to do it, then I'd draft somebody to do it.
Yeah.
And that's what they would do. And it would be a long snapper. It would be a backup offensive lineman. But that's the way the NFL does, and I can shut the hell up and get over it. So.
Hemingway.
Hemingway went to
The Raiders.
Y'all,
The
I
Raiders.
seriously think I'd seriously think Shador might go undrafted.
Dallas Cowboys.
Well,
I just saw something that said that
the Cowboys so far ain't been interested.
They have Joe Milton too. I mean, he's got talent, probably better.
Yeah,
talent
they
than
traded
Shador
for Joe
does.
Milton, so
I forgot about that.
But
Maybe not
Shador,
so
I saw something that said Shador kind of tanked his interviews and stuff with teams that he didn't want to, or he didn't think would draft him, or he wanted to go to really. So that's probably a big part right now.
There's no way he don't get drafted. There's no way. If he don't get drafted, he getting blackballed. Because there's no way. He got to be drafted somewhere. I don't give a damn if it's the 7th round. He gonna get drafted.
Somebody in the Windy City.
I don't know. I'm almost scared to have a conversation about it, to be bluntly honest.
Hey, Matt Man, the Panther back in the building. What's up, dude?
What's up, dudes?
How you feeling about this draft so far, man?
Going good, man. Wrestling defense. I like the running back pick too. He's a little faster than the guys we got, I think. Get some speed. Can he return at all? I didn't really watch. Is it much of they use him as a returner?
It's kind of low for me, Matt. Yeah, I can hear you better now. Yeah, I was having trouble hearing you before.
Oh, hold on. Let me change something.
But yeah, what I did here, it sounds like ETN is safe to say he'll be our returner. Him and Blackshear probably together back there in case they decide to cut one of them.
Yeah, here's an idea. Panther Gal 73 says we can make Shadur a long snapper.
Shadur. That better.
Oh,
Yes.
later on she asks, how long is Dalton here? Dalton's here maybe 1 year or 2 years. Doesn't really matter his contract. He'll simply retire next year. There are quarterbacks, not counting Shadur, but you can count him if you want to, but there are quarterbacks currently available if that's a position that we feel is need. Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. How's that? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it could happen.
I mean, he'd be a practice squad. I don't know who the hell.
I don't think a practice squad, because if you draft a quarterback, he automatically becomes your third string quarterback. And
who in the hell is Windy City?
let me name a few that I think should be drafted but aren't. Some people would disagree. Shadur Sanders is available. Will Howard is available. Quentin Ewers is available. Kyle McCord is available. Ryan Leonard is available. There's others, but those are just to highlight, guys.
Quinn Ewers.
I'll be surprised if they don't draft an offensive lineman somewhere. I thought they might have already actually.
Well, they interviewed a couple, and even then, if there was all offensive tackles, I don't think they interviewed any interior linemen.
All right, we're taking this way.
They talked to James Lundy from UConn. He's available.
So yeah, who is y'all's favorite pick right now? We're about 2 picks out.
I don't know. I'm still trying to think about what we need.
I think Braden Swansea, the LSU edge, I think is okay.
Cody, can you pull the board up, my friend?
Yeah, man.
I think it's Bossa for me.
I'm cool with that, Kyle.
Bossa who?
Jeffrey Bossa from Oregon.
Can we try him out at linebacker though?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I still wouldn't mind Jalen Reed, another safety from Penn State.
All right,
and just remember this: Jeffrey Bossa is the green dot for Oregon. Like he was the one calling the assignments. He was the one getting the adjustments. He was the one reading the offense. He was the one getting the secondary put in position.
Okay, I got you. He'd be a good player. And listen, I still wouldn't mind having Isaiah Bonds. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
McCoy's out there.
Cody, I might would double dip at safety,
guy,
bro.
but he's another big guy.
For who? Oh, RJ Mickens?
I would double dip for RJ Mickens.
Let's go, bro. Let's fucking go.
I don't think that would be a bad idea at all. Because you can afford to sit him if you have to.
We need a tight end. We could take Jake Brennan's stool.
And if Mitchell Evans can block as a tight end, I wouldn't be scared to take him either.
All right, let me throw a question at you just because it's what the hell. How would y'all feel if Dan Morgan, with the first pick in the 5th round for us, takes the kicker Ryan Fitzgerald from Penn State or from Florida State? How would y'all feel if we took the kicker in the 5th round?
My expectations for him all season and the time that he was here would be so unrealistically high.
Just wait till the 7th round.
It's the Miami kicker we like, ain't it? My bad. It's the Miami kicker.
Well, you know what I mean, though? I'd be like, dude, you're a 5th round pick. You son of a bitch. You better make every kick. Every kick.
Yeah. You better be doing kickoffs.
Everything.
You better learn to punt.
Everything. Everything that has to do with kicking.
Yeah, and all of us, I made that was my fault. That was my mistake. So,
You know, if they draft a kicker, they're gonna.
If
They're
we
gonna
get a
trade him
linebacker right
away.
here, like
I think we'll draft a kicker. Listen, there's been more successful kickers in the NFL drafted than undrafted.
Yeah.
That's fact. Now they're taken in the 6th or 7th round. Most of them, I looked it up, are taken in the 6th round. Very rarely do you have a kicker taken in the 7th. Most teams will actually draft a kicker in the 6th round.
There's always a run in the 6th round. There was last year.
Yeah, Pickle might be onto something. We don't have a 6th round pick, so.
Yeah, we do.
We do now?
One of our trades we did yesterday, we lost the 7th but gained the 6th, and I said that's the kicker pick.
That's their last pick. I
Yeah,
think.
man, we have Jay Stubbs back in the building. Jay Stubbs, what up, bro?
What's up, Jay?
What I missed? What I missed?
So now we don't.
Did you miss Lathan Ransom?
We drafted Shadur Sanders.
No, I didn't miss that, bro.
Ain't fooling him.
Hey, breaking news: Shadur is still the best available.
Oh shit!
That's the best thing.
Hey, by the way, Cody Teague says look up Tyrion Ingram Dawkins from Georgia. His profile looks pretty good. I don't know how many defensive linemen we're going to draft again, but 6'5", 276. Is a hybrid player, can play defensive end.
He would be a defensive end. He would be a D end in our system.
Yeah.
Is today the last day of the draft?
Yeah.
We got a long way to go still, feels like.
6'5", 276. Is he big enough? Good Lord.
Yeah, he would have to be an end. He'd have to be an end in our system. Oh, and even then, he might have put on some weight.
Yeah.
That's true.
Y'all know much about the other Ivy who's still available from Ole Miss? I know they already picked one guy from there. But I don't know if they're going to add another DB.
I don't know too much.
I'm taking Jalen Reed or that or Frazier, the cornerback. That's what I'm doing. I'm taking one of those two.
Where's the 400-pound dude?
Oh yeah, the guy from Florida.
Let's take
Is that who
Cam
you're talking
Johnson
about?
and get out of here, bro.
Yeah, he's not on the list.
Oh
Yeah, the list doesn't show everybody.
Is
It
there?
shows
I don't see any linebackers neither, and I want a linebacker.
Yes, Gunnar Helms is going to the Bills.
Oh yeah, Chris Paul's there. I'd do that. That'd be a good pick.
Chris Paul, Samaya Mondin, Jeffrey
I don't
Bossa. I know
know
you'll
about
like him. Hey, I like Cody Lindenberg, and that's not just because he's got a real cool first name, you know.
We could go middle linebacker right here.
Yeah, he'd start on special teams once again. I mean, if we're not trying to play, is it Trevin? If we're not trying to play him on special teams, then then we need another depth linebacker to play special teams.
Yeah. They fill out the special team linebackers and tight ends. They always need like 3 or 4 of those guys.
I don't know who the Panthers are going to start at linebacker. I kind of feel like Roseboom is going to have a good shot at starting. I mean, I really think so. I just don't know how much they believe in Wallace. That's the name I was looking for a minute ago. I don't know how much this coaching staff really likes what Wallace did last season, and if they're going to start him automatically to develop him, or if they're going to sit him behind Roseboom and Josie Jewell.
So do y'all think there's any chance they let Trevor Etienne wear 1?
No.
No.
Yeah.
We might even retire that this year.
Yeah.
You know they done made up, right?
That's what I'm saying. They might need to go ahead and.
It's so funny they made up like I said. Basically, they both made up post online about.
Tepper said he ain't retiring nothing.
Yeah.
They're gonna have a 10-year anniversary reunion.
Yo, I'm absolutely surprised JJ ain't here to brag about his Ohio State safety.
He will be. You'll hear from him eventually. Might be on something.
Yeah.
Isn't Juice Wells in this draft class?
I bet you I can find him.
I swear Juice Wells is in this one.
Looks like they're done with the 4th round and all the compensatory picks now. I think the Vikings go right before us. Is that right, Pickle?
We're on the clock now.
The Vikings are on the
We're on the
clock.
clock.
No, we are. The pick's in.
We're on the clock.
Is it? Okay, you're ahead of me.
Yeah, you're probably way ahead of all of us.
That's way ahead. They haven't even announced the pick for the Vikings.
They haven't. I haven't even seen what they're talking right now. They're talking about the 49ers pick.
Same.
And this is round 5 pick 140. I think I misspoke earlier and said 120. I meant to say 140, round 5.
We're going to get to a point where they're just going to start showing picks as well at commercial.
That's happened when Carolina was on the clock. So I don't know. It was Marty Hurney was on the clock. We were actually online chatting in a different website about the draft, and we were on the clock, and then we started hearing them talk. We started hearing them talk online about who the pick was, and the TVs hadn't even announced the pick yet.
Yeah, once we get into the later rounds, it just goes so quick,
right.
And they don't even care anymore to the point
right.
where they just announce them and stuff.
Right.
When we're
I'm not gonna lie,
commercial.
What gets on my nerves, and I know there's a reason behind it, and it's all that, but all these guest announcers to me have slowed this entire draft to a crawl. I don't like all the announcer stuff. That's just me though.
Yeah, it's tough to watch, man. The commercials are crazy, like long, and I'm so tired of looking at Roundup commercials. I can't stand it. But we got pick 140 we're doing right now, and then we got 163 also in the 5th. So we still got some time to make a difference on this defense for the Carolina Panthers.
Right.
Is there?
We got 153 you said after this one?
It's 163.
163, okay.
Yeah, so 23 picks later.
23.
Plenty of time to watch an
pick.
interview or something.
Well,
Then
Panthers.com
like
Panthers.com just posted that we're on the clock. So I don't even know who the Vikings took.
They haven't announced it yet. Unless there's something on Twitter, there's nothing right now.
Not the people I follow, they.
Yeah, there's not any. Are there any good tackles left? I see the chat's looking for a tackle. Is there anything making down here?
Marcus LeBeau from Purdue.
A little info. This is the pick. 140 is the last pick the Giants traded to Carolina for Burns.
Okay, so this is the last part of the Brian Burns.
The Vikings took defensive lineman Tyron Ingram.
Yeah, the guy that Cody was just telling me to look at.
Wow, that's crazy. That guy has ESPN or something.
Mm-hmm.
He knew the pick was coming.
Hey, bro, let me happily show y'all some beautiful Lathan Ransom footage. Oh.
So it's a 3-score game.
Goodness. The pick is in.
A transfer from Morgan Scott. What play in the backfield by Lathan Ransom.
Okay.
So it's a 3-score game.
Goodness. Was he a starter?
Yeah.
Oh, the Seahawks are trading Sam Howell to the Vikings.
Damn.
The Vikings are trading their next pick for that. Wait. Look, we took Cam Jackson.
Oh my God, we did it.
400 pounders. We literally took Cam Jackson.
Oh my God.
Bro, we was not messing around with that pick.
I'm not certain. Okay, all right. I'll be happy about it. All right, I'll just be happy about it. How's that? I'm not certain. I'm not certain about that pick, but I'm.
That is some meat for your ass, Panther Pickle. You hear me?
Listen, I know he's big. I don't really. I mean, granted, he had a great combine. That's what we ought to pull up his combine numbers. He had a good combine.
He don't even need to see the field this year. I ain't worried about that.
Well,
looking bad for Shot Tunnel, though.
Shot Tunnel's out of there, bro. This
Yeah.
ain't the telltale sign
Yeah.
for you, then.
Yeah.
Trying
I
to
tell you
save
what,
that
though,
money.
I said it earlier. This may be a clue that we are actually staying in a 3-4 past Ibero.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking that all off season that
beware
Dan
of-
and Dave and the front office, they're coming up with this version of the 3-4 that David Tepper likes. Instead of going to Darrow and saying, what kind of people do we need to run your system? They're going to David Tepper and saying, okay, this is the kind of system that you envision. Dave, Dan, how do we make this work exactly? I don't think it's an Avero thing at all.
Kyle, I'm going back to draft analyst Cole, bro.
They have the
Changing my
they have the
name.
wrong picture on Twitter. Wrong player picture on Twitter. That's funny.
Y'all don't need to be scared of
What do you
that.
think?
Don't even think about this year.
Yeah,
Don't even think about this year.
ain't no sense of putting that Tennessee film up.
Oh Lord, pickle, quick down. Hey man, we got Anthony back on the show. Ant, what's up, bro?
Oh, wait a minute.
What's up,
Cam
boys?
Jackson isn't the 400-pounder, actually.
No.
Yeah, but he's 6'6", almost 330.
Oh no, yeah, he's still a
huge.
beast. I just thought he was the guy that was 400-pounder.
I did too. That's not him. What the
Nope,
fuck?
I thought it was.
I'm trying to
No, but
find
he's definitely a nose tackle. There's nothing else he can play. He's going to play nose tackle. That's it.
Yeah.
So I don't know anything about our guy then. I don't know who that is.
Oh, Desmond Watson is the 400-pounder.
Yeah, he is.
6'5",
All right, Pickle.
149 or 449 pounds.
Sounds like we
What's
need some
up?
Cam Jackson stuff.
Yeah, we need some
Boys,
Cam
I
Jackson.
know I'm late.
I got one that John Ellis posted, but I ain't sharing it. I didn't see my Tennessee team get their ass whooped.
No, I'm about to share it.
Cody, like up your ass.
So,
you know what I can say though? We've drafted a lot of Tennessee fellas. You damn sure know.
shut the hell up, Pickle. Where's the championship? This is Cam Jackson right here.
And he's not a small human being neither. Let's be
I
honest.
know.
That's fine.
literally the only clip I can find on Twitter.
I see all I need to see. That's straight.
All right, boys, we're doubling down on this defensive shit, man.
Get you some of that.
Bleacher Report rated it an A+.
I need to see more tape than that.
Yeah, right.
Maybe I just Google it.
Sorry, guys, I had a call.
I can't believe we drafted him. I'm sorry, I can't.
We should have went linebacker. I do feel you on that.
And by the way, 95 people watching right now. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. We're on the road to
Bad, I gave y'all the wrong player, Cody. I thought we got Donkey Kong.
Before we get to the end of, or the start of the new season, rather, if you're enjoying the content, hit that like and subscribe. We appreciate y'all, man. Year-round Panther content. Yeah, man. So how are y'all feeling now? Like, are y'all happy that we double dipped the defensive tackle?
Best draft
You know we met.
I mean, we didn't double dip. I mean, but I'm super happy that we took a defensive tackle.
Yeah, check Cody.
But don't you think that maybe Scoreton might kick inside sometime?
Yeah,
No, I think he's gonna step back.
Well, he did when he was 285. Now that he's like 260, I don't know.
Yeah, now that he's not 285 anymore. He's much lighter. So he's going to be outside linebacker. He's either going to be on the end or in the backfield. So no, I'm good with just having one.
Well, Anthony, how you feeling about the draft so far, dude? What do you make of the picks that we made?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone can hear me because I'm talking like through my phone.
No, we hear you. What's up?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Listen, I've been very. You guys know I've had a kind of a love-hate relationship with Dan Morgan, or not even hate. Like, dude, this dude absolutely cooked this draft. Okay, Trevor Etienne too. It's a great pick, man. That's a great pick right there. The Ransom kid, yeah, I like that pick. I know I see some people talking about the type of safety that they would have liked to see, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. And this Cam Jackson kid, Dan Morgan's done a phenomenal job. He's done a phenomenal job. Like this year, there is not one single player where we go, who's that?
Yeah.
Who's we gonna take? Like, so great job for Dan Morgan and his organization.
Straight up. Hey, so listen, when did the Panthers pick again?
163.
Yeah.
So,
Now,
boys, right, hold on, Pickle. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave everybody up here unmuted. I'm gonna go grab a quick bite to eat real quick, and I will be back shortly before the.
Get you a sandwich.
Same, that's what I'm doing.
I'm gonna eat me an omelet, bro. All right, I will be. I'll be back shortly. I'm gonna keep y'all on my ears though. I can still hear y'all, so if y'all need me to do something, or whatever, just like holler at me.
Unsupervised.
We just lost Kyle. We might have to get Kyle back in a minute. But yeah.
Pickle, the substitute teacher now.
yeah, I wish he would.
Yeah, y'all in trouble
I
now.
wish he would have popped my stream
If
in there.
somebody, well, I'm still here. Hold on.
Yeah, pop my stream in the room.
No, I've already looked at that. There's a whole bunch of ESPN and Fox footage. I can't play that, man. They'll pull us down in the middle of the stream if I play that.
Whatever. Go ahead.
Steve, you're just trying to get us kicked off, Pickle. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. I can still hear y'all though, so if y'all did something, just fucking. So no, you can't talk shit behind my back either. All right, I'll be back.
If we want to talk shit about you, we'd do it in front of you.
No, you're right, buddy.
Y'all see Sam Howell got traded?
Yeah.
I kind of expect that. They've been shopping him for a little while. I don't know. I just have bad no, I won't say bad memories. I just had a lot of memories of a lot of big nose tackles that fizzle out after a year or two in the NFL. And just because they're big don't mean they're great. But.
It seems like Evero now, I mean, he probably won't be here after this year, but he doesn't like the real big guys.
Right.
Kind of likes these guys to be around 300 pounds and
I'm going to find that. Right. I'm going to bring that up. People keep talking about Shy Tuttle getting cut.
Shy Tuttle should absolutely get cut.
Well, I don't really disagree, but the one thing we've got to remember, pre-June, if you cut him right now, if you cut him before June the 1st, right now, Shy Tuttle, you're going to be negative $825,000.
Oh.
With because he redid his contract this offseason, with a negative dead cap of $6.5 million. Now, if you wait till June, after June, you're going to save $2.4 million, but you're going to have $3.3 million in dead cap. After this year, he's got like 340 years. Now it don't really get much better. If you trade
Shador,
June,
he got picked.
Browns.
The Browns picked Shador.
Let's go.
Wow. Well, at least
good for him.
But that's what I was saying about Shy Tuttle. Shy Tuttle, you're if you cut him this year, you're kind of hurting the team. But sometimes you ain't got much choice in it the way these contracts are read out. I don't understand. I think this is the one screw up our cap guy did.
I thought they only signed him for like 2 years. I don't remember that.
They did, but then they turned around and redid his contract this year. to create cap space, which caused
They just stretching it out.
340 years. But
well, he just won't get the same amount of snaps, Pickle, going forward. I mean, even if they keep him on the team, he'll be in a reduced role, which is probably a good thing because I mean he just don't have the wind to play as much as we played him last year.
And even if they cut him, it'll be after June. You may just have to deal with the 3.3 dead cap. It's just what you are. I mean, you got a choice. You either cut somebody that you may want to keep him on your roster, or you deal with the 3.3. That's kind of the toss up you may have to have. But Shedeur Sanders actually goes to the Browns. Well, at least the Browns traded up with the Eagles to land Shedeur Sanders.
I mean, with the guys they've drafted and added through free agency, what do they normally keep? Like maybe 7, 8 defensive linemen.
Right.
I don't even know if there'll be a space. So somebody's going to get. Maybe they'll put one of these rookies on try to slide in the practice squad or something. But I don't know if there's room for all these guys either.
So the Browns so far have took Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, Judah Jenkins, Harold Fanning Jr., Dalen Gabriel, Dalen Sampson, and Shedeur Sanders. They took 2 running backs and 2 quarterbacks.
Sounds like some Cleveland shit.
The Browns are gonna Brown.
Right. And how much motivation does Shedeur have to understand he finally got drafted in the 5th round and the team choose Doug Gabriel or Dylan Gabriel over him?
Showing you what they think of you.
Because Dylan Gabriel was a 3rd round pick and Shedeur was a 5th round pick. What kind of motivation will he have?
He's just gonna have to go get it.
That's what he's got to do. He's got to turn it into motivation. That's what his father should be telling him. Motivation. Turn all of it into motivation. Fix what these teams are telling you that's wrong, and turn your life around and produce. Make everybody wish they had drafted you earlier. But sometimes competition makes you better. So
sure will. I think there's a good chance he can beat out Gabriel at some point.
Right,
That's just me personally.
Right. But they also have. Let me pull this up.
He's better than Gabriel in my opinion.
I think he's better than Gabriel, Anthony. I sure do.
Gabriel's like 5'2", bro.
Right. I mean, right now the Browns have Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Doug Gabriel, Deshaun Watson, and Shedeur Sanders on the roster. Now, Deshaun Watson will probably go to IR.
Yeah, they're definitely done with him. It sounds like, geez.
Right.
Thank God, Tepper didn't go too far on that one.
I don't know. That's one thing I'm glad I didn't get that I wanted. Can't even lie about it.
I think that fully guaranteed contract was to stop him with that. No, Cleveland will do it. Good luck. I don't really feel bad for them for Deshaun, but it is kind of amazing how much he dropped off. I mean, he's had injuries, but nothing like the player he was. He's not even close. I mean, he was a top 5 quarterback with the Texans. Don't see guys drop that far that quick usually without had a lot going on.
Yep.
Well, good for Cleveland. It looks like their fans are really happy with the pick. So you don't know; it could be the steal of the draft.
Absolutely could be.
This pick could show everyone just how stupid everybody else was. So
It could be. It could be because like I said, Dylan Gabriel's 5'11", 205. So,
I don't think Dylan Gabriel's their guy, but that's me.
the best thing Shadur could do is call up Joe Flacco and said, "Teach me what I did wrong." But Joe Flacco's there. Joe
Is he
Flacco's a
willing to
vet you
learn
want
that?
to learn off of.
Is he coachable by anybody but his dad?
He better if he wasn't, he needs to be. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
You could go online and read what all the negatives are, but he's got to take everything that's happened to him in this draft and turn it around. If he comes out strictly anger and doesn't see that he did anything wrong, and it's not all on him, nothing's on him. It was never his fault. Then he's going to be a failure. It just is because it's just is. So Shadir has to go in with the attitude. Tell me what I did wrong. Tell me what I didn't do right, and let me work on to fix it, and let it go from there. But at this stage, he's competing for a backup job.
I guess this kills the Kirk Cousins to the Browns. I guess we won't see that now.
You might be right.
Cousins ended up in Pittsburgh.
Do you reckon the Falcons just might have to pay him?
No, they're going to shoot. Well, I think it's another thing after June 1st. If they trade him, they don't have. They're still going to have. They're trying to get somebody to pick up some of that salary.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
I think it's if they wait to trade him, they take less of a dead cap on it. But I think Steelers aren't going to go with Mason Rudolph. I mean, they're going to, and Aaron Rodgers. I don't think they have a. I don't know. I don't think they want to go that route.
I mean, right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers roster for quarterback looks Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, no.
I mean, but they're waiting for Aaron Rodgers to come in and ride in on his white horse.
I saw that notification that they're going to get an answer soon on that.
If I'm the Steelers, I'm taking a quarterback here in a little bit. There are some good ones left. If you take the best available, and you go strictly quarterback. Will Howard is available. Quentin Ewers and Kyle McCord's available. Riley Leonard. Are they first round picks, day one starters? No, they're not. But they could perhaps give you better depth than Skylar Thompson.
I think that trade with Sam Howell, and it's ironic because he was originally drafted in the 5th round anyway. So that's crazy. He got traded again for a 5th round pick. I think the second time that he's been traded for a 5th round pick. And him going to back up McCarthy, it just tells you that Aaron Rodgers isn't going to the Vikings, and that was like his preferred place to go. So in my opinion, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to the Vikings. I think they're going to go with JJ and then, have Sam Howell back him up. And it very well could be Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh. Milroe's been selected already, has he not?
Yeah, Milrose went to the Seahawks. He's the reason why they traded Sam Howell.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Which Milrose competing with Drew Lock for the number 2 spot for the She Chickens or Seahawks rather.
Yeah, there's only one place for Aaron Rodgers to go besides retirement, and that's the Steelers now. I don't think there's another spot for him in the league.
Unless he waits until week 3 or 4 when somebody gets injured. The Steelers don't sign him. He just will sit there and say, I'll just wait it out.
Yeah, try to come in after an injury. Yeah.
He might be a good team, maybe like the Rams. I mean, Stafford had some issues. Imagine, just plug and play Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback away from the Super Bowl, maybe. Rodgers is. I mean, I think he's pretty much washed, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
looked
just
at his
thinking that way.
stats last year at the Jets. It's better than I would have thought, given their record. Wasn't terrible if you just look at his stats. But
Oh wow, I never thought. Too bad. There's a photo that Carolina Panther fan 512 posted on Twitter. I'll share it to the Legion chat for anybody who has that. But it's and I'll even share it just in general on Twitter. Uh, but it's a post of the Browns room after Shadur got drafted. Nobody's happy. Everybody's sitting with a dead look on their face. Well, I'm gonna throw this out there. Could it be possible that the NFL made the Browns do it?
Maybe.
Yeah, let's put the shovel up. Yeah, let's stop digging that hole because we want to keep it to football, and there's going to be some because there's a little more wild takes. There's more wild takes on here than there are on Spaces. I think if you want to explore this conversation, we should do it on the Spaces with multiple co-hosts and things like that to manage it better because we literally have no way to manage that conversation here. So
that can get ugly.
Our longest running segment in the C3 Legion Spaces, Pickle, is what? Corruption in the NFL. So we can revisit that Monday. I would like to talk about it Monday, actually.
Right.
Cody said he had to get him some free autographs. I ain't made much today.
I know. Here's the problem. We're so deep in that 6th round. Like we're coming up pretty soon. We're to pick number 148, and we go 163, so we're not too far away. But after that, it's a long wait in round 6 for that final pick.
Right.
So we get our kicker.
Yeah, we're gonna have to tough it out and see if we get a kicker. I guess.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that maybe they break some more press conferences or something in between that 5th round pick and that 6th round pick. Because most of these picks, I mean, I don't really know a lot of them now. Brady Swinson just went to the Patriots a couple picks ago. I mean, I know him, and of course, everybody knows Shador. But like Jordan James, I'm not real familiar with the running back out of Oregon. I didn't watch maybe one Oregon game this season.
Yeah, you're getting into deep. I mean, you're getting into deep rosters and their guys.
A lot of these guys right now are special teamers. They'll compete. They'll compete for backup roles or special team roles. Pretty much the 5th or the 6th and the 7th are guys who probably will head to the practice squad or make the end of the rosters. The guys that are inactive almost every game, stuff like that.
That's a bonus if you find a 5th rounder that's a starter, 5th rounder.
Yeah. Most of your 5th rounders are not starters.
I think the last one we probably did was the quarterback in 20 Josh Norman. He might be the last time we got a 5th. I think it was 5th round that actually turned into a really good player.
What I miss, y'all? Or did I miss anything?
Shador Sanders went to the Browns is the biggest thing. Swinson went to the Patriots.
Dang. Yeah. I was hoping the Jags would take him.
Yeah, the Rams traded up and select defensive tackle Tyler Hamilton.
Man, I'm almost worried about if we are going to go kicker, I don't even know if Borregales or Ryan Fitzgerald from FSU will make it to Pitt, our late round 6 pick. Because if there's ever a run on kickers, normally it happens mid 6th round. So hopefully they make it.
We're drafting pick 32 of the 6th round.
Yep.
But at the same time, it's better than drafting in the 7th. That's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier, and I know a lot of people consider it as a joke, but you have to ask yourself, if you really want that one kicker, maybe you take him in the 5th round.
Yeah, you might have to with that 2nd, 5th round pick.
Yeah, because maybe that's what you do. So,
I mean, I wouldn't be mad at it because, like, as long as we get our kicker, because we need to draft a kicker, and preferably for me personally, I want it to be the Miami guy, or I want it to be the Ryan Fitzgerald from Florida State.
Right. And for those who want to know, Cody is eating right now. He'll be back in a few minutes. But me and Diesel Skills have this covered. We can't add anybody to the stream, so if you're waiting to be added, just be patient. We'll be taken care of directly.
Is there a chance we could take that late 6th round pick and bundle it up with 160 and maybe move up 13 spots here and grab that kicker, Pickle? Would that be feasible?
It's
just
possible.
To move up 13 spots?
It's possible, but it's possible. I'd say if you were a team, would you take the 6th round pick, take the 163, and move up a few spots and take your kicker? I think that would work. I don't think anybody's going to take a kicker between now and 163, but I don't know that. That.
Yeah, I'm not worried about our pick here, like waiting in between now and 163, because I don't think anybody will take a kicker now unless I guess there's always that one team that does or takes a punter this early, but I don't know. The run last year on kickers was definitely in the 6th round.
I mean, we don't want to use any draft capital for next year to move up and take a kicker this year, right?
No.
Is what I'm saying. So
yeah, probably
just take them early and be done.
I mean, yeah, I would say probably take them early, or you could use maybe like a 7th or 6th next year and move up a little bit in the 6th round, but preferably not use those.
And they may believe in Matthew Wright. I mean, we don't know. That might be their guy. They may be totally fine with Matthew Wright. But I figured they'd have another competition like they did last year.
I mean, one thing we can look at is which other teams either don't have a kicker or have a kicker that they could see in a battle with a guy that they would maybe draft. Which, off the top of my head, I think almost everybody has a kicker.
Are we gonna go corner here?
Where
about
is,
10 picks?
Where is Joey Sly? Because I want to replace him. Whoever team he's on. The Giants, I think.
I think that might be where he is. I know he's somewhere.
Looks to me like he's with the Titans, if you wanted to know. He's with the Titans.
Joey Sly with the Titans. Okay.
Yeah.
Good look.
Trying to find out, see if a lot of times they show where these rookies get drafted, and they first find out. I was wanting to see if Cam Jackson, when he got the Rune news, but apparently the film's not out there yet.
There was one going around yesterday. They called him, and if he wasn't in the room, his mom picked up the phone.
Yeah, he was in the bathroom. If they were at the green room, he was at the green room when that happened. They showed his seat where he should be sitting, and it was empty. And his mother reached up and answered his phone.
Whose mom answered their phone in the green room?
It was a Cleveland. It was a Cleveland pick.
Mason Graham?
No, hang on a minute.
I think.
I gotta pull up the draft board.
Going back to the first pick, I think Jalen Walker and his family were expecting to be picked. The way they reacted when they were.
I think it was Jukins.
But I'm back.
Oh, probably Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah. Hey, Cody, which guy was in the bathroom when he got the call and his mama answered the phone?
Wait. He was wait, say again?
You know about a prospect who got a call about being drafted, but he wasn't in the room. He was in the bathroom, and his mama had to answer the phone.
No, I didn't know about that. No.
I think it was him.
So who's the best available, boys? Let's take a look. All right, here we go. Miles Frazier.
Yeah, it was him. He denies it.
Bro, RJ Mickens is still available. And Zah Frazier, man.
Yeah, I like Zah, man. And Mickens would not hurt, and we could break the curse. So that'd be fun too.
I would love it.
Yeah, according to this letter, Jenkins denies it, says he was just over there talking to folks, but ESPN when they showed the view, he wasn't in there, and his mother reached over to answer the phone. Greeny, on ESPN told Booger McFarland, said sometimes you gotta go. So.
Oh no. Oh no.
Giddens.
Dude, they're saying that Clemson might be the next school to stop receiving federal funding. Oh no.
Why are they saying that?
Because apparently Clemson has 15 genders listed on their student profile. Bro, you can't fucking make this shit up, bro. I swear to God,
Speaking of
Clemson should lose their funding for doing that shit.
Shut up, Pickle.
No, you went down the rabbit hole, dude.
Look, this is from Libs of we got agender, cisgender.
Cody, would you like to list those for us, please?
Bro, dude, what?
Intersex, man. That's just all stupid shit.
I mean, hey, man.
You a male or you a female?
Hey, bro. I am other gender identity. Okay, chill out.
You probably don't got no gender.
Hey, man, respect my fucking pronouns, son.
Yeah, well.
I kind of identify as a Panther today, personally, but that's just
yeah. Bro, the world is so dumb right now, man.
I identify as a Dan Morgan lover.
Yeah, you do.
I'm loving me some Dan Morgan today.
They got that
and there's nothing gay about that at all either. Nothing. I love Dan Morgan. If you don't love Dan Morgan, something's wrong with you, not me. I
love him as a GM. Love him a lot more than Scott Fitterer. I know that.
Hey, I identify.
Damn sure, bro.
Hey, I just I just realized something. You know what goes good with Chinese food? Mexican
Or
beer.
somewhat.
Dos Equis.
Yeah,
Mexican beer, Chinese food, but Chinese food.
Diesel skills has Scott Fitter. Has Dan Morgan graduated from the Bourbon Boys out of Scott Fitter and all them? I think so.
Yeah, I think so. With this
He's moving
draft right
up,
here,
dog.
Cole. I mean, this is better than last year, and what we kind of come to a consensus on last year, Cody. What we say, B or did we go B plus? It was
I
right
feel
in
like,
there.
yeah, I feel like we're like B. You know, I want to say B minus, B plus. We're in that area.
Somewhere.
You know.
And this is better. Do you like this draft better than last year? I do.
Oh, for sure, man. I feel like Dan navigated this draft very eloquently, man. Moved around well. Got a ton of value in the later rounds. Just awesome stuff, man.
Moved when he needed to. Moved into
Yeah.
the meat of the draft, and we didn't have to, give up the shirt off our back, so to speak. Because Atlanta got fleeced really bad trading into the second round or the first round or whatever for Pierce, and Dan just stayed patient and got into the second and the third both trade up in both of them. So we saw that unfold last night. He did a good job with this, and I guess some people may not like the Cam Jackson pick, but I think you're bolstering the defensive line. You're getting a guy to replace Shy Tuttle possibly in the future, or at least take snaps off of him this year. And I mean, if you're super upset about the top of a 5th round pick for Dan Morgan, then I don't think that's too much to complain about. You can't say that this was an F draft because you didn't like that 5th round pick or something like that. That'd be a wild take in my opinion.
Hey, dude, I really just think that Dan Morgan, and I'm gonna count them all together, man. Free agency and the draft here. I think knowing, like I said earlier, knowing when to be aggressive, but also not to over pursue. Like I feel like Dan has really shown great instincts. And I'm a fan of what he's done. Now, obviously, I'm biased. And remember, I am one of the longest running, supporting advocates of Dan Morgan. I wanted to hire Dan Morgan before we drafted, before we hired Scott Fitterer. I've been a fan of him for a long time. I'm happy that he's living up to it. I think this is a fantastic draft. Pretty much no matter what happens, the rest of this draft, right now it's a B plus, but we have 2 more picks and they can make it an A, man. And they really could. And the only reason why I don't give it an A right now is because I think we need to see it in action first, right? Based on the value that we've been able to pick up, it's incredibly high. But man, if we're able to get 2 or 3 starters out of this draft, bro, it has the potential to be one of the best in Panthers history. I really mean that.
So. I didn't blink when you said that. I would love that. On paper,
Yeah.
it already looks like it. That's just me, though.
Ransom is,
you gotta hope
is a straight headhunter.
Yeah.
You gotta hope.
You gotta hope at least 2 of those first 3 are starters. To,
Oh, and by the way, I haven't. My bad, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Whatever you want to call it. One of them being
By the way, I would just like to go on record and say I'm pulling for Shador, and
Me too.
I think that would be really cool if a franchise like the Browns, who always fucking sucks and never has good quarterback play, if Shador could go on to be really good for them, I think that would be a really cool story.
Cody, I meant to stop you the other day when I saw, I think it was on the ticker. I think somebody checked behind me. I think they have had like 40 quarterbacks since they've come back in 1999. It's a ridiculous number.
It's an absurd number, man. Their list of quarterbacks is honestly insane. I do like that place for him though, because if he's able to sit behind Joe Flacco for like a year or 2, and really continue to grow and be ready to hit the ground running, I think Shador can be a good football player, man.
Me too.
All right, boys. So what are we looking at next year? What do y'all think that we need to shoot for?
What do we pick again?
At 1. Hang on.
We're 7 picks away, guys. 7 picks away.
Very nice.
Yeah, so right now it's at 155, and we are picking at 163.
What was your? I didn't understand your question, Cody. What do we do next year? What are you talking about in the regular season?
He meant to say next round here, but he
I
did
said
say
next. I said next here, but I can understand why you heard
Next
you.
pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, the next 2 picks that we have. What are the positions that you think we're going to hit on? Are we going to continue to build depth and just go best player available, or are they going to take something like an offensive lineman,
Is
or
Chris
maybe
Paul
then
Jr. still there, Cody? The linebacker that I keep calling for? I would love it if he's still there.
Oh no, I'm gonna bring up the ESPN.
I think he's still there. One guy that I wouldn't mind is another safety, and his name starts with R, and his second name ends with S.
Yeah.
RJ Mickens.
Yeah, it rhymes with Tarjay Chickens, you know?
Yeah.
Dude, so y'all know what I want. Either RJ Mickens or Zai Frazier. But I'm under no illusions that we'll actually draft our Clemson players.
And Cole's right. That Chris Paul would be a good pick. Chris Paul
really
Jr.
would.
Yep.
I think you could sneak him out there on the field his rookie year at some point. I wouldn't give him a whole
We
starter
need.
workload.
We already
Too
got
many
a.
role players.
We already got T-Mac. We got Chris Paul and Kobe Bryant.
Yeah. Can we get a Dirk Nowitzki out here or something, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, the basketball
I would.
players. Sorry, I'm slow.
I would. I mean, Bond. Isaiah Bond's still out there.
Isaiah Bond, I wouldn't blink it.
Oh,
They did
God.
that.
They need the speed. I mean, these receivers they have, they're all.
I agree.
Not
That was part of
slow,
the
but
reason.
they
Pull the
need.
trigger on Isaiah Bond right here.
That was part of the
I'd
reason why I didn't love Tet, because I felt like he was the same style of receiver
Yeah.
to what we have, where I think as Bond, that's a real differentiating factor.
Like
on
they
the
were even
receiver.
talking about. I mean, the Packers. They were happy they finally drafted, receiver in the first round
Mhm.
when they took, Golden. But they also said most of their receivers are the other side. They're all like, 6-foot guys that are fast. They don't have a big, prototypical number one, X receiver on that team really. So maybe trade with. They got a bunch of guys up there. I don't know. Maybe just our coach, Canales just doesn't like the smaller, fast guys. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, boys. Y'all been waiting for him. Y'all wanted his analysis on Lathan Ransom. You're about to get it. JJ in the building. C3 Ohio State fan extraordinaire. Man of many jerseys. JJ, happy 3rd day of the draft, brother. How are you, man?
Happy 3rd day of the draft to you too, Cody. How you doing?
Doing good, man. Tell me about Lathan Ransom. Are you pumped about this?
Yeah, I mean, of course I'm pumped. Lathan Ransom was probably one of my favorites at Ohio State for like this squad, this championship squad. Um, I don't know. He was just personally a personal favorite, fan favorite in my opinion. Just cause like he won one of those major. He's not like Caleb Downs. He's not JT Tuimoloau, who a lot of people know. You know, he's just like. He's not the most flashy athlete, but like he's one of those players that like he gives effort 100% of the time. He's a hard hitting safety. I'm sure you can find plenty of clips on that on Twitter and shit.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, man, like he's just one of those who's kind of like a fan favorite player. Like a lot of Buckeye fans
Yeah.
like him too. So, he's a great run defender too. He's like the dirty work guy. Dirty work. He likes to get his nose dirty.
Yeah,
That's why
bro.
a lot of fans would like him.
You know who I kind of see a little bit of him? This goes back to that 2015 season, bro, I see a little bit of Kurt Coleman in it. I see some Kurt Coleman in how he lays the boom, man.
Yeah, Kurt Coleman did used to lay the boom on this.
Yes, he
Him,
did.
Mike Mitchell did too. Honestly, if you
Yes, he
remember
did,
him.
Yeah,
JJ. That's a great name for that. Mike Mitchell will break your
Yeah,
damn spine
Kurt
if he could.
Kurt Coleman was a great ball hawk too.
he was, bro.
I wouldn't say Ransom's a ball hawk, definitely. Ransom's good in zone coverage though. He's like he doesn't get challenged like that a lot. The only time he does is like in man coverage, and I don't know, like he's a good man coverage guy. I seen him get beat a few times, like just when like he looks like he's the lesser athlete of the two players, but which is literally the only thing I've ever really noticed negatively about him. Everything else I've just like loved about him. That's why he's a
Yep,
favorite of mine. So, but yeah,
absolutely.
when I saw him, man, I dropped my shit a little bit just because I was
Yeah.
I was happy.
Hell yeah, brother. And maybe one day I'll know what it feels like to have my Panthers
You're
draft a
getting
player
ready
for
to.
my team.
You're getting ready to.
Hey, somebody found this online from 2018. Deion Sanders says, I love what the Browns are done this offseason, but if I'm a young quarterback, ain't no way I'm going to Cleveland. I would pull Eli Manning if possible. That's pretty
Not
funny right
so
there.
Not so
fast, my
fast,
friend.
my friend.
Yeah, not so fast. Bro, the internet is fucking undefeated, boys.
How do you all feel about the draft, man?
Dude, I
A
feel
plus,
good about it.
JJ, and I never say that.
You said what, Cole?
A plus.
A plus. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'd have to agree, man. It
Yeah,
feels
how do you
like
feel, JJ? How do you
every
feel?
player we've gotten so far, I know who they are.
I
Like,
love that's my favorite part. Thank you.
and it's not just like, do I know who they are? They were like highly touted players in the draft. Like, the Nick Scouting dude, he was projected to be a first round pick a lot of times. At one point, sometimes we were projected to take him at 8. So like, you end up finding him at 51 in the second round. You get Lathan Ransom, who I like, of course, who I thought would help with run defense, help with the safety play.
Yeah,
Trevor Etienne, I wanted to another running back. You get him. You get that dude from Ole Miss who I don't really know much about. But I saw a bunch of mock drafts with us getting him in like the second, third round. So we ended up getting him too. So I'm sure that was a player a lot of people had their eye on too. So
it was one of our 30 visits, too.
yeah, that too. So and then Ted McMillan, of course, in the first round, the first round, you can't Tony says this about fantasy, and it's true about like the NFL too. Like you, it's not like a crazy thing that you hit your first round pick unless you get like a future first ballot Hall of Famer. But you can't. It is a big thing whenever you miss though, because now you're setting yourself behind compared to the other teams. Because the
Yeah.
first round is where you're supposed to hit. It's the
Yeah.
easiest spot to hit. But Ted, you get one of the guys with the biggest upsides at the wide receiver position. You in great hands.
Yes, sir. Um, Speaking of Cam Jackson,
Is that the 400-pound
No, I thought it
ASAP?
was JJ. I gave out false
yeah.
information. I'm sorry.
So this
Did
is a little
did he
bit
get
of
drafted?
no, he has not been drafted yet. No, but this is a little bit of Cam Jackson and the physical presence. I mean, bro, he reminds me of K1 Short, like in his
Hey,
body style and how physical he is.
if you
Bro,
can give
we
And
me
his
got
MK
motor.
this,
style of career from him, absolutely, I'll sign up.
bro. These boys are looking ferocious. You know what I mean? Like, could you
Against some
imagine if we were able to
dogs.
rebuild the entirety of our offensive line? I mean, of our defensive line, in one draft? Like,
Shit, we
bro,
have. If you count the off season, they already
bro,
have.
this is. I feel like we fixed the depth, Bro, we've got what we need, bro. Come on now. Now I
Cody,
want to.
Evero does not have an excuse anymore either. I don't want to hear that shit. We got to perform now because there's no excuse.
Oh, I know a good comparison for a fucking Lathan Ransom. He's a better version of like Jeremy Chin. He's not like as
I think we'll
athletic,
sign up for that though.
but he's a better like football player. He's like, the instincts are a little bit better, the play recognition and stuff
Yeah.
like that is just better. So yeah, a little
Yeah,
bit
man.
less of an
Keandre
athlete, but
Lambert
a better
Smith.
football player.
Is he starting day one? More than likely,
Wait,
probably.
Evan, Keandre got drafted?
Yeah, Keandre Lambert Smith just got drafted to the Chargers. Former Penn State wide receiver.
So yeah, we are 5 picks away, boys. At least on my TV.
There we go.
What are we, 63?
Yes. So we're at 158 right now. We're picking on 163.
And the Packers have already made their pick. That pick is in, and the 49ers are on the clock, which only leaves the Eagles and the Jets to pick before us. So we're real close here.
We are. Hey man, I want to thank everybody on the stream with me for getting up this morning and coming to hang out. And everybody that spent 3 days hanging with the C3 Panthers podcast, man. We appreciate y'all. We do this for the fans and we do it for the love of the Carolina Panthers. The C3 Legion is strong. Hit that like and subscribe if you haven't done so already, man.
Yeah, the support is just been an outpouring of support from the fans of the Carolina Panthers and supporters of the C3 Legion, man. So many people have been keeping up with these live streams on Twitter, along with coming in YouTube and making great comments on the show. Like, it's just been overwhelmingly impressive, I think, from the chat over the last 3 days of guys they thought the Panthers should take and just really good suggestions. And we kind of saw it play out in a good way for the Panthers. Really, really thankful for all the support, Cody.
Yes, sir.
somebody
Knowledgeable fans, Cody. Really
on Twitter, C3 Panther Podcast has plus 207 viewers. On Cody Lack's stream, it's the same stream, in case you don't realize that. But it's also plus 150 views.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a few other shows out there, but we are right now leading the fans watching the reaction to the draft.
I appreciate the hell out of that.
Shout out
we
to all
all
the
do.
teams. I don't want folks to. I'm not disrespecting other streams.
No, because they're cool.
Bottom line is, C3 with C3 Legion, we got depth.
Yeah, and you know what else it is too? Like, it started. Well, I mean, it started with Tony, Joey, Mel, and but now it's C3 is you. It's each and every one of you. This is your podcast to have your voice be heard as a Carolina Panther fan. Man, we have so many fans that are not even in the Carolinas. So this is their opportunity to interact and be with other Panther fans, man. And that's what we will always be about. That's what we pride ourselves on. From the cat calls on Tuesday night to, the free for all like we're doing now. We'll let anybody come up here and talk Carolina Panthers if that's the team you love, baby. Keep pounding.
One guy right now that I keep forgetting is on the board, and he would make a good possible future tackle replacement for Taylor Moton, is Cam Williams, excuse me. Cam Williams from Texas University.
Yeah.
Played right tackle his entire career at Texas, would be a solid replacement or possible future replacement for Taylor.
We haven't touched the O-lineman.
Right. Well,
I think he's off the board, Evan.
Go to offensive tackle. He might be lower down on the list, but there he is. He's
okay.
The number one
You're
tackle.
right. Yeah, 6'6",
he's a pretty good player.
317.
6'6", okay, dude.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like he for a while was projected to be a little bit higher and maybe like latest in the third. like second, third. Now he's just kind of gone a little lower.
Shout out to Blackfire, man. C3 is here for you, brother. You already know.
Right.
Great comment. Jeez, wonderful.
Cody, let me throw this. We were discussing this while you were at lunch.
Yeah, man.
Let me throw this out there. We have this upcoming pick. We also have a 6th round pick that's kind of like a late 6th round pick. Now, do you think the safety we want from Miami or the kicker we want from Miami will be there in the 6th round? I mean, reality is there's a strong chance he may not be. We may be in a situation that we may should take the kicker here instead of the 6th round.
No, that's a large possibility. But also remember too that once you get late in the draft, Pickle, a lot of these dudes, what you don't hear is that if you're a 6th or 7th rounder, a lot of these teams, they will tell the team, "Nah, don't draft me. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take a little bit less money to go undrafted and choose where I want to go." So, for example, if you do love a guy like Andres Morales, I think is his name, the kicker from Miami, you might have to see if he'll let you draft him. Whereas if he goes undrafted, he might not choose to come here.
Yeah, but I think I've heard that too. But if the team wants a guy, they're not asking him. They're just going to draft him, and he has no choice to go. It's not optional. It's just that's where they're going.
And
So I mean,
I also wanted to shout out Spivey the Goat 12. Said, bro, I had a lot to do today, so I'm just getting on. But Dan Morgan is cooking. He is building the team for the future and full of depth. I like what I'm seeing. Panther fans are liking this, boys. They're excited at what we've done and what we're doing.
Yeah, just absolutely pumped up about this draft. Absolutely better draft than last year. And last year wasn't bad. We gave them a B or maybe even a B minus, and we're better than that. But we are better than that right now, as long as we don't do anything crazy in this pick coming up here shortly, Cody.
Absolutely. Shout out to Palmetto Panther. Says I've been listening to C3 for over a decade. R.I.P. Joe Riolano. R.I.P. brother. We miss you every day, Joe. Shout out to Palmetto Panther. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of these names forever. And then some of them we've seen in the past few years. And they're diehards, man. So no matter how long you've been around, C3 appreciates y'all for being here, man.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest things about the C3 chat is being in there and you're chatting with people that have been in there for years and you've been chatting with on Tuesday nights for years. It's really a cool thing. And we are on the clock.
Yes, sir. And welcome, Mr. Beefy Toes, to the third day of the draft. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Long week of work. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing good, man. Hey, how you feeling about this draft for the Carolina Panthers so far, bro?
Well, honestly, with Ted, I would have rather taken Tyler Warren. Preferably a defensive player, Jalen Walker, but it is what it is. But if I would have went offensive, I would have probably went Tyler Warren. But I'm glad that we got the 2 edge rushers, Scorn and what was the other one? Forget.
But yeah, what do you mean? Who we drafted? We got Tet. We got
Princely.
Yeah, we got
Scorton, and
Princely,
yeah. Yeah, I'm glad we really needed help on the line, especially since Clowney and the other guy is on their last year and up in age.
Real quick. Hold on. So the Panthers are on the clock. These are the players that are available to us. We got Myers Frazier, Torrey Horton, Mitchell Evans, Will Howard, R.J. Mickens, Zara Frazier. Look at Quinn Ewers still on the board too, huh? Chris Paul Jr. So, boys, what are y'all hoping to see? Real quick, before we get that pick in, Pickle, what you want?
I want the kicker. I want the kicker.
All right.
Kicker from Miami.
Okay, Andres Borgales, diesel skills.
I'm
What are
sticking.
you?
I like Zy Frazier. You sold me on him pretty good, and then Jalen Reed's my backup.
I love the potential. He's big, tall, strong, fast, everything that you want. We can mold him. Like that's a ball of clay looking to be molded into an NFL player. Cole, what would you like to see here, bro?
I like Chris Paul Jr. a lot right here, Cody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Linebacker, I think Ole Miss. Yeah, that's correct.
Not bad. Evan, what say you, man? What would you like us to take here?
Man, I might honestly have to go with Pickle on this one just because we don't pick for another like 45 picks after this. It's almost a
Yeah.
little risky waiting until that late 6th-round pick for us. So I would
Yeah.
probably go the kicker here just to make sure we do get the kicker
Okay.
because we really do need one.
All right, Locks, man, are you still with me, bro? Locks. Okay, I don't know if we have Locks. Mr. Beefy Toes. Your name is hilarious, man. I love it. What position should the Panthers go here? And the pick is in, so let's try and get him through.
I'm torn between cornerback and the safety, Jalen Reed and Zach Frazier, or Zaw.
Yeah, man.
Zach or Zaw Frazier.
Zah Frazier. JJ, what say you, man? What are you hoping for?
Hold on, I got a quick question. Has Xavier Restrepo been drafted?
I don't know.
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, he hasn't.
That's wild, actually.
All right, boys, the pick is in. I'm about to read it as soon as I see it.
No, if I announce it first, I wouldn't. But
You would too.
I will. I will. I will. Is this pick right here?
Also, did y'all see the clip of the Browns when they drafted Shador? They all look like they're like at a funeral.
Yeah, I saw that. I have a thought process, but I will have that conversation Monday at 6:30 on C3 Legion Spaces. If you want to know my thoughts, tune in.
Hey, that's called burying
Get
the
ready,
lead.
Oh,
yes, it is.
Oh,
That's how you
see
sell
who
this
it is. Read
program
it.
right there.
Read it, Cody. Read it.
Oh, what's happening? What's happening?
They announced it. I'm not gonna say it.
Let's go. Good pick.
It's
That
a
was
good
a good
pick, but
I haven't seen it. Tight end Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame. You are a Carolina Panther.
Not bad about that. I'm not mad about that at all.
Yeah, I don't. He ran a 4.74.
he was a 5-star coming out of high school.
Yeah,
I
he's
didn't
good.
know
He's
he
a
was
great
4'7".
talent.
58
That's
pounds.
pretty good.
I
Can he
drafted
block?
him late in a couple mock drafts. I'm not gonna lie. I fuck with the pick.
He's got talent.
Oh, and you see how high he was on the best available too. They had him listed at number 3. So yeah, good pick. That's BPA, right? More or less.
Very nice.
You feel like he pushes Tommy Tremble this year for
Out
some
the
playing
door.
time?
I gotta see him. Let me see.
I don't. I'm really not certain who he is. I'm
For a
not
pick
getting.
this late, like I wouldn't say it right away. He pushes him. It's just, I mean, if he's a
He's
5th
better
round,
than
Let me
Ian
read the
Thomas.
analysis.
yeah, he's probably going to be better than Ian Thomas, but it's a stretch to say he's going to push Tommy Tremble, who's clearly number 2 on our depth chart, as a 5th round pick.
So there's a little clip video of him. Dude, he's strong. He's fast. I like him. So Evans tied for the quickest 10-yard split among all time combine. The first shows on tape. He's quick, makes the first defender miss, and runs hard after the catch. He gets up, he gets his head snapped around and accelerates out of breaks, running out routes. He uses his big frame to box out defenders and make contested catches. Evans time speed is average, but he tracks the ball, makes plays downfield, and averaged 14.6 yards per catch in 2023. He gets in a position, moves his feet and his frame well to develop into an effective inline blocker. All right, boys.
Cool with it. If he can
I'm pretty
block,
cool
he's
with
going
it
to
too.
get on the field.
Speaking about taking all defense, the Eagles have taken all defense in this draft so far. They're pulling a Matt Rule here in this draft.
I mean, defense does win championships.
Yep, they proved that this year.
Did it.
They're reloading.
And real quick, to Forest City Kitty says we're just giving up on JT Sanders. Not at all. Having two really good tight ends in your offense is a godsend. The
They'll be on the
ability
field
to
at the
run,
same time.
the ability to run those two tight end sets. No, if anything, this should make me feel even better about JT Sanders.
Absolutely. Let me say this real quick. Folks, let's remember currently on the roster, you have Tommy Tremble, JT Sanders, old man Jordan Matthews, who was nothing last year, contrary to the overhype he got in training camp, which was dumb. You got Dominic Daphne, don't even know who that is, James Mitchell, and Colin Granger. Don't even know who them three fellas is either. Let's be real, folks. We only have two effective tight ends on this roster. This is where you take a 5th round pick. Now, Tom, we talked earlier about a fullback position, somebody who can lead block or at least block, is a good blocker. That may be Tommy Tremble. He's not a bad blocker. He was known in college for his good blocking, but he could be that utility fullback type guy. With JT Sanders, you had this guy in there, you at least have depth at tight end. Remember, Tommy Tremble and JT Sanders were both hurt some last year. Now, let me ask you something. If one of them goes down on an injury, whether it's half the game or whether it's for a couple games, do you want Evan Mitchell or do you want old man Jordan Matthews out
Yeah.
there?
And by the way, I got some more clips of him. And by the way, shout out to Vari Johnson. Says Evans is not trade bait. We're keeping that big brother. Please be able to block Evans like this for real. So big boy can move. This is him.
Yeah, and he's 6'5", 260 pounds.
Yeah, the dude is a big boy. I mean, this is I like this,
pretty
man.
quick for a big boy like that. And
bro, the value that we are getting out of this draft is absurd, man. Play these dudes. Play them and let them all play a lot of football on their rookie contracts. And it can move. Look at that. Let's go, boys. I'm pumped on this shit.
I mean, I'm just comparing it to the beginning of last season, the tight end room, and now thinking the beginning of this season and the tight end room. And it's looking to me like we're just going to be light years better at that position, Cody. Somebody said, Ian Thomas is gone. We did bring Tommy back. Tommy didn't play bad last year. He did have a little injury there, hiccup, and so did JT. I think this tight end room is looking a lot better this year. I don't think Granger's going to make the roster, but he might make the practice squad. That's the basketball player from Coastal Carolina.
Sure. I love this
Yeah,
man. I love
he can block. I mean, his block, he can block. He's just not. I mean, he's not elite blocker, but he can block. It's not bad. I just saw a clip on, but for whatever reason, I think Cody, you tried it on ESPN. When you try to blow that up full screen, it won't do it. But there is a clip there of him actually making an interior block to get the running back open. So
yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
It's not that he can't block. That's just not what they ask him to do a lot there. But it's like JT Sanders. He can block too. And if you think about JT last year, he went from barely blocking to a decent blocker at the end of the year. So one thing about it, we may be able to develop good blockers. And I think this could be a steal.
We are not going to be on the clock for a while.
Right.
Not until 2:08. And then
yeah, we're done. That's our last pick.
Yeah, we got one more pick to make.
We still got one more.
Yeah. 208. You know what you said?
But yeah, man. 208.
Ricky Reigns.
I literally just found it. Hold on.
Yeah. Y'all, if you haven't followed Ricky Reigns, y'all need to follow that man. That's an excellent follow right there, y'all.
Yeah, so this is Ricky Raines and his draft report that they put up. Has a physical build of a traditional tight end with height and weight combination. Demonstrates good catching ability, including a high conversion rate in CTC contested catches situations. Effective in-line blocker. I love that. One of the better dual threats from a traditional alignment. Smooth athleticism and fluid movement as a route runner, even if not prolific. Has enough pop out of his stance to displace defenders. Um, so uh, he played through an injury history as 2024 progressed ACL recovery. So he did look more effective late. Not a dynamic athlete. His length, they say, isn't great. The play typically ends pretty short after the catch. I don't know. I've seen some pretty good yards after the catch. But they say that he's an old school tight end. They comped him to Pat Farmer.
Hang on, I want to have you post another picture. I gotta get the address to it.
Oh.
It's on Panthers.com on Twitter.
All right, I got that.
It's also in the private chat, by the way. This might be controversial. Does he get to keep this number? That's a question for everybody out there.
But you know what? We gave it to Terrace Marshall Jr.
No, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. Maybe you give it to Mitch Evans. He'll actually put respect on the number 88.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Cody just shared that Mason Ransom draft call where Dan Morgan calls him. It's from the Panthers.
Okay.
He blonde hair too, yo.
Who, Mitchell?
Yeah.
We didn't get 44, but we got 88.
Hey, what's up, man? This is Dan Morgan with the Carolina Panthers. You doing all right?
I'm doing good.
Good. Who you with right now?
With my family.
Awesome, man. We're going to take you right here, all right? Is that good with you?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, man. We're excited. Yeah, let's get it, man.
Thank you.
Let's get it.
Thank you.
You ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Awesome, man.
Hey, Lathan, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
All right. Family excited?
They excited.
I think our coach was an old safety one time, but he's not nearly was ever as good as you. So just take pity on him a little bit here, okay? Here you go, Coach.
All right.
Lathan, what's up, man?
What's up, Coach?
We're fired up to get you here, bro. Really excited.
No, I'm fired up.
Love it, man. Love the way you play. The culture that we're trying to build here, man. It's really important as we build this thing. I'm going to pass you over to Coach Gerald here, our defensive coordinator.
Lathan, how you doing, brother? Congrats, man.
I'm doing good.
Yeah, well, we're excited to get you up here, man. Get to work.
No, I'm ready to get to work.
Hey, you want to rewatch that Oregon game again?
Let's do it. Let's do
it. Congrats, man. I'm excited to be working with you. You're going to bring a great play style and love your energy. So let's get to work, my man.
No, let's do it.
All right. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Appreciate you.
Yep, for sure.
All right, Lathan. Hey, go enjoy the family and celebrate this. We're excited for you. Can't wait to see you, brother.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
All right.
Good stuff.
All
For all the hate that Ajero gets and the defense gets, and a lot of it is justified, of course, as bad as they were last year, I do like Jonathan Cooley, and I always have. So I like him as the secondary passing coordinator or something like that. Passing game coordinator.
Is he the defensive backs coach or
something
like that?
Something.
Yeah. Kyle says Dan Chazena is number 88. It should say he was number 88. You know what I mean? You're going to have to come up with that one. You know what I'm saying?
His days might be numbered on this roster, too.
Yeah.
And I like Dan okay. I mean, he had a catch for us in game that was a big deal. So. Pickle, are you talking to us?
Yeah, you're muted.
Oh, there you go. That's about
Pickle
right.
just talking up a storm.
It's better than yesterday or Friday. I was raising hell. I was giving it all. Then I looked up and realized I was muted the whole damn time.
So what were you saying?
Zoff Frazier just went to the Bears.
Yeah.
Oh, Zoff Frazier's off the board, man.
Who is?
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, Dan Chisholm. You know what? If I was a Panthers, I'd tell Dan Chisholm, you lost your number. Life goes on. But I don't know that how it is now. I don't know how it is now. It may be. Back in the day, they used to have to cut players to make room for the draft players. Dan Chisholm might not make the roster. He might not make the training camp. He ain't young. He is not young. But like you said, he did make a good catch once in a game.
Yeah, Lathan Ransom is who we're assuming is starting at free safety, but they could still sign Blackman. I think that's a good point. We could just have Lathan Ransom as depth and Blackman's brought in to start. It is a possibility.
Let me ask y'all, and I just posted this on one of the Legion chats, that this is the best draft of my lifetime for the Panthers. Maybe that's a bold statement, but I'm gonna stand by it. Rank this draft to every Carolina Panther draft you've seen as your time of being a fan. Where's this ranked?
Dude, I really I mean, listen, obviously the proof will be in the pudding, right? So if these guys end up being good, but I do hear you in that. Right now, I am more excited about the players that we have drafted this year than I have been the last several years in a row. So I understand that, man, and yeah, I do think this has the potential to be an all-timer. Like I'm hoping that this is remember in 2017 what the New Orleans Saints did, and they had like 4 or 5 different starters in that draft class. I'm really thinking that we have the potential to have one of those, boys.
Right. Plus that tight end, y'all. Let's expand a little bit. When you go into
Rude Life NASA, what's up, boy? Get in here.
What's up, bro? When you go into a regular season game, because of the stupid inactivation rules, your chance, a lot of times you're only taking in 4 receivers. That third tight end, if he's got the ability to Travian Sanders or Mitchell Evans has, you can actually put him as an emergency wide receiver. It gives you more flexibility. If you go out there with the 2 tight end set, 1 running back, what's that, 11 person? I forget that number. We have 2 tight end sets, 2 wide receivers, and a running back in the backfield.
12 personnel.
Yeah, 12 personnel. Imagine I used to see this. They'd raise their leg, and all of a sudden, the receiver goes out to the flat. He's now a wide receiver. Let's be real. We've had tight ends recently that couldn't do that. These 2 could do that very easily and make a defensive back or a linebacker pay for it. Because most teams, when you line up in that, they're going to prevent you with their base defense, and you can make a safety or a lot of times a linebacker pay trying to guard a tight end like this in the open field.
Seeing Anthony really supportive of this draft and Dan Morgan, boy, that says a lot, because he's never been scared to call out Dan if he thought Dan took a misstep on a pick. He's been quick to say it and just kind of tell it like it is,
Right.
Ant does a good job of that, and his approval on this draft just confirms mine in a lot of ways. because I've always been a staunch believer of Dan Morgan running this franchise and putting a better team together than what we've seen in the last 7 seasons.
Exactly. You're right.
Bro, I just saw the dark post. I don't even want to read it. It's so
Yeah, yeah. And for those of you who are wondering, let me clarify. Tommy Tremble, on March the 9th, he signed a 2-year deal. 2-year deal. So in 2 years, you could see Jatavian Sanders and Mitch Evans as our only tight ends, unless we bring some more in the future. I'm not saying it'll happen. Y'all know I love Tommy Tremble, but there is a reality to that. And with Tommy Tremble's injury history, this very well might be a steal of the draft. That's saying a lot in this draft. Of all the picks we choose, my only pick that I'm going to say I question, not that I have an issue with it, but I do question, would be the Cam Jackson pick. Just because I don't know that we really need him, but the rest of the picks, I really can see a good outcome of him.
Yeah, that's the one pick that's going to look weird on the depth chart when you put that together. Have you already started your depth chart, Pickle?
Yes and no. I've thought about it. I've kind of put a rough sketch, but I'm going to wait till tonight or tomorrow. Then I'm going to go to. I'm going to create my own depth chart and get it worked out. I want to do 2 depth charts. One of them, the first one's going to be okay. The second one, I just want to make a 4-3 depth chart. Compare that to a 3-4 depth chart.
Yeah, I want to see that too. That'd be great.
Check this out.
Who's that?
Let's go. Yeah,
See, he looked like a young Greg Olsen.
Well, a lot of people are saying that he compares to Jason Witten from the Cowboys.
Well, that's not a bad tight end either.
Oh, I know.
How did they get that out so fast? God, they got that out really fast.
Yeah, that was really high, really well done too. What's up, Jay? Solid Jenkins says the only pick I didn't like was Ransom. I think we should have taken more from Alabama, but everything else has been awesome. I mean, everybody has their favorites. I was pulling for RJ Mickens, obviously. But, dude, once you look into all these players, dude, they're all good players. There's no reason to, not like these dudes. I like the fact that you lay the wood on him, bro. He is a boomer, bro. He will smack you. And I like that. Our team needs that, dude. Hey, did Quint Ewers get drafted, Joe?
Who did?
No, I don't think so. Quint Ewers.
Quint Ewers.
Yeah. I'll look in a second.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't see it
on Twitter. At the C3 handicap capable is on Twitter, and they haven't kept up with the draft. So he asked how good, who were our picks. So I was replying to his.
But that's not him. Remember, he passed away.
Well, I know, but
yeah.
I think it's a family member. So and
I never really knew if that was his girlfriend or wife or mom. I don't even really know.
I just respect who asked, and I just
I
kept up with them. So I just respect who asked.
Absolutely. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. I need to. What am I looking? Oh, okay, I got you. I about messed up here.
Miles Frazier, the guard, went to Detroit.
Yeah, you quit yes, Quentin Ewers is available. Will Howard is still available. Kyle McCord is available. Some of these quarterbacks like this, I can see them going off in the 6th or 7th round. These are quarterbacks that teams may like at some point, but if they can get him in, they still may. If they get him in the 6th or 7th, it's easy for them to get him on a practice squad. But if you let him slip into free agency, then there's a strong chance that they may not go to a kind of a, what I want to say, a losing franchise.
Mhm.
Like a lot of teams had Kyle McCord in to talk with them. I'm kind of surprised
Oh,
Will Howard ain't been drafted by somebody.
hey, here's something else we didn't play yet. This is Ted McMillan's teammates and coaches after he was drafted to the Panthers.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? Come on. Hey, Mr. Ross on you next. Hey, come on, I got it. You know that.
Congrats. It was the thought behind the purple suit, bro.
Hey, we royalty, baby. You know that.
I like that. I like that.
Hey, we finna be in that baby blue, though.
Hey, there's a legend there that you about to break all those records again, too, though. You feel me?
Hey.
Buckle up, buddy. Buckle up.
Right on, brother. We're proud of you. We love you. Hey, it's for life.
Everybody was in there. Yeah, that was a good one for sure. I'm glad, I got to hear from them.
One of those people was Noah, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about your relationship.
Oh, yeah, that's my dog. We met at the age of 14. Been playing together ever since. I've been catching a touchdown from him for 8 straight years. So
Chris Paul Jr. to the Rams.
Catch the ball from somebody else.
That's cool, man. I like that.
Yeah, that negative attitudes lose opportunities.
Yeah, man.
Nalo. It's like his brand. It's his mantra. It's his own thing he's bringing in.
I love that.
Christian was saying last night that he didn't understand it, but it's an acronym is what it is. It's negative attitudes lose opportunities. And I think when you put that type of mantra with keep pounding, and you say, well, I'm always going to have a positive attitude and I'm never, ever going to give up. I think that's just a great message. The two things.
You're right. That's a great point, Deez. Those two are synonymous, man. Nalo, keep pounding. They mean the same thing, man. I love that. I love that about him. Like I said, the more you learn about T-Mac, it's really hard not to like the dude, man.
Cody, there's a new link in the private chat. It's posted in the private chat at the bottom. It's posted by Panthers.com.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This might be my new favorite tight end. But FYI, tight end's probably my favorite position right now in the offense.
Look at this man get big body and go mean on him. Oh, with the one hand. Oh, with the one hand.
Oh, so we're like that, huh?
We really like that DCO skills. We really like that.
Wow. And I got hooked up on that clip of Ted McMillan doing that to Travis Hunter in the end zone where he one-hands that ball. I mean, we got some big body guys out there that only need to put one big paw on it, and they're going to come down with the catch. And I'm pretty excited about the offense, man. We got some viable weapons.
Oh, boy.
We're going to have Bryce Young looking like a boy soldier out there. All these weapons.
The Rams took Chris Paul Jr.
Oh, y'all look at Dan Morgan dance on stage.
Yeah,
y'all.
man. Dan Morgan wish he was that athletic again and that agile. He'd be playing middle linebacker, not being GM, and he should do both. I don't know how that.
I'll be right back, boys. I'm gonna leave that up.
All right, I've got an interesting comment here. I heard about this the other day, and I thought it was cool. I heard that when Will Johnson or Will Campbell went to the Patriots on his 30-day his tryout before the draft, their head coach Mike Vrabel put his pads on and walked out there and said, "See how many times you can knock me down." He knocked Mike Vrabel down 4 or 5 times, to eventually the staff and the owner and the GM stopped it. But he just basically whooped the old man, and that told Mike Vrabel all he needed to know.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of NFL fans are tired of seeing the Patriots win, but as soon as they signed Vrabel, I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
Because I don't know that the Titans ever should have really let Vrabel go, to be honest. They went in a new direction, and it was pretty much a failure. And now here they are, number one pick in the draft, resetting completely with Cam Ward. So I think the Titans took a misstep when they fired Vrabel. And I think Patriots fans are going to be the one to benefit from it.
Right. Real quick, interesting. Somebody earlier when we were talking about drafting 2 quarterbacks, he said you don't do that. Well, the Browns are the 11th team to draft 2 quarterbacks in one 7-round era. In '94, Washington took Heath Schuler and Gus Frerotte. In '95, Carolina took Kerry Collins and Jerry Colquitt. I forgot about that. And in '99, Cincinnati took Ika Smith and Scott Covington. San Francisco in 2000 took Giovanni Charisma and Tim Rattay. In 2003, the Texans took David Ruggon and Drew Henson. And in 2008, Green Bay took Brian Brom and Matt Flynn. In 2010, the Panthers took Jimmy Clausen and Tony Pike. They also took a third quarterback that they intended to move to. They also took a third quarterback a few years anyway. And then in 2012, Robert Griffin and Kirk Cousins were drafted by Washington. Kenny Pickett and Chris Oakland were drafted in 2022 by Pittsburgh. And in 2004, Drake May and Joe Milton were taken. And in 2025, Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders were taken. It's not unusual for 2 quarterbacks to be taken in one class. The success rate is odd at best.
Yeah, you got to have a winner and loser if you draft 2. Go ahead, Beef.
Oh, I was just saying, I got to get out of here. I got to go pick up my daughter.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
No problem.
Y'all have a good one. Keep pounding.
You're hardcore, bro. Keep pounding. Anybody that's still waiting around for this final pick for the Carolina Panthers is a massive fan.
You're right there.
I'm just doing it, and usually I don't, and I'm just doing it because we started this thing, and I wanted to see it all the way through.
That's it, man.
I appreciate y'all boys more than you know, man. Love my religion out here, bro.
I mean, when you're close to 12 hours deep,
I'm back.
Yay!
Hey, I'm trying to stick around too, honestly. I didn't mean to leave there. My StreamYard every now and then reloads on my iPad, so
right.
Oh, you're fine.
I always have to come back in, yeah. Ugh.
Shared a post there, Cody, if you're back in front of your computer where we can look at the wide receiver draft history, kind of a rundown for the Carolina Panthers. It's real short, but it's a good conversation while we're waiting for this final pick.
I got you, bro.
2 more picks, and then we're into the 6th round, boys.
Y'all, I don't know if y'all know this. If you watch the Panthers call where they call the players, they're all wearing the same T-shirt over top of their clothes. I would expect it's a sponsorship for them. CCT. They're all wearing the same shirts over top of there.
Tedero McMillan is the highest drafted receiver in Panthers history.
Yes.
DJ Moore was picked 21st or 24th. Calvin Benjamin was 28th. Muhsin Muhammad was 13th in the 2nd.
Right.
Curtis Samuel was 8th in the 2nd. Steve Smith was 12th in the 3rd. Wow, that is a pretty interesting clip, huh? Or a little point of history.
Yeah, in 30 seasons, the Carolina Panthers have never invested in wide receiver as heavily as they did in this draft. So if that's not a buy-in on Bryce Young, I don't know what is.
I know, man. Hey, man, let me welcome Christian dropping gems back to the C3 Panthers pod. What's up, dude? How you feeling about this draft, bro?
Hey, can you all hear me? I'm on a different headset right now.
Yeah, you're good. Loud and clear, man.
Oh man, I'm watching every second of it. Been watching you guys in the background. It was kind of fun. I had to put you guys on pause while my feed was going, so it was fun knowing the pick and then seeing your all's reaction. I gotta say, man, it looks like we got ourselves a Tyler Warren light, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. I think we did.
I really
Um,
do like him, Christian. I think that he's a strong tight end with great hands, and I think that he's more athletic than all of his write-ups are giving him credit for.
right.
Hey, I'm all for it, man. Like I wanted a safety, a nose tackle, a tight end, and I don't know how they're going to use Cam Jackson, but if they're going to play him on the zero technique, dude, I told you. Remember, I told you guys yesterday, dude. I found that a backup nose tackle more valuable than another 3-4 defensive end. But I'm happy, man. I'm happy. You know, I think everything's good so far, and these guys know so much more than us, but. Like you all said, man. At least we know these guys. They look like they can play, and dude, I'm cool with it.
Right.
I'm into it too, man.
I really am. Alex Ziglo, the guy that interviewed Cody Lack at training camp once.
Taylor Ziglo.
Yeah, there's a link at the bottom if you want to pull that up. I can read it.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
what's that?
There's a link. There's a link all the way at the bottom of the private chat. It's just a little write up he just put. It's not even a write up. It's just a post on Twitter.
Yeah.
Good. It says Corey Fuller, the Panthers' southeastern area scout, said
Here
he
it is.
was.
I got it right here.
All right, you got it, bro.
The Panthers Southeast area scout said he was fired up about both of the edge rushers Carolina took Friday. His full thoughts on Nick Swarton and Princely Umanyalan. He says, you get a guy like Nick. I got a chance to meet him a little bit. Great character guy, really good worker. He's a power rusher who can literally run through you any way he wants to. And then Princely got the chance to do his scout. I got the chance to do his scout this fall. Another good kid. Is a little different, very finesse, very bendy, very long, good strength to hold his line. So you pick your poison. Did you get ran through, or do you get somebody to run under you and run around you? So I'm fired up to have them both. Man, that's awesome, dude.
That is.
They really are like the yin to each other's yang. One of them is more power, and then the other one, is that bendy type that we're looking for. I love the position and flexibility of both of them, really.
Right. The bad news to drafting them in the middle of the rounds, if they become superstars 4 years from now, we gotta sign them both in 1 year.
Bro, I'm hoping that this is the best Panthers
But
draft.
I would love to be in that, have that problem. I would.
Well, let's hope if we have that issue, by the time any of these guys that we drafted this year that become super impact players, especially the edges, hopefully maybe we won a Super Bowl by then.
Right. And the way the cap guy does our caps, most of the time they're really good. Even in contracts that he has to give more than he wants, they're still structured correctly.
So this is the all 22 version of the clip that you shared earlier, Pickle.
Yeah.
Christian D is Evan. How do you not love this?
He's number 88 over here, guys. Watch this.
Oh, one hand that thing, man. Hold up,
I remember them talking about him the year after Michael Mayer left and talking about him having so much talent and him being a 5-star in some of the broadcasts for college football. And I mean, he does. He didn't produce, but he definitely has talent. I mean, just the fact that he was a 5-star coming out of high school, that just shows that this kid has a lot of talent. He maybe didn't get to completely use it when he was at school at Notre Dame, but he's got the talent to be a great tight end.
You know, Riley wasn't really. He shouldn't declared for the draft. He wasn't ready. He didn't have that great of a season last year. Riley Leonard. the quarterback. I know because I watched him at Duke. I was a big fan of him at Duke. He really should have probably stayed at Notre Dame and developed a little more. And he could have hurt the tight end's ability to catch a lot of balls and be super productive. I don't think their passing game was what a lot of fans of Notre Dame expected it to be or wanted it to be. So a good pick for the Panthers. And seeing highlights of these one-handed grabs and stuff, Cody, I think he will at least provide some competition for Tommy Tremble. I don't know that he pushes him or wins the job. He could maybe, but he at least is bringing some competition to that wide receiver, or that tight end room.
Yeah, and boys, I think this is an entire 48-minute or 48-second clip of him blocking. So this is him right here on the end. Oh, get you some work. Get you some work. Oh, get to that second level. I like him. The more and more I see him, boys, the more I like him.
Yeah, I mean, he was 15 yards in the field. Killing that guy.
Bro, look at Dan Morgan flexing. Boys, am I being too optimistic, or am I feeling like this has the potential to really be an all-time Panthers draft? Like, gosh, I'm loving these picks.
Hey, can you guys get background noise for me right now?
Yeah, it sounds like you're in an ocean, dude.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn it off.
What is that? Dude, it literally sounded like you were in a waterfall.
Nah, man. I'm hold on, let me turn this
Now
on.
it's bubbling.
I'm in the fucking hot tub.
Ah, shit. Hold on.
Fuck yeah.
Yo, my man's out here chilling, bro.
Chilling.
Yo, what are you doing in that hot tub, bro?
Got my margarita.
Oh, shit.
Did you go on
Ready to
vacation
go?
on draft week?
No, Christian's fucking chilling, bro.
No, funny story. So my ex, she left. Like, I bought this house, my first house, I don't know, 3 years ago. And then shortly after that, my ex-girlfriend bought this portable hot tub. And then she left.
Oh, shit. Anyway,
I fucking kept it.
at least you got a hot tub.
Yeah.
Shit. Hey, that's the bright side, man. Oh, shit.
Sure.
Bro, I'm just geeked off of this draft clash right now, boys.
Yeah, man, this is I'm pretty happy. I'd like some more safety help for sure.
I mean, y'all tell me, what position of need did we neglect? You
Corner.
know? Yeah, but I mean, we're kind of good on corner, aren't we? We have, I don't know, maybe for depth. I would have liked to have gotten Zach Frazier, but I believe he went to the Bears, I think.
It just shows you how much the Panthers believe in Charles Smith-Wade. So they must think a lot of him, Cody. They weren't trying to bump him down or give him too much competition there. And same thing with Richardson. You know, they must think a lot of Damani Richardson as well, with only selecting one safety instead of two.
Yeah. I mean, when you factor in free agency and the draft, it's hard to think of how you could better accommodate for all the needs on the roster better than what we've done. We got a bunch of new defensive tackles. We've got Wanham and Clowney coming back. You got 2 new edge rushers in the draft. Your offense was already trending in the right direction, but you get a badass wide receiver. You get Rico Dowdle to run the football. You re-sign all of your offensive line depth. So Christensen's coming back. Cade Mays is coming back. All these Austin Corbett still coming back. Now you're able to add to your backfield in a meaningful way with this new safety, Lathan Ransom. Dude, we are fucking cooking with gas, boys.
And guys, that's what I liked most about this offseason compared to almost every other one, was that we re-signed a lot of our guys. and then we didn't on the ones that we didn't want. Like I don't know whoever 80 was. I don't remember his name. Something Thomas. We let him walk, and then we re-signed Mike Jackson and the competition at center. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I love that.
Brady Christensen, that was nice to have back.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. Like all of those dudes played meaningful football, and they were able to step in and do well for us, man. This could be a good season, dude.
It's like the keystone to the whole thing was Dan Morgan's plan to rebuild that offensive line last year. And then he followed up this offseason in free agency by signing the depth, like you said. And what that did was it gave Dan Morgan the opportunity that if he wanted to look at a tackle, he could, but he didn't have to sign anything for the offensive line. And it's been a long time for Panthers fans to go into a draft and say, if we don't take anything at offensive line, we're going to be okay. And that's where we are now. So that's allowed us to go out and get other positions of need, like double dipping at the edge rusher position, like you were saying, Cody. And you gotta remember we added Patrick Jones II from Minnesota, also that position. So I think Dan really set it up the right way with what he did last year to give us this great draft this year.
Yeah. No, I agree completely, man. This is step by step, bit by bit. We're building in the right direction.
What would you guys like to see, like, to top this one off, the cherry on top? Are you thinking BPA or like a position of need at your preference, or kicker for the last pick?
Kicker. Give us that kicker from Miami.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, man. I mean,
I'm sort of indifferent.
Well, because dude, like a kicker's like pretty freaking valuable, even though it's just a kicker. They're going to be leaned on a lot of times throughout the year to make it work. Anyone else want to chime? Like, what do you guys think?
I don't have any strong conviction on this last pick. Whatever they want to do is fine with me. I think the draft's set. It's good to go. Wherever they feel like there's still a need, draft a guy that you like, that you're convicted on, that you feel like has an opportunity to contribute on special teams and possibly make this roster through training camp. Because a lot of times they just end up getting cut anyway, Christian. So hopefully we can find a guy that can contribute with this final pick. And it don't matter to me which way they go.
And even Taylor Moton, like they didn't really get any sort of offensive tackle, So I think that they're cool with either, the cap hit that he will have. Also, maybe that factored into why they were trying to shop Jadeveon Clowney around too, because if they were able to trade him, then they could have gotten $9 million of cap relief from that. But I don't know, especially if Taylor plays really well this season. Like, I would even easily resign him. Like, I know he's getting older, but man, if you could give him another 2, maybe 3-year deal just to kind of kick it around here for a bit, I would love that. I think Taylor Moton's playing his best football at right tackle the past 2 years in a row now. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, he's really kind of peaked for us. And I think in a lot of ways we're paying him back for all those pay cuts he took for the Panthers. Brant Tillis inherited that from the previous regime, continuously kicking the can down the road. And at least we drew a line in the sand and said, we're not going to kick that can anymore. We're going to go ahead and pay you the $31 million, top 5 in the league, I think it is. And then we'll work from there. And I think they want to see how his health is this year. If he plays all the games, if he stays healthy, if he's not hurting a lot. They rested him a lot last season, especially like on Wednesdays and stuff. Like he hardly ever practiced. And that part of the week, they just giving him extra time to heal and extra time to rest. And I think Dave even sat him a couple of times. I think he wouldn't have broke his streak of 8 years starting straight without Dave's blessing. Dave saying, well, it's okay, Taylor, if you want to take a rest this game, we've got somebody that come in and play behind you, or somebody that can step up in your position. So,
yeah, dude, I love it, man. This is probably the most ferocious our offensive line has been in maybe ever. Like it has the potential to rank up there with some of the best all-time Panthers lines, if not the.
I believe we cut the sack number in half. We only gave up like 35 or 34, somewhere around there last season. So, we can, if we go into like the 20s or something this year, I think that'd be phenomenal. And then you could start really making that argument that it might be one of the best Panthers offensive line in history.
Yo, Penko, you still there? Or you're off doing another?
No,
Yeah, okay.
I'm here. I'm just in the kitchen fixing my chicken.
Yeah, some chicken. Bro, chicken's good on every day that ends in Y, isn't it?
You're right, man. I like my chicken cooked in the oven with this boneless chicken breast. I slice them up a little bit. Then I put cream of chicken or cream of celery on top of it. I like cream of celery, but cream of chicken's good. And then
Cream of
I
chicken, cream of
a little bit of
mushroom.
salt, a little bit of pepper, a few different seasoning, and then I put it in the oven. And I bake it till it's done. Then you fix some mashed taters and put on top of it.
I love that. Cream of mushroom is good on it too.
Yeah, I hate mushrooms.
I love the taste of them. I don't like the texture of them.
Yeah, I'm allergic to mushrooms.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah, you know what they do? They make me throw up, so I don't eat them.
Hey man, some of them are more fun than others. I'm just saying though.
Yeah.
We still have
mushrooms.
Hey, shout out to Blackfire. Says we still have a 6th-round pick plus undrafted free agent, but we did way more than expected coming into this draft. I'm happy with everything we did. And that's another good point too. Jalen Coker, who is looking to be a big part of this offense, was an undrafted free agent for us last year.
Yeah.
That's a big deal when you're able to hit on those picks, man.
Mm-hmm. That's what I say. See, there are things that this staff that I'm learning, because I have to learn from this, because let's remember, y'all, the Panthers don't hire, before this time, they never hired a pure offensive coach. So, and I like it because I remember Dave Canales saying, oh, I loved him. I loved him coming out in the draft. He could do everything. And he said after the draft, right after the draft when we got him. And then later I found out that Canales was pushing to draft him with the 7th pick. And, after they called, before they made the pick, they called and talked to Dan wanted the linebacker we took, and Canales wanted Coker, and found out that Coker's dad was a Panther fan, and he was going to come here anyway. So Dan thought, I'll just get both. Then we ended up trading the linebacker for a starting corner we have. Everything worked out great for us.
Yeah, that was a good trade.
No, it was awesome. And yeah, dude, Dan Morgan is fucking kicking ass.
And you know what I like about the Ransom pick too is that a lot of people were talking about like they want like a center fielder safety. Like I've always been a fan of having 2 safeties back there that can both, can do both run support and zone coverage.
Yeah.
Right. And I was thinking because Lathan has. Some people are saying that all he is a box safety, but if you actually go into a lot of folks, the draft analysts say he's done both. Later on in Spaces, we'll probably get more of JJ to explain what he thinks. But anyway, but I think he can play both.
Yeah.
I'll be offline. I'll be away for just a second.
All right, cool.
That Ollie Gordon that the Panthers liked went to the Dolphins.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, but we got a better one, in my opinion. I think we got a better one than that.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle McCord went to the Eagles, too, which is kind of interesting.
Kyle McCord? Yeah.
Since they traded Kenny Pickett to the Browns, and then they replaced Kenny Pickett with Kyle McCord.
No, that is really cool. So who's on the clock right now? The Patriots.
Yeah. Well, New England's got their pick in, and Tennessee's on the clock now. I've been using this NFL.com draft tracker, and it's pretty good. I like it pretty well.
Yeah, I'm using it too, man. Here, I'll put it up.
You know, it's not going to give you leaks like Twitter or anything, but at least I can keep up with where we are and where we're going.
Yeah, it updates in real time.
Did this place empty out when I got on, or was that before? I didn't want to stop the party.
No. Yeah, forget that it's Saturday and everybody's probably jumping in, jumping out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was probably like I was watching your feed probably like 20 minutes behind because I kept having to pause it because I would hear people call stuff out and I didn't want to get spoiled on the Panthers pick.
Yeah.
You know, I know you stopped it for the Panthers pick. I was just trying to, plan ahead.
Yeah, man. No, dude, I'm just happy that everybody is able to chill with us for the draft, man.
Yeah, some of the hardcore left. Huh.
Yeah, bro. And shout out to 68 people still rocking with us on YouTube. Y'all are the real ones, bro.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I just don't see why anyone wouldn't, who would hate this draft? Like, if you don't have to like be ecstatic, but how could you hate it?
I am really hoping that this is going to be an all-time draft for the Panthers, man.
And I still have some hope for some guy like Jaden Crumedy, man. I liked him coming out. I have hope for guys like him too.
He's got a lot of competition now, though, brother.
Yeah, he does.
Just like Amari Barno, I think most Panthers fans really like Amari Barno and want him to be successful. But, bro, he's got so much competition ahead of him. He's got to fight through in training camp. And that bad injury last year, too. It's going to be, it becomes a business,
Andres Borregales.
Oh,
no.
Off the board.
Yep.
All right, no more kicker for the Carolina Panthers.
6 picks
into
the 6th
round.
round.
Still good kickers. I think there's still good kickers for us to pick. I think Ryan Fitzgerald from FSU would be a good kicker as well. That just sucks because that's who I was hoping we would get.
Mm-hmm.
But, and tell me if I'm wrong, man, but from what I've seen, it's not always the one kicker that gets drafted first that ends up being the best one out of the class. Am I wrong, or is that just my memory?
I mean, the Jaguars kicker last year, Cam Little, he was like the second kicker taken, I think, second or third, and he was one of the better ones.
Yeah. And we could always go, but here's the thing, Cody. We could draft him, and he's probably going to get cut anyways. They're just going to go with the veteran.
I hate that.
And you can still go get the thicker kicker.
Christian, you have no fucking idea how much that just rips me up, dude. Like, to have it happen with Harrison Butker originally, we chose Graham Gano over Harrison Butker. Then we did it again. We chose fucking Pinto, whatever his name, Eddie Pinheiro, and now Harrison Mevis is balling out for the fucking Stallions, dude.
Well,
it's
technically we can sign him from the Stallions. We just have to wait for the I think we just have to wait for their season to end just before the summer, and then we can technically go and sign him. And I'm surprised we didn't make him the kicker. I don't know if they just wanted to let Eddie work out or play his last year and see how he was, and then they would figure out stuff after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't a fan, bro, because you knew Pinheiro's limitations. You knew where the cap was. Why not give a shot to a kid who just has to get accustomed to kicking in the NFL? And and get more accurate. Like, you could work on accuracy, but you're not going to get Pinheiro out there for a 55-yarder.
Yeah, shout out to Sportsnut CJA. He says, damn, Billy Marshall and Josh Norris on Twitter saying the tight end we just took, Evans, is better than JT Sanders. Hey, bro, if that is or isn't true, the fact that we have both of them is the tits, bro.
I know. That's what we wanted with Warren, bro. Like those two tight ends. Like, and here's the thing. Like, I don't know. Like, if Evans is great, that'd be awesome. That's what I'm looking forward to. But it's really hard to say no to an Iowa tight end when every year they have one in the draft class. They always end up good.
Yeah, if Josh Norris is on Twitter saying that, then we're not crazy for what we're saying on here. That's for sure, because they're saying above and beyond what we are, Cody.
Who took my kicker?
The fucking Patriots, Pickle.
Patriots, yeah.
Sons of a cock. See, I told you people, sometimes you have to draft a kicker. We should have drafted a kicker last time.
Well, they grabbed him with the 6th pick, the 6th round. They took him pretty high.
Yeah, but if you go back and look, a lot of kickers go in the 6th round. Most kickers do not go in the 7th anymore. That's what I said here a couple of spaces ago. Kickers are going in the 6th round. Majority of them that are currently on NFL rosters are going in the 6th round because of that. But it is what it is. We'll just have to figure something else out.
You know what, gentlemen? Pickle is right on this one. You don't even have to go to a couple spaces, Pickle. You said it earlier today. And that's why I heard you call it. You said when we made that trade, we gave away the 7, picked up a 6. You thought it was specifically for a kicker, man. I hear you.
Yep.
So, hey, I don't know, man. Maybe we could still, like I was telling Cody, though, like, what does it matter anyways? The chances are we were going to cut the kicker we drafted anyways for the veteran.
Well, not with this staff. Besides all that, I mean, every time we look at Kansas City or the Pro Bowl roster, we get a close reminder that sometimes you should at least give the kicker an opportunity to kick during preseason. We never gave Buckner that.
You know what the bullshit is, boys? Is that Harrison Mevis, because remember, Pinheiro was holding out or whatever. So he was in there and he was like not missing anything. Even with us, we saw him play well and they still fucking made him kick rocks.
And a lot of that was political because Ron Rivera didn't want him to start with. And Gettleman drafted him with the intent after training camp of trading or cutting Gano. And when Gettleman got fired and they brought in Marty Herney, that opened the door for Ron to get his way. So that's that. And at that point, I knew that he would get. You know what? I'm about to throw that damn box away. Anyway, but that opened the door for Ron to get his way. And if I remember correctly, I might be wrong, but if I remember correctly, Herrick Buckner didn't get an opportunity to kick in a game until the 4th preseason game. And that was the only time he ever had an opportunity to kick. Even in practice, they wouldn't let him kick.
The Steelers just took Will Howard.
That's a good pick for them. This goes to show you, most of the time, ignore all these draft. Ignore the rumors where the coach says, "Oh, I like him," or "He's a great guy." Remember, in the off season, it's all lying season.
Yep. And every time someone lies, people just fucking go on a tangent about what they just heard and they freak
Yeah,
out or
yeah, and then later on they say, "Well, he lied. I don't like him. He lied." All NFL coaches lie. That's why they get paid that kind of money.
shoot, I could lie too and get paid that money. Shit.
Yeah, I'm not. You're right. if they says, well, Pickle, we'll give you $5 million to go on C3 and tell them how bad C3 is, that another podcast is good. Y'all don't take it personal. But it
I
could
would take
happen.
Pickle. I would take it personal if you didn't take that fucking money. I'd be like, "What the hell are you doing, stupid?"
Yeah, exactly.
So I just put this on Twitter. Can't help but feel like this would be an all-time draft for the Carolina Panthers. Dan Morgan and Dave Canales clearly have a vision for this team and executed flawlessly. Hope springs eternal. Keep pounding.
Keep pounding.
You know who my favorite pick so far, outside of this tight end is Nick Scorton. He was just so
That's a great question. Go on that, Christian, and then I'm gonna get everybody to fill in. What is your favorite draft of this, or your favorite pick of the entire draft? Yeah, go ahead, Christian. You said
because I think he's got that, like, the football mentality, the football player, gene that Jalen Walker has, but he has the size to go with it. He was going into his last college season. He was probably looked at as the top potential edge rusher coming into this class. I never really thought twice of him because he was like 285 pounds, a 4.3 defensive end. I just never even really watched the tape because I kind of just wrote him off. Like, look, we're going to be in a 3-4. Why even pay attention to this kid? And then, what do I know? Because it turns out he's like, what, 265. I guess he does have some coverage abilities. There's, as was mentioned in the show, I'll say it again. People are saying that, like, that new scheme didn't really do him any favors. And dude, the biggest thing is just like, I love that when you see it in their eyes that they want to shut it down, and that I see that in him, and that's why he's my favorite pick so far. Besides maybe the tight end.
No, I love that too, dude. Yeah, I think that's awesome. Evan, you still there, bro?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Out of all the picks that the Panthers have made, if you had to pick one, what's your favorite so far? And by the way, I want everyone in the chat room, everyone's still with us, post up your favorite pick too, man. Out of all the picks that we've made, which one, if you had to pick, is your favorite thus far? Go ahead, Evan.
Man, honestly, I think for me personally, my favorite pick so far is probably got to be Princely, just because he's a guy who honestly I thought we would take in round 1. But the fact that not round 1, round 2, and I was happy that we were still able to get him, and the fact that we traded up and got him too, I really like that pick. It gives us. I honestly wasn't sure we would go double dip, but we did, and I don't mind it because we get two really good players as future and even present guys who could be impact players for us.
Shit, some people were saying he could go in the first too.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that I even think that Princely went further than people thought he would after what he was able to do at Ole Miss. Like, that guy is a legit talent. And shout out to ERH. He says Princely can squat 700 pounds, which is true. So I'm really excited to see what these guys can do. My brother Diesel Skills, if you're still here with me, man.
I'm here.
Yeah, what would you? It's so tough, man. I'm even trying to think about mine. But what is your favorite pick of this draft?
Well, it's funny because I think my opinion is going to change. I think later on my favorite pick is going to be Ted, especially if he puts up 700, 800 yards. You know what I mean? In his rookie season, and adds in more than 4 receiving touchdowns, because that's where we get stuck as Carolina Panthers wide receivers. We get stuck at 4 touchdowns. So if he does above that, I think my pick will change to Tet being my favorite. But right now, I'm just really intrigued and kind of excited about Nick Scorton, because we talk about a guy just had the physicals, 6'6", 280 pounds, and he come down to 260. So he's more agile, he's faster, he's better in coverage. He fits this scheme that Avera likes to run. And to have a guy that's that flexible, that it doesn't matter what happens to our defense or our defensive coordinator moving forward, I really like that Nick Scorton pick. I think it was done with the intention of someone that could fit in Avero's scheme, but also could be a linchpin in the 4-3 defense if we do change going forward.
See, D, or just real quick, about him, man. You guys remember Greg Lloyd?
Yes.
Okay, so that look, that
Ravens just took a kicker.
So that look Greg Lloyd had, that demeanor, that toughness, man, that I saw in a little bit in Jalen Walker and now Nick Scorton. So I like that intimidation.
No, I agree. Dude, there's so much to like from so many of these different players. Panther Pickle, out of all of them, what's your favorite pick?
The tight end, probably. Right now, as far as potential, where you got him and all that, I'm going to say the tight end. Now, like these, that could change in training camp or preseason. It could change depending on how these players play going forward. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we've spoke at length about how coverage being able to run that 2 tight end sets would be. No, that would be awesome for us. I guess I'm gonna give y'all mine. My favorite pick of the draft, and this is hard because I really see a bright future in all these players. Somebody like Cam Jackson reminds me of K-Wan Short. Somebody like Lathan Ransom. I see a lot of Kurt Coleman. I see a lot of really good former great Panther players, in some of these guys. But if I have to pick a favorite one, boys, I think it might surprise you. I really do think it might surprise you.
ETN?
I'm going with the number 1 pick in our draft, bro. And I really, and like I said, man, like I have had to come around on this. Because
the whole 180.
I have told y'all that, I wasn't necessarily in love with this film. But what I think my mind has been open to is the vision for what Dave Canales wants this offense to be. He loves being able to run play action pass when you're being able to run the football well against stacked boxes and being able to have a badass dominant down the field threat who can win based on his size alone to be able to go up and high point the football. Not only does Bryce have Jalen Coker, who looked incredible last year, not only do we all think that Xavier Legette, despite the drops, can still be a number 1 wide receiver prospect, but now you add another dominant, big body, dominant, big, strong guy that can go up and high point the football. He has that Polynesian warrior blood in him. My man is a fearless individual. I think Tet McMillan in this offense has the potential to be incredibly dangerous at a point in time where we're looking for Bryce Young to be the best version of himself right now. I love the forward thinkingness of it. I love this pick now, man.
Okay.
Mic drop.
Big turnaround, Cody. It's a big turnaround.
Cody says,
Yeah. Let me ask y'all a different question. with all the good drafters we had, name me one position group that you still worry about on the Panthers. Just
That's a
position
good
wise.
question. That's a good question.
I would say corner if someone gets hurt, or even not. I mean, after
Right.
Shaw Smith Wade, who do we have? Maybe safety
That's a good question.
too.
But I feel like even if I tell you I don't like a certain position group,
Right.
it's for the depth. It's not necessarily
Yes.
even like I hate the starters. I just think that safety and corner, the depth is probably not the greatest, but we did add to them, and we do have bodies there. So I don't know. That's really tough. Maybe inside linebacker. I know they got some guys in free agency, and I think they like Trevor Wallace a lot. But man, that's tough, man.
Deez, what do you think, sir?
Pose the question again. I'm doing like 4 different things.
Oh, okay. Name me the position on the Panthers that right now that worries you the most.
Yeah. I don't. We really shored up that front seven, that defensive line. We should be able to stop the run. We should be able to get to the quarterback now. There's no excuses. We really should be able to with all the bodies we've added. It's just we're thin back there at safety still. Maybe a little thin in depth at corner. We want J.C. Horn to stay healthy. So I'm gonna say corner because we know that J.C. Horn's had a couple injuries already in his career. Certainly did a good job of staying healthy last season, changing up his training regimen. But were he to go down, let's just say high ankle sprain, a very basic, normal NFL injury, and he'd be out for 6 games, I don't like our options at cornerback at that point. Mike Jackson, of course, would continue to start for us, but he would be our number 1 cornerback. And then who's starting on the outside behind him, I don't feel confident about, no matter who that might be. I know Shamar, what is that guy's name? We picked up that cornerback with that weird last name.
Bartholomew?
Bartholomew, thank you. That's the guy.
I was going to ask, is he still on the roster?
Him,
Yeah.
I think so. And then
Yeah.
Caleb Farley is maybe who else would
Caleb's
start
not on the roster. Our depth at corner is Mike Jackson, a guy named Evans. I can't pronounce the first name. And then we have J.C. Horn and Bartholomew and Charles Smith Wade, and that's it. That's completely it.
Yeah, I think if Horn goes down, Pickle, there's not another corner on the roster to really step up and play on the outside other than Mike Jackson. So I'm gonna say corner.
And I respect all those, and I kind of almost agree. Corner was going to be the pick, but I'm going to go in a different directions because we've actually recently lost games for this reason. And I'm going to say kicker. Matthew Wright will not cut it, y'all. That man's been on like 10 different teams in 4 years.
He was a Jaguar at one point.
Yeah,
The first ever team that he was a starting kicker on was actually for the Jags, and I know last year he played for the Chiefs as well, and I think he played actually kind of decent for the Chiefs last year, standing in for Harrison Butker when he was out for a while. But we definitely need somebody else with a bigger leg.
Right, he's not the guy. He's really not. If in this scenario, I would probably go for it a lot more on 4th downs. So I would never chance a 50-yard field goal. I would never do that. Because chances are he won't make it. I just don't like the pick. Now we do have one more pick, and if it's me, I'm going to draft it if he's there. I'm going to draft Ryan Fitzgerald, a Florida State kicker, because that's who's left.
Right.
There is another kicker, but he's from Pittsburgh, and he ain't that good anyway. But
And yeah,
nonetheless,
sorry, man, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just agreeing with you. Why not just use a 7th round on a kicker for nothing else, for competition and training camp? Let the best kicker win.
Right. because you got Ryan Fitzgerald and Ben Souls, and I mean, but I tell you, corner is a need, and I'm hoping that they can add some UDFA's. Don't forget to after this draft, you'll see a bunch of room flooding news about UDFA's.
Mhm.
And
That ought to be fun to track too. Hey, another thing I wanted to bring up with y'all again, it's like I feel like we all would probably do it at this point, but Isaiah Bond still out there, man.
right. Some of the
Still
best
out there.
yeah, some of the best available are out there, and they're getting named here and there. But you have R.J. Mickens, Clemson safety, still there.
Oh, you had me up until Clemson, bro.
Yeah, well, Quentin Ewers
Yeah.
from Texas, quarterback, is still
Yeah.
there. Cameron Williams, a offensive tackle from Texas, is still there.
Dude, wasn't that the guy that what was that guy's name? G Baby was touting was an alien like 6 months
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, that's him. That's
He's an undrafted fucking alien, is what he is.
yeah. Well, we don't know that yet. We do not know that yet. Damian Martinez from Miami. I mean, Isaiah Bonds. If I'm happen to take somebody in draft here, it would either be a safety, or it would be or it would be a guy like Isaiah Bonds. You also got a guy named Tommy Hill, a Nebraska corner.
Well, I just thought of this because they went pretty fucking hard on the waiver wire
Zay
with corners.
Alexander is still there, y'all. Y'all remember us talking about him in a mock? Zay Alexander is still there. I wouldn't mind trying him out.
And I actually I like their ability to kind of scout lesser known corners because they went pretty hard on the waiver wire last year on corners. That's how we got Bartholomew. I think there was a couple other guys that they had faith in that may not be on the roster now, but I know they have faith in Bartholomew at least at that time. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we get kind of a decent fourth stringer, fifth stringer in undrafted free agency.
I'm gonna look something up real quick. I believe I'm dead on though. If I can find what I'm looking for. I think there is one offensive tackle that we've actually had in the building on a 30 visit available on the board, and that's our Ageni Cornelius from Oregon.
Oregon. Oh, I liked him in Madden. he replaced Moses for me.
Yeah, that's probably why I'm looking, because I want to make sure I'm right. Because sometimes your Madden information interferes in your.
Hey, and speaking of Madden, guess who I didn't re-sign after the rookie contract?
What is it?
Oh.
Fucking T-Mac.
Yeah.
Damn. He must not have been at 1,300.
The Jags are coming up with another pick. Here we go.
But Coker, bro, he's a fucking all-star, man. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Hey, D's and Pickle, check the private chat. We know what I'm going to say. Bro, we have reached the doldrum part of the draft where we are just waiting for our final pick. We're kind of watching it go by. I'm gonna be real. Most of the names that that we're seeing here, I am not even familiar with. Some of them I am. Some of them are just not at all. And also, we're realistically looking at the part of the draft where these guys are going to be fighting for roster spots. You know, like they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to make these football teams. So we'll see, man. But I guess what I was going to ask though, is Isaiah Bond. How many people are like down on that, or do you think he's off the board? Do you think that if Mike Green could have been off our board, that Isaiah Bond also might be off our board too?
No, I think it's how that player approached to me, I think it's okay. Anytime something comes up, teams are going to investigate. Some teams ain't; they're just going to remove them from the board and be done with it. But some teams will at least if they're really interested in a player, they'd ask him. Now, if Mike Green probably wasn't removed from our board until after we talked to him, because if they removed him from the board, they wouldn't even talk to him. But they did. They brought him in on a visit and talked to him. So that tells me they still had interest, but when his answers to their questions didn't partake good. That's why I had heard that his answer that he got mad. He was getting mad at teams for asking him about those charges and accusations. So that's why I said that earlier in the show that that reason. Now, but as far as Isaiah Bonds, this just happened, and it on the surface itself, it looks like it was totally just about somebody getting money off Isaiah Bonds. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, that's kind of also. I mean, I don't know. Shout out to Anonymous L. It says Isaiah Bonds going undrafted. I'm pretty sure he's going to be in jail soon. Hey, man, that could be true. Like, it's also we have to think of the possibilities that these teams maybe do know things that we don't, or they've done more vetting. You know, obviously, than internet sleuths have the capability to do. But yeah, man. So listen up, here, boys. I think what we're going to do is we are going to transfer over to a Spaces. So we are going to go over to Twitter and we're going to hang out and start a Twitter space. And for the last little bit of the draft and to announce the final pick of the draft for the Panthers, we're going to do it over there, man. I'm going to give my PC a little break from streaming. Man, I cannot tell y'all how much I appreciate every single member of the C3 Legion. Y'all have made this entire weekend incredibly fun for myself personally, but for everyone in Panther fandom who came and interacted with us through the draft. This has been so incredibly awesome, dude. Love y'all. We're going to keep pounding. I'm going to give everyone their final little spiel for the draft, your final roundup, what you think of it. And then we're going to get up out of here, folks. First up, I'm going to go to my man, Christian, dropping gems. You know, we appreciate you, bro. Give me your final thoughts for the show, your draft, the draft in general, and your overall thoughts, man.
Oh man, this is my favorite time of year, especially when you have a perennial losing team. This is always filled with hope, intrigue. You know, you get to kind of study film as a hobby and just look at the players and just imagine and dream. And then some dreams get broken. But I got to say, this year, I was afraid that I would just, after this weekend, be disappointed. But I'm not. I'm excited and I'm happy. But we won't truly know what the benefits were for at least a couple years, a year or two. But hopefully they show some signs to get the whole fan base hyped up so you can fill that stadium with Panther blue and black and silver.
Yes, sir. Dude, we are going to dream of that day that is soon to come. I love it, bro. Evan, we appreciate you, bro. Thank you for being on, as always. Give me your final thoughts for the show, man.
Yes, sir, Cody. Thank you for having me on, as always. Draft weekend is here, and it is almost gone. It's always sad when the draft's over because it's one of my favorite times of the year as well. I love the season, but I will say my second favorite part of every year. Maybe it's because both my teams always suck and they're high round pick or high always have high draft picks. But I always, even when they don't, I'm always a big fan of this because the draft is awesome to get to see the new players that are coming in, seeing where even your favorite team's players go in the draft as well, and it's always fun coming on here and talking with you boys. Excited to see who our last pick is, and yeah, thanks for having me on. And as always, keep pounding.
Keep pounding. Appreciate you, brother. Panther Pickle, give me your final thoughts for the show today, man. You know I appreciate your continued help and support. Yeah, man. Give me your final thoughts about this draft and for the show.
I enjoyed this draft. It was more interesting than I had thought it was going to be. I wasn't probably massively supportive of our first round pick, but when we drafted him, I was like, oh, I had my little 5 minutes, and then I said, okay, we'll see. I do like what some of the stuff I've heard. I love the other picks. I don't know that there's a pick I don't like. There's one pick I question, but that's not saying I don't like the pick or I understand the pick. Overall, I like it. And we do have one more pick left, so we'll see what happens. Y'all keep pounding and join me on C3 Spaces as we find out who the 7th round pick is and maybe even a few UDFAs.
Yeah, tell them you're at on too, Pickle, so that way they can know where to find you. What's your Twitter?
Okay.
handle?
My Twitter profile is at Panther Pickle.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it in the chat too.
Okay.
Can you post the here? I'll do this. Hold on.
Yeah, I left a YouTube thing already.
Look, that's the link to the spaces that Panther Pickle just started up. Appreciate your pick. Last but definitely not least, we always let this man close out the show. Diesel Skills, brother, you know I love you, man. I know you've been so tired, but your dedication to the Legion is unwavering, brother, and we love you for it. Give us your final thoughts for this draft stream, bro.
It was just so amazingly fun, man. It's the C3 community that made it so much fun. I think of the first night, Thursday night, and all the people that stopped in and how we were struggling just trying to rotate everybody in. And there's some guys that we haven't heard from a while, and we definitely miss you. One of his muscles, Aaron, man, I hope you're doing good. I hadn't heard from you in a couple of weeks. And on Strats, we hadn't heard from Strats in a while. Mr. Strats, hope you're doing well, you and your family both. But thank you to all the people from the Legion that stopped in and contributed. Thank you to all the people that's been a part of the spaces and all the people that's watched on X. And we appreciate each and every one of you. This has been the most fun. As tired as I was today, I could not honestly wait to get out here and see what these Carolina Panthers were going to do, and they did not disappoint. The entire draft, to me, at least right now, was a home run. We won't really know the answer, but for 3 years down the road, to be honest. But for me, it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of participation, and thanks to everyone that came in the chat, contributed, and let us know your thoughts about these Carolina Panthers. The C3 Panthers podcast will be back Tuesday night, and the C3 Legion Spaces will be back Monday night at 6:30. Me and Pickle, we're going to talk about what in the world happened with Shador Sanders. We'll get into that. And just thank you so much, Cody, for letting me be a part. I thoroughly enjoyed it, friend.
Bro. C3 Legion, we will be back soon, Tuesday night at 9 p.m. for another edition of the C3 Panthers podcast, where me, Tony, and CK will break down all of the most recent draft picks. My name is Cody Lashney for another edition of the C3 Panthers podcast. You know what I got to tell you. Keep pounding.